To you right now. How are you? Thanks for hanging out with us tonight. I am excited to kind of have this kind of chill hang. I got to do something with the light. I like to go a little bit, just a little bit more, I don't know, less glaring when I do the Awake Zombies, more of a chill vibe. Man, I'm all off kilter here. Man, my lamp is broken. That fell off. I'm a little bit disjointed here, my friends. Look at that. What's going on here in the studio? It's mayhem. Welcome, one and all, from X, from Rumble, the Indoctrination, and also from Hawk's Channels, who is going to join us here in a little bit. Also, Oliver Pollock is going to join us at Sir Censorlot, who was with us earlier in the week. And we are doing some, we're going to be doing some cool stuff because he went to the rally in the Bronx. And so we are going to get with him here shortly. Hawk is going to join us very shortly. So we're going to have a good evening. And I am also, hold on. So welcome. Let everybody know, if you would, my friends. I'm inviting one more. Slow, you want to come on, brother? I'm going to send you the invite, and let me just do that now. I'll send it to you through Signal. If you can make it, great. If not, no problem. I see you. Okay, there you go. I'm sending the invite now. So, my friends, we got Slow Country that's going to join us for a while as well. We had a great show earlier in the week, and this was when Oliver was on his way down to the Bronx, and it was a fantastic show. And Slow Country brought in some great research, and I'll send it to you as well, Hawk. I thought you were just going to come in through the studio, because I'm in your studio, by the way, Hawk. So you could come in that way, and I got it out to. Great, Diana. Thank you, Mod Squad, in Rumble and on X, and we're gonna keep this a cool hang. And all I ask is that you open your mind and you be kind, and we're gonna have some fun tonight. It's gonna be enjoyable. So. Come on in, share this out if you would. It's going to be a really cool, I think, chill, nice discussion with 4 men that I think you will find us to be quite optimistic, but also quite realistic. So we aren't these guys who are blowing hopium up your ass.
You muted yourself, Dave.
Thanks, man.
I was like, does he know that he muted himself? It's okay. So you got as far as blowing smoke up your ass.
And then that's as far as I got. Basically, I realized that I accidentally disconnected my microphone. So that's what happened. So it automatically muted. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. Did you get the link sent to Slow Country?
I did. Yes. Okay. Yes. And I got us on your 24 channel. Is that cool?
Yep, that's fine. Yep, that's the one we want. Because that way, then if we say something that can be a little bit catchy, it's okay if we lose 24 because we got 25 as the backup. So
Beautiful, beautiful.
yeah.
And I sent Oliver the link as well. So he's going to be joining us. So I'm looking forward to hearing about his whole experience down there in the Bronx.
Oh yeah,
And
absolutely.
yeah, and yeah, just having a what I was just getting at, Hawk, was that folks are going to be hearing from 4 men. By the way, men's men, like real men. Fix our cars, fix a generator, fix the mower, do whatever we need to do to make things happen. We got, Oliver's an iron worker, you and Slow, former veterans. If there's anybody that's slacking, it's me. So we got a good group of guys, but that were optimistic, like about the future. Like we feel like things are getting worse before they get better, maybe, but also that we feel pretty good about it. And I'll touch on that a little bit more when we get everybody in.
Yeah. Hey, those of you that are on the Facebook side looking for the YouTube, we're on 24. Hawks Mustard Seeds number 24 on the YouTube side.
And it really depends on where you guys want to chat. Do you want to chat? Find your favorite chat, and that's on Facebook, Hawk J Marsden, and YouTube, Hawks Mustard Seeds 24.
Yeah, and that one there, it's not all one word. It's Hawks and then mustard and then seeds and 24. Yeah, when Slow Country made 25 for me, he put it all together, and people had the dickens of a time trying to find the channel.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah.
Hey man, if you don't, even in music, if you don't have the spaces, you don't have the music. Otherwise, it's just noise, right? So.
Yep.
But
I was actually before I started, because I had to bottle feed the newborns tonight.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
Well, Mama, she got an extra treat today, and the pups were real hungry, but she's laying outside chewing on her extra big surprise today. So I had to bottle feed them, and they were a handful, definitely a handful. But she's got a femur bone that's about yay big.
Keep talking. I'll be back.
With meat. So she's a happy girl right now. And I got her in a pen so the other dogs can't mess with her and none of the other dogs can get the bone. So she gets to go at this thing, and she'll bark at me and tell me she's ready to come out, when she's done with it. So by the way, those of you on the Facebook side and on the YouTube side, thank you, all of you that were reaching out to Mary Bradley. She did make contact with Lightning Springs, and the beef that she won will be getting shipped out to her, I believe today. It got shipped today. So, but thank you all for everything you did in helping me get in contact with her. I appreciate that. So, other than that, I hope everybody had a good day today. I had a free day of weather. It was supposed to we were supposed to have storms all day, and it ended up not raining a lick. So I got a whole bunch done. Hey Clay, good evening Kathleen, good evening Awakened Trillium. So it's great to see. I'm meeting a lot of you for like the second time. Those of you on the Rumble side. So a lot of your names I'm not going to recognize, we have YouTube, X, Facebook, and Rumble going all at the same time. So that's going to keep us busy, no doubt about that. I saw a lot of stuff in the news today. It was kind of a weird day. I was seeing a lot of really good stuff about people leaving Trump's place or speech yesterday. But I was catching some other stuff like that they passed. They passed a couple of bills. But in reference to what Dave had said before he got up to check on the pup or get him outside, he was talking about man's man, and I want to share something with you guys that I saw today up on X, and this guy, the remarks that he makes in this really, really hit home for me because of, a big thing. When men get emotional, generally all people see is either emotional from sad, emotional from happy, or you see emotional from anger, But there are a lot of other emotions that generally most guys don't show. And sometimes when they don't show those emotions and share and openly tell you something or share something with you, there's a reason behind it. And what this guy said was, just check this out. And this is not to belittle anybody either, okay? But take a listen.
When the man opens up, when he really opens up, don't you,
Hey, Hawk, send it to me.
prove a point when you want to win an argument.
Hawk,
You will never
let's pause
hear
it.
the full story from us ever again.
What?
I'll do it from mine. Yours is
And we'll say stuff like this.
cutting out.
How are you? Good. I ain't good. I just ain't telling you. Women, let me tell you something.
I'll pull it up through mine so that we don't have any lag. It was cutting out. Is my mic on? Hawk, can you hear me? Sorry, guys. It wasn't showing up muted. Looks like Hawk's back in. Hey, brother.
Hey. Okay.
Could you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to drop the link into here for you. There you go. I put it in the private chat, Dave.
Great.
Dang nabbit. Yeah.
Yeah, just hold on.
Hold
Let me start this over and get us up here. There we go. All right.
When the man opens up, when he really opens up, don't you use what he said when he was open to prove a point when you want to win an argument. You will never hear the full story from us ever again. And we'll start say stuff like this. How are you? Good. I ain't good, but I just ain't telling you. Women, let me tell you something. Men are not emotionless. We have deep emotions. We just don't know how to express them. And let me tell you, if you make us feel unsafe, you'll never hear from us again. If I tell you something in a moment of vulnerability and you use it against me in an argument, you can forget me talking to you forever. And you keep talking about he quiet, he shut down, he's in his man cave, he won't open up, because when he did open up, you shut the door on him.
That's something. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Hey, Oliver in the house. How you doing, man?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Doing all right, brother. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. I mean, I'm a little exhausted and in pain, but it was all worth it.
Long day for you yesterday.
Yeah, that's a heck of an effort, man. Well done. Well
Thank you.
done.
Thank you.
I
Um,
love that picture of you down there in front of the stage, sporting the hat.
yeah,
Yeah,
that was
so I
awesome.
got down there. I went the night before because I wanted to scope the area, see where I'm gonna park, that kind of thing. And I wound up getting there. Um, well, let me start with the night before. I went through the park, and there was a lot of people there because it was a beautiful day, and there were a lot of people there with their families, barbecuing. No one had a clue that President Trump was going to be there the next day. So I'm informing as many people as I can. I break the ice. Hey, how you doing? Whatever, spark the conversation. And then I asked them, do you know Donald Trump's going to be here tomorrow? And they're like, no, I had no idea. So, I proceeded to ask them, like, would you come if he's here? And I'm not going to lie. Everyone that I asked paused, but they didn't say no. You know, they all feel the same way about what's going on right now. Uh, they can't travel. They can't take vacations with their families. They can't visit family in Puerto Rico or Jamaica or, Dominican Republic or Haiti. A lot of people from those Caribbean islands in the Bronx and that surrounding area. Um, they all are feeling the pain from the grocery bill, you know, and they don't see an end to it because they don't really understand what's going on. None of them follow Trump. None of them follow what we follow and have done the research we know. So they have no clue what's going on. And I feel their pain. I feel their pain. But to see everyone out enjoying themselves with their families and their children, that to me was uplifting because that told me that regardless of the situation that they're in, they can still go to the park and have a good time. You know,
Yeah.
um, I was a little disappointed when they didn't have it at the what do you call it? Geez, I always forget the name of this. It's like a makeshift. It's not makeshift. It's a stage where the sound is amplified.
Oh,
Amphitheater.
amphitheater.
Yes, the amphitheater. Yes. So most parks have an amphitheater in New York City. And it's funny because my brother is a director with the Parks Department. My brother-in-law, I should say, is a director with the Parks Department, and he didn't know that Cortona Park had an amphitheater, and that was the original site for this rally. And when I spoke to the Secret Service, they changed it because he couldn't come in from the backside of that amphitheater. So it would have been a little more difficult when he holds rallies or press conferences like that. Bella, take it out. Um, he likes to be able to just pull up and step out and greet the people within, you know, the most 50 to 100 feet, if that. And that particular amphitheater, they couldn't do that. There's a bunch of trails that lead to that theater, but no, road that they could drive on like they did for this spot where they had it set up. Um, but it was nice, it was really nice. The vibe was great. I mean, I saw Hasidic Jews there supporting Trump, which was
With
really odd.
cowboy hats.
Yeah.
With Trump cowboy hats. Yep.
Yeah. They had people there who were from Queens when his father was, renting out units and building houses out there. Like, they were there since then. Older, much older gentlemen. Very interesting stories they were sharing. You had people who, didn't have a dollar in their pocket, but they came out to support Trump because they've had enough of Biden.
Yeah.
They've had enough of the Democrats, I should say. not just Biden, and not one. The only one that came out as a Democrat to support him was Ruben Diaz Sr. And oddly enough, and I didn't catch it. I'm kicking myself in the ass because I didn't catch it. But he said AOC said that this was going to be a washout. Something about God is good, blah blah blah. And he said, well, she was right about God being good because it's a beautiful day. And everybody cheered. And he said, but there is going to be a thunderstorm, and that's Donald Trump. He's coming. So I'm like, wait a minute, did he read the drops? Yeah,
That's awesome.
it was fun. It was fun.
Yeah, it was fun following you and talking to you on your way down. You kind of just put us in the vibe of being there and just the expectation and the excitement of it all. Yeah, really cool stuff. I'm just scrolling through some of your pictures and some of your video. This is the one that Hawk was talking about. Yeah, I love that you got that hat. You got that hat for half off out there.
Yeah.
And I'm with you. I like that other one he had.
So when I got there the day of, I got there pretty early in the morning. I checked out of the hotel about 11, and but before that, I went out there to see, because I was only about 2 blocks away. Um, I went out there to see what's up with the park and whatever. I finally decided, okay, I'm gonna park here. So when I drove out there, I was literally behind that truck with all the souvenirs and stuff. And the old man, his name was Rich. That old man right there.
Right here.
Yeah, his name's Rich. I didn't ask him where he was from, but a very nice old man. And he said, "Go ahead, go inside." So I go inside. A couple other guys in there with a lady. She was cooking breakfast, and you saw the stuff I showed you guys. I mean, they had everything. You name it, they had it. Trump. And I'm sure they've been to many rallies, same setup, but I had never seen anything like that. They had everything. They had a visor with the orange hair. I, I could,
Yeah, I
oh,
saw that.
man,
I think you got a shot of that too.
I was dying laughing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a different spot. That was another table where they had
Oh,
that.
okay.
Yeah, that was hilarious. But that old man had
There, right
everything.
there,
You,
right
you
there.
really didn't, yeah, yeah. You really didn't have to go anywhere else,
That's
besides
great.
that the old man's truck to get anything Trump.
Really good
That guy
quality.
right
This is
there,
for me
go
right
back.
here.
That guy there, that's the guy.
Yeah.
That's they call him Biscuit. He's from California, and he goes to all the rallies. He makes those hats.
Yeah, amazing.
So, so the hat I was wearing and the red one there, I bought for
Yeah,
my wife. That's for women. Those three there.
yeah.
And the inside of the hat had a saddle. It had a leather saddle. It was it was shaped like a saddle. Rather, let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. I take that back. It was shaped like a bicycle seat, but it was made of leather.
Yeah, it
And
was really nice.
you could tell it was nice. It was good quality for $20. I said, you know what? Yeah, sure, no problem. I took a picture with him and one of the front row Joes and his wife from Michigan. That was, I think, the first photo I took of the day.
Right here. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, very nice couple. They gave me a book that they had written. Um, did a few interviews. None of them aired. One was live on Pasobik's channel. Fox interviewed me, but that I don't think I saw that anywhere. I don't think they liked what I had to say. Um, but
Fox
I'm
didn't. No
no, they
surprise
didn't.
there.
They didn't air it. Yeah, I mean, I was hoping they would, but they didn't. Um, Everyone was there. All the channels were there. Newsbacks, RSBN, Fox. All the channels were there. It was a huge turnout. The media, they lie. That shot that they're showing, the overhead shot, those were the
Yeah.
people that were allowed in. Okay. Um,
Okay.
and by the time he came out to speak, people were still trying to come in. and the streets were lined with people. I mean, I think Scavino posted a shot of the streets and how they were. But yeah, there was I would say about 30,000 people there altogether. Um, the crowd that's itself that was watching Trump, that the park, the way it was set up, the further back you got, the lower the ground went. So it really wasn't even ideal for you to be there if you were, on that part of the grass that was, going down because you couldn't see them. You understand?
Yeah. Yeah. You're below.
Right. I didn't
Greatest.
get it. I don't get why they changed the location because the other location had stadium seating. So as it went back, it went up. So you would
How
have
many people do
beautiful.
you think were there?
Well, where we were, a few thousand at least, 3, 4 thousand, like right in front of him. Um, I look at one point. I counted the rows back from where I was, and it was about 30 rows back of people. But all together, the whole park, like people on the outside trying to get in, and people on the streets and who were obviously there for him. They were saying about 30,000. I believe it because when we were leaving, I mean, they had all the streets closed off, and there were just people everywhere. And I left a little early because I'm walking with the cane, and I didn't want to get caught up in the crowd. Um, but yeah, there was a massive crowd there. It was a really big crowd. That was me right there. Go back. Wait, no, that was the other side. Scavino posted a few pictures where I was in the picture.
I'm in
That was
Scavino's now. I'm dropping his videos and photos.
Yeah. So I was on the opposite side of this. He caught me good. I
Okay.
wasn't paying attention. There's a shot of me video recording Trump that he posted on Truth where
There's the orange visor hair.
yeah, yeah, I get a kick out of that. That's hilarious. That is so funny. But there was, I mean, it should have been better organized. There was a couple of old ladies that passed out. The medics had to come and take them away. I say at least three.
Wow.
They didn't have a dedicated line for handicap or elderly people, which I would have done. And I told one of
Hmm.
the Secret Service agents, I says, what's going on? We're waiting here so long. I got a lady who, she's about to pass out. We got a chair for her. I had my bag with ice and cold drinks. So I put ice on her back and gave her something to drink. So she felt a little better. But that was like 3 hours before the actual, event.
Wow.
And when we got into the area, the same lady, they had to take her out. The medics had to come for her. Another lady sitting she was right next to me. She kept sitting down, and then finally she was like, I gotta
So
go
where
home.
are you right now? Did we pass you?
I'm on so if you go to, that's not gonna show where I was. If you go to Truth, Scavino's posts on Truth, I'll tell you right now. I think I might have done a decode on one of them.
Yeah, there's some comms hitting.
Everyone,
Um,
every single one he dropped today, comms,
yeah,
all of them. He did two and
got
he
his
did two in
timestamps pulled up, by the way,
he did two in black and white, 9 hours and 29 minutes apart. That's a mirror right there.
and he
And
did one at 9:22 as well.
yeah, he all day
Yeah.
he was giving us comms. He waited till after midnight to start dropping them,
Yes.
which I found a little odd.
Which
Uh,
took it to the May 2024, which could be. Yeah, here's the black and white right here,
right,
and the post cover.
right. So what I got from the black and
And
white,
here's the black
because
and white.
everything has multiple meanings, right? Double meanings.
Yeah. Yeah.
What I immediately got from that, because I had just finished looking at drop 28, because he posted uh, a post at 12:28, which is 28, right?
Mhm.
And
Mhm.
that drop has the clandestine character.
Yeah.
And when you look up clandestine operation as opposed to a covert operation, it's a military operation that's going on undetected. That's the literal meaning of that operation. So they're telling you right there what's going on. And that drop tells you that back in the day, they had people mixed in, military people mixed in, you know, as whatever they needed to be to get information, right?
This is
You have
28
that
right
drop
here.
up
I got.
28?
Yep.
Right. Read that real quick. My
What must
eyes
be
messed up.
Sure. What must be completed to engage? By the way, we got Slow Country who joined us as well while you were going down that.
What's
Uh,
up, Slow? What's up, Hawk? Too. I see Hawk. What's up,
yep.
guys?
Hawk's with us. Looks like Hawk is outputting gasoline in the generator. When
But
Hawk broadcasts, he has to fill up generators with gasoline. It's crazy. Long story, but anyway,
What's going
what
on,
must
Mr. Oliver?
what's up, brother? What's up?
Sorry it took so long for me to get here. I had to get a new computer today, so yeah.
perfect timing? No worries, man.
Hey, I
Glad,
didn't get a chance.
glad you
I
could
didn't get
join
a
us.
chance to tell the Slow Country about his digging on the CFR. That's good shit, man. Because it blends right in with everything else.
Right?
Especially the law of war manual.
I
So
appreciate
that,
it, man.
yeah, man, that's good stuff right there.
Wasn't it great?
Yeah,
Yeah.
makes sense. I love when things make sense. Yeah, that's the best.
Yes.
Yes.
Let's see. How do I?
28.
Yes. So
Starting with the tag for the photo, it says spy.png, right?
yes. Sorry. By the way, for some reason, mine's not pulling up. Why is that?
That's it right there.
No, it's there. It is. Yes. Okay. But it
Right.
wasn't showing up in the dive though.
So that's black and white. And he had just posted
Yeah.
a post at 28, at 12:28, you know. And some guys, and I don't disagree with this, a lot of guys, I should say, think that it means the shadow presidency. But Trump, I wouldn't consider Trump a shadow president. He's the president.
Yeah. Yeah. No, that would be the Obama administration, if anything.
Right, right.
So, what must be completed to engage military over other three-letter agencies? By the way, MI is sometimes military intelligence, and then MI, this is military intelligence. MIL is military. My mistake. Military
Right,
intelligence.
right.
What's
During
required?
the, say again.
What's required is treason.
That's right. What's
Say
up,
that
Hawk?
again. I'm sorry, Huck.
Treason is the requirement for that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yes. During the 1950s and 60s, federal troops and federalized National Guard forces, accompanied by military intelligence personnel, were deployed to help integrate Southern schools and to help deal with civil disorders in Detroit in 1967 and other cities the following year after the assassination of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Throughout this period, military intelligence units also continued to collect data on Americans at home who were suspected of involvement in subversive activities. In the late 60s, the Pentagon compiled personal information on more than 100,000 politically active Americans in an effort to quell civil rights and anti-Vietnam War demonstrations and to discredit protesters. The Army used 1,500 plainclothes agents to watch demonstrations, infiltrate organizations, and spread disinformation. According to one report, the Army had at least one observer at every demonstration of more than 20 people. The Army's activities were summed up by Senator Sam Ervin. Allegedly for the purpose of predicting and preventing civil disturbances which might develop beyond the control of state and local officials, Army agents were sent throughout the country to keep surveillance over the way the civilian population expressed their sentiments about government policies. In churches, on campuses, in classrooms, and public meetings, they took notes, tape recorded, and photographed people who dissented in thought, word, or deed. This included clergymen, editors, public officials, and anyone who sympathized with the dissenters. It takes us to the digital commons, which is, let me see.
Yeah, that's a very interesting article. I recommend everyone read that on their own, unless you want to get into it. It's a lengthy article, but it's worth the read. If I may,
Yes.
for me, this is a counter to the CIA because we know the CIA infiltrated all these departments, schools, churches, hospitals. The CIA was everywhere. So the military intelligence, in my opinion, felt they had to counter, just to keep in step or a step above or ahead of the CIA. And that's why I believe they're telling us, this is a clandestine operation as
Yeah.
opposed to a covert operation. And they are the clandestiners, or however you want to call it. I'm not sure if I phrased that properly, but in this military operation, they're the ones performing the clandestine operation, and the CIA is doing the covert operation. I mean, it's right in the drops. The drops are both. It started as a clandestine operation, which was infiltrated by the bad actors,
Yeah.
who are more than likely CIA operatives themselves and or shills paid by the CIA. So I'm speaking freely right now because I believe that's what they want us to do. I believe we're far enough along where we can paint this picture and talk about it freely. That's come up a lot frequently where we're far enough along we can paint the picture on our own. That I don't remember what drop it is, but that's been coming up a lot lately.
That the paint the picture.
Right. Right.
Yeah. We were also, I went there the other day on the Keystone when I was looking up the Keystone, and there, I found a couple to paint the pictures. So then there's laughing, ha 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 ha, four ha's. Trump has had military intelligence infiltrate Antifa and all the dissenting local governments, always 5 steps ahead. Please be true. Well done, picture being painted. So this was an anon, and then this is Q responding, which was not Q at the time. It was just anonymous posting on 4chan. And then if you click on that, this article about the military intelligence, very concise history. We've done this on a show gone down that pretty much verbatim, or line by line, I should say. And then, of course, you get that kind of clandestine character. And that was 28. That was the 12:28, right? That's the
Right.
AM. And he waited for that too, right?
Right. Right. Yeah, he did a few, after midnight, 20 to 30 minutes after midnight, and then he started dropping after 9 o'clock this morning. I believe he started with a 911 drop. After,
909 was the first one.
and that's a mirror. So he's dropping mirror drops, with the time and with the time stamps. They're
And
mirrored.
significant with the 911 as well.
Mhm.
Here's the 909. He did one at 822. And that
And
was
look
RT
that-
log run 15. A lot of these, just, it's almost like it's code for something that I don't understand. So I don't even go there.
Are you looking on X or Truth?
These were his X timestamps.
Okay, I didn't look at any of his X's today. I was looking at Truth pretty much.
And I think, let's see if he had a 911 on X too.
Did he?
Yep.
Because he had one on Truth.
Really?
So when I see that, when I see him post on both at the same time, I always look mirror. You know, or if he posts a mirror timestamp, usually he posts a video along with it, and I look at the length of the video. If neither of that happens, and you look at the body, if it's all caps, some caps, what have you, But I just found it strange when he started dropping right after midnight.
Mm-hmm.
Like he's trying to tell us, focus on these timestamps here.
Yeah. Yeah. What was the biggest one that spoke to you? Do you want to go to the 911?
Well, like I said, for me, that would be a mirror.
Because he put them both up.
Right. But even before that, I didn't know that he had posted on X the same time. Right. He did a 906 with the 4 frames, and he's got the light glaring on you in the background, which I thought was weird. But then he did the 911, and then you see the light is more profound. It's almost like a light glaring off of a mirror. It's just, I don't know. For me, I look at things like that. You know, wait, did he drop 2 at 906? He did.
Yeah, he dropped both. No, X I think was 909.
No. On Truth. On Truth, it looks like he did 2
I
at
haven't looked
906.
for Truth yet. Let me see. I don't know why this is. There it is. Okay. Dan dark mode. Let me find those. Yeah, 906. This one, and then 906. This one. Yeah,
He
back to
did
back.
2, right?
Yeah.
What? I wonder what the actual time was. Like 2 to 7.
I know. I know. Yeah, it's interesting.
Let me see.
If when something like that, which is intentional, so 906, so you go to mirror, yeah.
Yeah, that's what I usually do. Yeah.
So let me go to 609.
No. I'm sorry. When you see, wait, yes, you're right. You're right, because he dropped 2 at 906.
And 609 is
30 seconds apart.
hold on, I got one wrong here.
They were 30 seconds apart. And he did drop a 12:30 a.m. also.
609. This was, why did Hussein travel ahead of POTUS? Trump would not be in office for long, suggesting he could be out in a year. reread crumbs, future unlocks the past. This is what he was telling all these people.
And this has been coming up a lot.
Yeah, you and I were just talking about this earlier this week.
Yeah, this has been coming up a lot. He's trying to paint the picture for everyone to let them know.
Going back to treason.
Right.
Okay. Right.
Right.
Kerry reportedly coaches Palestinians not to yield to Trump in peace talks, spurring backlash. This is when Kerry and Obama were both out ahead or right behind Trump. And they thought that they had Trump dead to rights. They thought they were going to be able to get rid of him. And boy, were they wrong. Because they had the full force of all 17 intelligence agencies. So why would if the four of us were sitting around, we had the intelligence agencies, we had the media, we had this the FISA, if we had all this information, we'd be pretty and support. We'd be pretty damn confident of our ability to unseat a sitting president, wouldn't we?
Right.
Yep.
And so what would we do? What would we do? We would go around to our allies and we would say, listen, don't make any decisions yet. Just hold off. Give us a year,
Right.
and we'll have them out of there. And well, how are you going to get them out of there? Dude, we got CIA, we got boom. We've got all the media. Go ahead, Hawk.
Start with Pelosi's wrap-up smear. It's she said it. She explained exactly how they do it.
That's right.
They go out, they tell the lie to the news, and then the news reports it, substantiating what the politician said, and it makes the full circle. And because the news said it and the news corroborated what the politician said, that's the beginning of everything. That's the beginning of every end of every politician that ever was ended.
Why would she come out and say that? Did they force her to say that? Was that part of the deal? Why did you come out and say that?
Honestly, I think it had to be. She
implicated herself.
Yeah, it's well, that was the same that statement that she made was the same week that she was confronted about owning stock in the Visa MasterCard thing.
Right.
And that bill passed, and all of a sudden she made a killing. She made like $59 million off of that deal.
Yeah, I remember that.
That was all in the same week.
So do you think they confiscated that and told her, look, this is what you're gonna do now? And kept it around?
It's too stupid for the actual deep state to script it.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just like, right? I mean, literally, we got to think about. Go ahead, Hawk.
You think about this, okay? The statements came out about Trump, and the Ukraine phone call came out, and what came out 7 days later? The video clip of Joe sitting there at the IMF, okay, bragging about how he was getting the prosecutor fired and that he was holding that $1 billion hostage, and basically you weren't going to get $1 billion. The same week.
Council on Foreign Relations.
Yep.
He was at the Council on Foreign Relations. In that same week, go ahead.
You can't say it wasn't planned. You can't say it wasn't planned. It's the exact same week. And then Vindman's on TV the very next day after that Joe Biden video went, and Vindman's telling his side of the story. And Adam Schiff is like, oh, ready to do his thing.
Man, that was just 1-2 punch after 1-2 punch after 1, 2, 3, 4 punch Trump was just ducking and moving, man. He knew, you know, if you're used to fighting in your life, you know when a punch is coming,
Right.
right? You see the
they don't, but
twitch.
they don't see it coming. They keep playing.
No, they
into it.
don't, but he did,
No. Yes.
right? Every punch that was thrown, the you know, his team, the Q team, absolutely 100% knew what was coming. So much so, gentlemen, that men and women who never even thought about time travel or being able to look into the future started thinking that that was a thing, that could be a thing.
Right.
Because how does Q know these things ahead of time?
Yeah, I've been saying that all along. I'm with you on that. Has to
Right?
be.
I mean,
Has to be.
yeah,
Either that or the quantum computing that comes with the looking glass. I
yeah.
think Trump has his own looking glass. I think the original looking glass is still controlled by the deep state, but I believe he through his uncle, which he mentioned at the rally, it was very interesting how he talked about his uncle.
What do you
Um,
say?
well, he talked about how his uncle was a very brilliant engineer from MIT.
That's right. Yeah, yeah.
He was the longest tenured professor
Right,
for MIT ever.
right, and how he brought him with him to, to look at some of his projects. I look since the minute I found out about John Trump and Tesla, for me
Mhm.
that was it. That was it. It all came together for me right there.
Yeah.
You talk about the
That to
books.
me too. Me too.
No, I mean you can't deny it. It has to be. You like, just now while we're talking, I'm going over the posts. He did another double post at 8:57.
Hey, before we jump to that, I got to show you guys something. Okay. Trump just mentioned MIT, right, in the at the rally, and John Trump, his uncle, right? So I gotta find. Sorry, guys, I lost the studio here. Hold on a second.
It's okay. We're still here.
Yeah, but I can't find you. Yeah.
The only thing that came to mind as soon as he mentioned John Trump and nuclear in
Right,
the same phrase,
right.
first thing that came to my
That's
mind
right.
was Tesla.
That's right. And the way he described it, he literally put his hand down to the side and he said, and you could fit it in a small bag. And he gave a little, gesture like he was carrying the football. It blew my mind. I mean, I'm sitting there with a smile on my face, recording him and trying to, take it all in at the same time. But when he said that, I'm like, boom, John Trump, boom. Like, and all these things just started connecting
So,
dots.
guess who made its classes available online for free today?
Who's that?
MIT.
MIT.
Are you serious?
Yes,
For free?
for free.
Holy shit. Are you kidding me?
Nope.
Wow. That's weird.
What is that? The following 10 classes are must takes in 2024. What's this? What's the list on those, Dave?
Wow.
One, introduction to computer science and programming using Python. Model selection, ML projection management, issue resolution, apps for the real world. Dude, this is like stuff that you could do now. I mean, this isn't like you
it's like
learn
they
basic
want
programming. What's
it's like
that?
they want as many people as possible to learn this in a short period of time
Yes.
because they're going to use this technology now.
Yes. Yes.
This
Folks,
is awesome.
right?
This is awesome.
Using data to understand the world. capabilities in data analysis, a few basic algorithms, a computational notion, data structures, and additional, information. Number 3, create statistics fundamentals, create estimators using the maximum likelihood and technique of moments, analyze data, concepts related to probability, practical applications. Folks, the reason why this is so important right now is because of AI. AI is moving at such a pace that we need to understand what's happening.
But isn't Python something that was being used on the chance? That kind of coding and algorithms.
You know what? That when people start talking binary and coding with me, I go blank.
Same with me, same here. But listen, don't feel bad. Same here. But I do believe that this was being used on the chance. If I'm not mistaken, I got to check with somebody.
Could be, yeah. Let's
Yeah.
check that. But yeah, I'm a creative. I'm not. This stuff is crazy. So number 4, machine learning with Python, from linear models to deep learning, easy to use for beginners. Teach Python. So you're going to be able to teach something after taking this class, for crying out loud, folks.
Wow.
Something that's of value. Address issues, practical exercises. Number 5, probability, the science of uncertainty and data. Concepts related to probability, statistical techniques, data analysis, practical applications. Folks, they're giving this.
I want to share that, Dave. I want to share that. Where'd you get that? Send it to
Let me. I'm gonna post it now. I wanted to read through it before I posted it. And I'll just add a little note here.
Somebody
Hawk,
just posted it. Somebody's posting you live right now. Edward Quinn.
Yeah, Edward, how you doing, man? Thanks, brother.
He's showing it right now.
Very cool.
He posted it. Yeah. Awesome. I got to give him a follow back.
Yeah, he's a good dude, man. Long time OG Snedhead.
Yeah, no, the name's very familiar. I remember the name from back in the day.
Trump mentioned John.
Remember, this is my 4th account on Twitter.
Oh, that's right.
So a lot of people I forget, but the name, definitely, I remember him 100%.
So this
what MIT did today. Coincidence. Look at these classes.
And while you do that, I just want to say, when stuff like this happens, it just makes me believe more that John Kennedy is right around the corner.
Interesting. Well, I prefer him to Tom Cotton, but
it's funny. There were a bunch of posts yesterday morning stating this would be the perfect time to bring out JFK.
Guys, that would change the game.
Oh, absolutely. In New York, in the Bronx, of all places.
Yeah, but listen, hold up. He's going to be in New York for a little longer. I agree, but I'd much rather see it the week of the 4th. July 4th, just drop the fucking bomb right there.
Yeah.
So,
guys, computational thinking and simulation and modeling. This you don't know you don't have to go to college. You don't have to get in debt. You could go to one of the premier universities founded in 1861 of science and arts, and you can learn how to do things that bring value to society, and you can make a living with 0 university debt. This is a fucking game changer.
Hell yeah.
This isn't
100%.
Phoenix University out in the middle of the fucking Arizona desert. Okay, who grabs a phys ed coach to teach the psychology class. Okay, this is MI fucking T.
Hey, I wonder what role John Trump played or plays in MIT. Like how much respect they give to that man.
Hmm.
You know, there've been many alumni from that school, but he's got to be like a top 10, easy.
Yeah, right. It's that's a good question. That's a really good question. Let's ask Phil Godlewski. Didn't he get a master's at MIT? Anybody got his number? Let's call. Hey, Phildo, you got listen, could you tell us?
Oh man. Fuck
So
yeah.
yeah, that was right after Mensa. So and Mens at Manos, okay, Mens at Manos means mind and hand. And look, the guy on the right is reading a book, right? And very studious, a nice long duster. And the one on the left is a blacksmith.
Mm.
Science and arts, right? Yeah.
Somebody over on the Rumble just said to go along with 6,000 patents that POTUS is going to release.
Mm.
If
Yeah,
the
I can't wait
elites
for
hidden from us, we're going to have people who can put them together.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know,
Mensa Manos, mind and hand. Say again.
John Trump was developing the radiation therapy. You know, I think he
Well,
actually created, that was one of his creations, along with the generator that Lockheed Martin still uses till today. It's like one of the largest generators in the world
yeah.
that John Trump created.
You're right. You're right. And by the way, Tesla actually invented the X-ray machine, and he also so that's John had all access to all that to then go and create those things.
Right.
So let's this, I'm so glad you brought that up in the way you did.
Oh,
So
you got the Wikipedia up. Okay.
Yeah, so let's go down this path here for a second. So you were just talking about his radiation. Trump was noted for developing rotational radiation therapy. We know for a fact that Tesla invented the X-ray machine. As a matter of fact, I don't know if that was one that he got posthumously. If I don't know, Hawk, if you got access to look that up.
Which one?
Tesla and the X-ray machine, because I think somebody else was credited, like Marconi was credited with the radio, and Tesla didn't get that patent until 20 years after he was dead, and they awarded the patent to Tesla because Marconi used all of Tesla's inventions to create the radio, which Tesla had done as well.
Yep, Tesla Universe has got it on there. Nikola Tesla and the discovery of X-rays.
Okay. So John Trump goes in there. Did it say what year? But I'm sure Trump went in there, developed this later.
Says every radiologist is aware of Nikola Tesla's research in the field of electromagnetism, the International System Unit of Magnetic Flux Density, and Teslacon Magnetic Resonance Imager. Technicare was one of the names, Solon and Ohio. And Telescan manganese contrast agent. GE Healthcare picked it up. out of Waukesha, Wisconsin, were all named after him. Without his other inventions like the alternating current supply, Tesla knot generator, and fluorescent lights in view boxes, it is impossible to even imagine a workday in contemporary radiology department. But if the discovery of X-rays is mentioned, only a few radiologists associate it with Tesla's actual name. That's kind of messed up. But this
It's
was
the arrogance too. The arrogance that exists in science.
Yeah,
is
but
unprecedented.
All the way back to 1884 when he migrated. It was immediately after he migrated that he found that.
It was very early. I think it was one of his first inventions.
Yeah, his first patent was 1894 on it.
Okay. So, all right. So let's think about this, right? Well, we've got we know for a fact that the FBI Department of Alien Property, very odd, terminology, but think about it, alien technology.
Because it was alien to them.
Yeah, it was alien to them. Right. And, maybe some of it was alien as well, like alien, right?
Well, so, honestly, for me, an alien could be someone that uses more than 10% of their brain. If you started speaking to
don't be calling me names, dude.
Exactly.
Okay, just don't be calling me names.
This is what I'm saying. Have you
that
ever
was the
held a
11% right there that came up with that joke, by the way.
I'm sure you've held conversations with people who just blew your mind, and you question as to how can they retain all this information and recite it in such a way, like if they're reading a book. To me, that's alien.
Well, dude, those are the autists.
Right.
Those are the
that was Tesla.
First and knowledge. Absolutely. Absolutely. So we know that John Trump was asked by the FBI to go into Tesla's factory, or not his factory, I'm sorry, his laboratory, which, by the way, was a second laboratory because they just, can you mute, Hawk? Because they did they burned down his first one, and all the inventions and the stuff they had worked on, they demolished that. And so this was the second one. They asked John Trump, Donald Trump's uncle, to go in and look at his material and see if he comes away with anything. Well, guess what? He came away with radiation therapy based on what Tesla had already done. Now, that could have been in the public domain as well, but my guess is because nobody else created it, coming out of the radiation therapy, maybe it was the guy that got a look at the notes of the guy who created radiation X-ray. And so we know that there might be that connection, right? So let's take this to the next step. When Tesla was underneath this arc from his tower, he said that he could see the past, present, and future in the same moment.
That's right.
Okay. He figured out how to see into the future, see into the past, and see into the present all at the same time. Do you think he did that once and then stopped?
And the crazy thing is, Dave, he let them know that he had created this machine.
Yeah.
And they doubted him at first.
Yeah.
When he passed, they wanted that machine. That was one of the main reasons why they tasked John Trump with going through his files. They wanted that machine and the gamma ray.
And the death ray.
Right.
Yeah. So we've got, here's what I'm getting at. We've got evidence that John Trump benefited from Tesla's research in radiation. And we kind of got evidence based on that and based on what we're witnessing today in this day and age, in this world, that Uncle John probably figured out the whole seeing into the future thing.
Everything. Yeah.
Everything.
Everything. And now Donald Trump has it all.
And
That's
by
been
the
my
way,
theory for years, bro. For
yeah,
years,
same, bro. You and I are tracking. So,
Yep.
so also, by the way, that John Trump. Oh, we've got the Ingersoll Lockwood stuff, dude.
That's right.
Okay, and that is like really that's unbelievable. That and most of you already know that. I can't. I've got to do it differently because I go to the website all the time, and we might have an opportunity to do the website with you a little bit tonight as well. There are direct comms. Guys, back me up on this.
100%.
That I have decoded off Ingersoll Lockwood, and others have decoded off Ingersoll Lockwood that gave us gold, like prediction. Okay. I decoded that the firmament was going to break with the help of some TikTokers, and that Musk was going to be shooting the rocket with 33 engines, 33 rockets on it. On the day that Ingersoll Lockwood was telling us that the firmament was going to be pierced by using an hourglass. And to the day, but then Musk suspended the launch for 2 days, and then they did it, and I proved it that they pierced it on video, and it sealed back up.
So that same week, when they launched the what does he call that? The rocket? I forget what he calls it, but anyway, there was a movie that was set to release from Marvel. I think it was called The Marvels. I think that was the title of the movie.
Okay.
It didn't do well at all. But I saw it, and there was so many comms in that movie. And one of the comms, actually, I think the main part of this movie was to show us how we do in fact have a firmament. And not only do we have a firmament, but there are windows in this firmament, as mentioned in the Bible. There's a shot, there's a clip, and I think I mentioned this to you once before, but there's a clip in the trailer that literally shows the firmament opening up, and it shows the different hexagon-shaped windows in there. And in
Are
the
you thinking of
movie,
the Hunger Games?
No,
no,
that's Guardians of the Galaxy. I think is what he's talking about.
no, the Marvels.
Okay.
The Marvels. It's the last Marvel movie that just came out. It was the same week that Elon launched his rocket. Elon delayed his rocket launch, and then this movie came out. It was supposed to. I don't think it was supposed to come out that week, to be honest. But it came out. It came out on a Wednesday, and I went to see it, and I freaked out when I saw these scenes. They were traveling. They were going through different realms. They would shift. They were going into each other's bodies and becoming that person. It was wild, you know. And then Elon did the launch, and he scraped the firmament, and then he blew through it.
Yeah.
You know, and it was wild because if you see this movie, they literally do this in this movie. Yes, that movie. Yes, in that movie, in the clip, they show you where they're going through the firmament. They describe it as I forget how they describe. I'm sorry.
The dome.
No. They don't mention dome or anything. You got to
You
see
know,
it.
some of the old Bibles mention the word dome.
Ow.
Well, they
They
definitely
use
mentioned
that
windows.
language.
They definitely mentioned windows. He opened the windows of heavens and all the water came down. Remember?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Um, and here's the thing. The lack of, okay, so let's think about the thing. Jody, how you doing? Good to see you. Vanlo, good to see you all. Teresa, good to have you in the house. Edward, Gypsy,
Drink some more.
Lynn, good to see you.
All right.
So what, when you see this,
Hey, close the door.
the the absolute ancient writings of what was happening.
He never complains of a headache.
It Hey, Slow, could you mute yourself?
Oh, sorry, man.
Sorry. So the this they all wrote about the firmament. They all wrote about the dome. They wrote about, oh, here's what I was going to say. I got distracted, but the understand there's no more water on the earth or less water on the earth. It's like, oh, we're suffering a drought. Well, that's because it's in the fucking ocean. Okay. It's going to come back around. It's going to come back around. Whenever there have been, tidal waves or shifts in this earth, it's been like, ground going into the ocean and ocean ground coming up into the mountains. That's why you find shells in the mountains, and you find layers of unbelievable content in those layers. I mean, this is all this whole shift of this underneath this dome, and it's like this system. It's like this time system. And when you think about it, everything is artificial in the sense that it was created by some being. And how was it created? Well, we don't know, but they were able to create a life that creates itself and duplicates itself. And so the only way that there's going to be a flood is either mountains dive into the ocean without the ocean floor coming up through the mountains, or there's windows that open up the firmament and allow water in. And you know what? If there's a window above, as above, so below, there's a window below that they can let it out. They're not going to fill up this snow globe without having an exit strategy, right?
Yeah, I agree 100%. It's written. Those are the kind of things you can't negate. And as you mentioned, you see all the evidence with the fossils, the seashells and everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't want to shift the subject, because we were kind of on it before, and I was skimming through it as we were talking. The drops today are so significant.
Yeah.
There
Let's
were
get back
there
to
were
that.
dude, there were a couple that were at the same time, just seconds apart. And when he does
So,
that, they want us to pay attention. There was a 43-second difference. There was just a 21-second difference I was looking at.
okay. You know what? Give me, I've got 906 pulled up, which we did a 609 anyway. Give me all the numbers. And then when we get to them, you can explain to me how you came to them. Okay. Does that work for you?
Yeah, just give me a second. I got to make myself a drink for this one.
Oh, yeah. Good call. Good
give
call.
me 20 seconds. Give me a minute. Give me a minute.
All right. Take your time. Take your time. Slow, you've been quiet. Hawk, you've been quiet. You guys want to chime in here?
Oh no, I've just been listening, man. Good stuff. I don't want to interrupt a good train of thought.
Yeah, I mean, I love it too. We got some. I mean, that MIT thing. I wasn't even thinking about that today. When I read that, I wasn't thinking about how he was talking about Uncle John the night before. I think that's pretty damn badass right there.
Wait, that dropped today?
Yes.
Come on, bro. There's no such thing as coincidences.
Hell no.
You
Hell
got to
no.
play that back. For me, I'm getting old, and I hit my head when I fell 3 stories. So for me, it's hard to remember stuff. But I like to go back and hear it again. I haven't heard the rally in full since I was there. But I'd
Mm-hmm.
love to go back just to hear that portion because it was so significant, man. He described it in a
Especially
way,
now.
right? Especially
Especially
now
now.
with that. That's just mind blowing.
Oh,
That's
so
mind blowing.
on that note, post number 1155, I'm ignoring the first
Hold
two
on, hold
lines.
on, hold on. Why are we there?
906 timestamp.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, bud.
I'm ignoring the first 2 lines of it because it talks about the Supreme Court. But POTUS validating drops via Twitter per planned timing. Future proofs past, comms understood.
Question mark. Yeah. Future proves past, dude. What we were just talking about the freaking time machine. For crying out loud, This is that's beautiful, Slow. Good find, man. Yeah, keep doing that. Stay a few try to be Trump and stay 5 steps ahead of me, would you? So I
Yeah.
can that's good stuff, man. Um, holy cow. We were just talking about, Ingersoll Lockwood, the Baron Trump collection, Tesla. Oh my gosh, folks, this is John Trump. Yeah, and Fred and joined their mother in real estate development. One went with the mind, the other went with the hand.
But
One built
I had this
buildings.
theory. I had this theory for many years about um, UFOs, or rather, sightings in the sky.
Uh
Right?
huh.
Because I'm a stargazer. I've always been, and I've seen stars move many times. I've seen shoot what we all refer to as shooting stars, but I've also seen stars move at a very fast pace where it wasn't a plane. It couldn't have been anything else. It's a star, and then all of a sudden it starts moving. Right? I've seen that many times. So I always question, what could that be? And I came to the conclusion that we are visiting ourselves from the future. And just recently, um, I can't recall where it came from, but it was military, where they admitted that they have the technology to travel back in time. And when you look at everything we're discussing right now, um, and Ingersoll Lockwood in general, they had posted a link that simply said 11/22/63. 11/22/63. They left out the 19 for the year. 11/22/63 was the title of a show with James Franco that was all about traveling back to save Kennedy. When they make shows like this with significant characters or actors,
Mm-hmm.
James Franco, that they're telling you what they already have. There's no doubt in my mind that the time traveling machine, not only is it's capable, they have it. They may not have the version that Trump has, like the what do they call the DEWs, right? The direct energy weapons.
Yeah.
I believe other countries have it, but I don't think they have the one that Trump has. I think there's several versions of everything, just like the Looking
Well,
Glass and quantum
well,
computers.
you know, we went down this path a long time ago. It was basically that it was either the yellow cube, which is like a way, almost like an AI being able to track what we're doing now into the future, like tracks all the factors and all the factors of past history and look into the future. And also the looking glass, where you're either looking or traveling into the future. So, but what we felt with those things was, when you look into them, there was a speculation that if your intentions are bad, that you don't have the clarity of vision that you do if your intentions are good.
Right.
That's what I remember reading years ago. And I kind of I believed it, because I felt like, well, if there's this technology, there's got to be there's got to be a back door here. Okay,
Well,
there's got to be
have you ever tripped on acid?
no, actually,
Okay.
ayahuasca, yes,
Okay,
but
so
DMT.
depending on the mood you're in,
Which kind of acid?
listen, I'm not gonna get too deep into this. Was years ago, but I could tell you, depending on the mood you're in prior to taking the drug, the same thing with mescalines, right? That will determine your head or your high or your thoughts. Because I've been in the deepest thoughts of my mind under that influence. I kid you not. You know, so
Sure.
what you just said to me, that struck a chord, because it makes sense. You know, you're not going to get good feedback if your intentions are evil.
Right. And by the way, I got into last night, my just the neurolinguistic programming that is being used against us. It was what Freud opened up, what is his nephew Edward Bernays seized upon for public relations and advertising, and also bringing it to Washington for manipulation and CIA manipulation. He was the one that came up with conspiracy theorists. So he's got a long sordid history as Freud's nephew. But what I wanted to say was that they took Freud's information, and the Nazis created this mind control techniques that came over in Operation Paperclip, that was picked up upon by the Defense Department in an MK Ultra program that is now declassified, where they used acid, they used LSD. That's why they all the campuses in America, all the kids were doing LSD, because they were getting candidates from these colleges based on their aptitude tests. They could tell if they were physically or sexually or emotionally abused as children, based on their all those nationwide tests that we took back in the day. They could tell, certainly get you in a certain category. And the reason why they needed that was because in MK Ultra programming, you have to have the subject with the ability to create compartments in their mind, because and so you have these abuse victims who hear their father walking up the stairs drunk at the end of a night out at the bar, and they know what's coming, God forbid, and they boom, click, go to a place where that's all going to take place, where they can then shut the door and then wake up, go to school, do their homework, have friends, go to play sports, whatever. And so they found that abused children would have to do that. And so that's what that system is, what they used to plant a directive into that room, close that door, and have keywords that open that door and release that information. But only the people doing the programming have those keywords, so that couldn't backfire against them. And so this was the MK Ultra mind control program, and it was they created sex slaves, information slaves, and assassins. And I've told the story. I've walked the beach. Who he came to my house from Arizona, Walter Boart, who used to be the editor for the East Village Voice in New York. Oliver.
They used to drop some really good shit back in the days, man.
That's him, dude.
And they were dropping
that was in the
truth bomb
70s.
after truth bomb, and it was
Yep.
Yeah.
In the 70s. So Walter was sometimes goes by Howard Boart, Bowart. He was a hypnotherapist. And a friend came to him and he said, "Hey, Walter, let's call her Mary, goes on these business trips, his wife, and she can't remember whole periods of time of those trips. Do you think your hypnosis would be able to help?" And he says, "Yeah, well, let's give it a try." So he gets Mary under hypnosis, and he starts asking questions about her trips. And they're very elaborate stories of where she goes to a locker, gets a gun, puts it together, climbs to this building, puts it together, and assassinates this person. Now, this is back in the 70s. So Walter, and he's telling me this all firsthand, because he wanted me to direct his script called Bobby's Rights, which was a story about a Navy SEAL who had 4 personalities and had murdered some people and was on death row. And Walter is a true story. And Walter was the only one that had access to him, because you're allowed to have a psychologist unless, it's a major thing, and then you can't choose your own. But this guy chose Walter because it was just some guy in Arizona, right? So, but anyway, he's telling me that, so he takes her through this hypnosis. Then he goes to the library and he looks up the microfiche of the places where she traveled, and starts reading about these assassinations. They haven't found who did it. They haven't found who did it. And it's this woman that he just deprogrammed. So he started seeking out these people, and he wrote a book about it. And the book is called Operation Mind Control, which he gave me a copy of. I don't know where the hell it is. This is Walter here. Very, very attacked human being. He was attacked when he was doing the East Village Other in New York City in the 60s. He was the editor of that, and founded it. He basically, he was just attacked. He was connected with Timothy Leary. You guys ought to look into him. So he, during this period, this is 73, and he wrote Operation Mind Control, published by Dell in 1978, with a foreword by the Manchurian Candidate author Richard Condon, which is badass. It was a 317-page investigative report into government mind control through the use of drugs such as LSD, behavior modification, hypnosis, and other psychoweapons. So it goes on to tell that, the story about Walter, but just a sweetheart of a man who really did want to change the world for the better. And he was the first and to ever deprogram MK Ultra operatives, and he did many of them.
Interesting.
And so, and the only reason I didn't do that movie, and it was probably a dumb move, but I couldn't make his character sympathetic because I knew his character murdered a lot of people. In the story, he only murders 2. But I said to him, I said, hey, this guy murdered a lot more than 2, didn't he? And he just looks at me a minute and he says, 12. And he was the only guy that knew it because he was with him on death row.
Wow.
I got to remember that guy's name. I wonder if it's in this bio. I got to check it out. But Walter unfortunately died in 2007. I met him in 2000. I met him. So the reason I bring this up is because in this MK Ultra, what came out of the MK Ultra.
Dave, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dave. Hawk says he's got to cut out. He's got some stuff he's got to take care of.
Okay, can you come back, or are you out for the night, bud?
Yeah, well, I got to go cook dinner, and I got to do that outside, and I got to get these dogs and puppies all bedded down. So if you guys are still going when I get done, after I get done eating, I may jump up here. I've had a long day today, so I've been going since 6 this morning. So
yeah. Well, anything you want to add before you go?
No, I'm gonna stay tuned in on the Rumble side, and keep a watch on the chat over there, and pop back and forth between there and the YouTube chat. But hey. I'll be tuned in. I just won't be tuned in that way.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, brother. It was good to see you. Thanks for opening up the channel.
Yeah, not a problem. Not a problem. All right. Have fun.
Thanks.
You later.
See you in a little bit, Hawk.
So this what came out of this MK Ultra program is something that many of us know as neurolinguistic programming. It's the stuff that Tony Robbins does. It's the stuff that hypnotists use. It's the stuff that guys teaching guys how to get laid online use. As a matter of fact, Ross Jeffries, I knew Ross Jeffries. He lived in Marina Del Rey. I lived in Playa del Rey. We knew some of the same people, and Ross Jeffries taught how to get laid for a couple decades online.
Isn't that what Elon wants to do?
What's that?
The neurolinguistic programming, like the chip in your brain.
Oh, so well that is the neuro. It's an implant.
Okay.
It's an implant.
I got it. But it's neurolinguistic.
It's a neuro implant. So it's not linguistic. It's the electrical signals that fires the part of the brain.
The neuro version of the linguistic.
Yes, exactly.
I think it's kind of the same thing, but one is just much more technologically advanced than
exactly. Well, one is directing your brain through electric signals, and what I'm talking about is directing your brain through verbiage.
Right.
Okay. This is Ross Jeffries. Basically, this is what it's kind of like, and I study neurolinguistic programming, and it was more about, and I've done a class actually with him where he was in the same class as I was, but there's a dark side and a light side.
Right.
The light side is these are not the drones you're looking for. The dark side is, you will murder that person. You will have sex with me and you will not benefit from it. It's all about me and all that.
It's crazy.
And so there's a darkness to everything, the yin and the yang, right? And so this is no different. So this all goes back to what we were talking about the yellow cube or the Project Looking Glass, that if your intentions are not noble, then you're not going to have the power that you would if you have noble intention.
You're gonna fail. Like CERN. Every time they try it, it fails because they're just trying to
Yeah.
channel
They want to open up the portal to hell.
And
Right.
Awaken Trillium said Neuralink. So I was confused. I know
Yeah.
what it was. I was just confused. It was
Yeah.
Neuralink. Hey, Dave, not to change the subject, but this is
That's,
blowing my mind. All these posts
yeah, we got to go to that.
from
Okay.
last night to
Listen, I'm going
today.
to mute myself. All right.
Well, I need you to go on the X side
Okay.
because I'm on Truth. I haven't looked at
Uh,
anything on X.
okay. I have all the X numbers.
Okay, but on Truth alone,
Yeah.
going back to last night, and mind you, I was there and I watched Scavino and
Yeah,
what
you got a picture of him actually.
I watched him specifically to find out the timestamps of his posts. Now, what you're seeing him repost is not him. So, okay, let me rephrase that. Some of the posts that he's reposting are not him filming. So there was another guy who actually resembles him. I
Yeah.
wonder if it's his brother. This guy did most of the filming, carried several cameras on him, really high powered lenses. He did most of the filming. And I know for a fact, looking at these posts that Scavino posted, that they were from his camera and not Scavino's. Okay. So with that said, I'm
Okay.
looking at the 2141 timestamp. He dropped 3 at that timestamp. One was within 2 seconds of each other, and the other was another 2 seconds apart from the last. So
Really?
3 drops
Wow.
within, yes, that's impossible unless you have multiple devices.
Which we
So
were just talking about.
yes, but look at drop 2141, right? Anons catch it all. 2 devices used, 1
Oh, get
carrier.
the hell out of here, dude.
Yeah, bro, they're telling us. They're telling us the
Holy
brain is
cow.
fucked. And right in your face, he's telling us. Right.
Look at
So
this.
this was last night. This was last night. Now going to
2
today,
devices used,
and they
1
were
carrier.
all, bro, and all these drops were 2 seconds apart. Okay.
Wow.
So that could just be, normal. I don't think you can time that. You can time the exact same time, but for them to be 2 seconds apart 3 different times,
Wow.
that I don't know if that's possible unless there's 3 devices used. And they literally count, 1, 2, boom, 1, 2, boom, 1, 2, boom. It's possible, but it's just odd.
That's pretty amazing.
Right. So the next one,
By the way, September 10th, we were just there the other night because September 10th is the debate with Biden.
if it's gonna happen.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know about that. I
Yeah.
really don't. But the last 2141 timestamp of yesterday is a 5x5. 214155.
Yeah. 555 right here.
Yep. Then he has a 2359 and 44-second drop, which is the black and white that he did again
Where am
today.
I? Okay.
So
What
at
number am I going to now?
23:59. I'm just saying, he posted at 23:59 and 44 seconds, which is 16 seconds before midnight. And it's a black and white shot of an earlier drop in regular color. And that drop was at 2025. This is deep. Like I really have to get into all this, but we're just doing this live now, for the sake that we're live. But when he does that, there's a lot of meaning to it. It's the same exact post, only black and white.
Hey, Slow, would you do me a favor and keep an eye on Scavino's Truth and X post?
Yeah, man.
This dude,
Pull it up
he's
now.
notorious for
Posting
posting.
while we're decoding. Yeah.
Yep.
In regards to what Oliver was just saying, there's another one that goes along with the 23, well, not 23:59, the one before that, the very last line, moving fast.
2141.
No, 11:57. The very last line, moving fast. Has POTUS made a statement found not to be true? Nothing stated should be discounted. Moving fast.
Yeah, and they've been saying that to us for a while. If you
Yeah.
notice the drop that says Godspeed Patriots, that one's been coming up a lot. And
Yeah.
that always struck me because why would you misspell Godspeed? They want us to know that they're moving at a quick pace right
Could
now.
be. Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know?
Here it is, 1157. Focus should also be on Supreme Court promise, only dropped here. POTUS validating drops via Twitter per plan timing, which is where you just had us at that. Future proofs past, comms understood, question mark. Interesting how you don't bother with a question mark at the end of the Supreme Court question. It was a statement. Focus should also be on Supreme Court promise. Which would, by the way, folks, that is referring to the tarmac with Loretta Lynch and Bill Clinton. She was promised a Supreme Court seat
Right.
for stopping the investigation into Hillary's emails, which would have taken down Barack Obama as well, which we just covered the other night. Right, Oliver? We were just there
Yep.
the night on that. Has POTUS made a statement found not to be true? Nothing stated should be discounted. Moving fast. Good catch.
You can't discount anything.
No.
Everything has meaning.
Yeah.
Everything. You know.
Yeah. Fast catch. Slow.
So I'm looking at Truth again. I'm only on Truth.
That's
And
all right.
He started this morning at 22:09. Then he posted at 24:46.
Hold
Then
on.
he posted at
2209.
22:09,
24:06.
24:46. I'm giving you the minute marker and the second marker. Doesn't mean it's that drop. I'm just telling you the time right now.
Yep.
27:33. I usually don't count the seconds. So if he's posting right after midnight, it's drop 22, drop 24, drop 27, drop 28, which I mentioned earlier with the clandestine character.
Wait
Drop
a minute.
30.
Wait a minute. After midnight, you're saying 24. When you go to 27:33, how are you getting to 27:33?
Well, I'm just looking at the actual time that he dropped it. It was 27 minutes after midnight, 27 minutes and 33 seconds after midnight. He dropped it.
Oh, okay. I don't do that. I don't do it that way.
No, I
Okay.
don't do it either, but sometimes it's spot on. So I'm just giving these numbers right now for the sake
Okay.
of
Yep.
the
Okay.
the speed
I'm
for-
after 27:33.
right. And then there's 28, 24, 30, 34, 33, 30, and then it goes to 8:57 a.m. So he had quite a few posts right after midnight. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 drops.
Yep.
And one ended at nope, I'm sorry. That was 2:33:30. 2:33:30. That was the last one before the 857. But then at 857 was another double drop, 2 seconds apart. That had to be two devices. Then the 906 was 30 seconds apart. So there's your correlation with the drop at 12:30 a.m.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
30. Then he did a 907, a 908, a 909. You're going a minute apart each one, and then the 911. So, and twice actually, he did two 911s on Truth. Within seconds of 23 seconds apart. Come on, man. 23 seconds apart. You know. And then he did the 9:55:55.
Man,
So
he was
yeah,
going
he was on
crazy.
fire. He was on fire today. So I'm just now catching up with all of these. I had no
Man,
idea he did all of these at those time slots. I think the 9:55:55 is probably a significant one. Let me see. Next week, boom, boom,
well,
boom.
9:55. There isn't. So the timestamp. So we're looking for that timestamp because obviously there's no. What do you call it? There's no drop that goes up into the 900s. So I'm not used to doing
You mean the nine? You mean the 9,000s?
the
There's
9,000.
no
Yeah,
right, and it's AM, so there's no military. There's no,
right.
it's not 21:55. It's 9:55, which is the next week. Boom, boom, boom. U.S.
Hold on.
military
Yeah, you're losing me. You're losing
9:55.
950. So you just go to 9:55 then.
Yep,
Okay.
9:55.
All right. Let me get to 9:55. We got man, there's a lot going on here. Did I screw up? Yeah. I got one of them that doesn't have a number. Yeah, 9:55. I'm gonna put the number sign. Okay. That was gonna take me a while. Here we go. 9:55 next week. Boom, boom, boom. Q. U.S. Marine Corps activated. U.S. 3 in parentheses. I was just here off, I think, the Twitter drop.
So for me, whenever they do anything with a 55, it's very significant, and as you can see, that is
Mhm.
probably gonna age well. With everything that's been happening currently, that's probably gonna age very well. It's a
Yeah.
weekend,
Yeah.
it's Memorial Day weekend. It's traditionally, we celebrate our fallen heroes, and I think we're gonna end uh, May with a boom and begin June with a bigger boom. Um, so
Also, there's two significant numbers here that you can get out of the timestamp, and that is 44 and 55. You got 44 and 844, and you got 55 and 955. And if you look up those, it brings you to 44. Before POTUS departs on Friday, he will be sending an important message via Twitter. God bless. And then 55, look to Twitter. Exactly this, my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us. God bless. So
yeah, I think that one already happened. The day after J6,
hmm,
when John F. Kennedy's uh, Twitter
account.
handle, right? Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that happened, and Doc explained that, I think, perfectly today or
Hmm.
yesterday.
I think it was
He,
yesterday.
yeah, he you saw it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Of course, we'll never know, but in my opinion, that to me, lays it all out. Um, we're now in X. We're no longer Twitter. Doesn't mean that POTUS won't come on to Twitter, because what I envision. I envision a space, and I said this shit from the day that Elon reactivated his account. Wouldn't it be? It would probably shut down the internet because so many people would watch it. But wouldn't that just be the best way to hold a debate on
What?
space?
On a space. That's interesting.
Because now look, you could have both candidates. Actually, you can have all three candidates, and you could have three co-hosts. And that's it. A host, two co-hosts, three
Hmm.
candidates. There's your three moderators and your three candidates, and
But we
that's it.
need the video. We need the video. Audio just
I
does.
would love a video, but I'm not saying that would be the only debate. I'm saying it would be a great debate,
Yeah.
because Biden would have to speak the whole time. He'd have to. I mean, I could only imagine somebody being in his ear feeding him stuff, but he'd be pausing all over the place. I mean, it would be obvious. It would be
Yeah.
obvious. He does it now. I really don't think this man or machine or robot or clone or whatever the fuck you want to call it, actor, I really don't think this guy can stand in the ring with Trump, especially this time around. You know, and it
Yeah.
would actually benefit him or them to have a space.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, it would, because the visual, we're going to see that the guy is just not capable of carrying a nation, much less, um, you know,
A debate, a live
a
debate
debate.
in
Yeah.
front of the public. He
Yeah.
doesn't want anyone there. He wants to have a debate, just him and Donald Trump, no audience. What kind of shit is that? You might as well hold a space.
Yeah.
You might
So,
as well hold a space.
Oliver, it's funny that you say that, because Scavino had posted something at 7:53 on Truth.
What do you say?
On Truth, no, it was a video of Donald Trump talking about their entrepreneurial, right? So
Today?
today, yeah, I'm looking at it.
Scavino.
May 24th, 2024, 7:53 p.m. And it's funny that you're talking about Musk, because one of the posts that pulled up under that timestamp was "Musk, you magnificent bastard."
Nice. That's the Q read your book. That one?
Yep.
Yeah. I'm looking for the Scavino. What time you said? 7 what?
7:53.
So that'd be 1953. That was yesterday. How come it's not showing?
What's the timestamp?
7:53.
AM or PM?
PM.
Has to be PM. Yeah, it has to be PM. But I'm not seeing it. $1944. That's weird. I'm not
And
seeing it.
the video is 21 seconds long.
There's your 21 again. The 21 keeps popping up.
Wow. Here's 1953 and 7:53.
Why the hell am I not? Oh, okay. I see why. All right. My VPN was blocking it. Let me see if I get it.
7:53. Think image drop. Think op. Think united. When does a bird sing? Question mark. Everything has meaning. I in kill brackets. Q. This was, we were just talking about the first arrest, um, the image drop of Obama. We were just talking about that the other day. That supposedly is going to shut down the internet.
You mean the one with him holding the AK? That
Yeah.
one?
Mm-hmm.
So I found the post on Truth with the 21-second, but I didn't see it before, which is weird. But like I said, it was a VPN, I think. I was holding it back. That was his last post, right? Yeah, that was his last post. He hasn't posted
Well,
again.
he hasn't even put anything on X either. I've got X up here on one of my screens.
It's Memorial Day weekend, so that they're probably, relaxing now with the family and getting ready for the weekend. But that's significant. Another 21-second.
So, and also one of the things that when I typed in, the 753 timestamp, number 753, think image drop. Dave, you're just talking about image drop. Think op, think united. When does a bird sing? Everything has meaning. And there's a kill brackets, and it looks like a 1.
It's an I.
It's an I.
Yeah, that's the one I just read. Let's see.
We were just talking about the ops, the clandestine and covert ops.
Right.
What has Trump done on Truth so far today?
I haven't been tracking.
Let me see. I'll look it up right now. Oh wow! So at one, at one, I'm looking at 1 o'clock.
By the way, before you go there, the 1953 of Scavino, it's Iron Eagle, which we read that one 2 days ago. Double meanings exist. Antifa, we were just talking about treason and military intelligence infiltrating Antifa. Stay local, US. Global equals reflection of local. Think mirror. Know your enemy. Every battle is won before it's ever fought. Knowledge is power. We were just on that 2 days ago.
We were just on that today with the mirror, and
right.
The fact that him having the looking glass, or his version of the looking glass, in my opinion, would give him insight to everything beforehand. Q talks about the playbook, knowing the playbook and having it all, and control, right? How do they know the future, right? Control. All that to me plays into John Trump and the possibility that he perfected Tesla's time machine and that they've actually been using it.
Absolutely.
So looking at Trump's last post, starting with he just posted. He just posted at 10.
See?
Come on, man. Another 12:30 post.
Yeah.
Scavino posted at 12:30 yesterday. He posted at 12:30 tonight. Come on. You can't make this up. He posted at 12:06. There's just 6. Remember, the 6 seconds apart, the 2, and the 2, 2, 4, 6, 6 every day. I think they were trying to lead us to the
What's
6.
the post that you're reading right now?
So I didn't read any, but I just wanted to make the correlation between his drops starting at 111. Let me go back one more. Hold on. Give me a second. Because he had posted earlier than that.
Okay, he had posted 2 hours prior to that. So let me go back. So at 111, and he also, yeah, they were up. They were all on fire today. So at 111, 112, 113, there's 3 drops a minute apart. Then he went to 139. So you had 3 drops within a minute of each other. 111, which is a big one. That's an angel number too. 112 and 113. So what do we got? 111, 112, 113. 111, I want to say, from what I remember, that was with the Huma. Was it Uma or Huma? Yeah, that was a Huma drop. That was the Harvard University. You got that one up?
Yep.
Yeah,
Yep. 111.
right.
Important context. We were just talking about this. Bamlo in the chat was just talking about bin Talal Alaweed. And we were talking about Vegas. We were talking about the capitulation tour starting with Saudi Arabia and bin Salman taking out Al Walid, and how Al Walid funded Obama's education at Harvard, and also has the Harvard University Muslim alumni building is the Al Walid building, bin Tal Al Walid building. And that's Huma, not just Huma Abedin, but also Harvard University Muslim alumni.
Right. So he also did the 112 and the 113. And that 111 is a pretty big drop. There's a lot of crumbs there. At the bottom, it says operators are active. We are at war. Good night, Barack Obama. When I read these drops, I keep in mind that a lot of this stuff already happened. I think I mentioned this to you before, where I feel half the drops are stuff that already happened, and some of them have happened even before the drops, and then the rest is for future. Not particularly in that order. I'm not saying the first set of drops already happened. I'm just saying a lot of the drops, at least half, already happened, and the rest are for us, to paint the picture as we go along, so that the future will prove past. And the fact that
I
all of
agree.
these all of these Hoomer drops and Obama drops and Clinton drops, they're all coming up now again. They want us to focus on that. The 30, I mentioned the 30. Trump just posted at 12:30. Scavino posted 12:30 yesterday. That's not a coincidence. That's planned. That's planned. And you read drop
Yeah.
30, you know, they're telling you that they can only give you so much. They can't tell you everything. Why would he take a huge risk given what he knows, right? Because they see it all. They see everything. They know that, okay, they may be putting their lives on the line, but at the end of the day, they know that it's all going to be worthwhile. We win in the end, right? He's always saying the best is yet to come, because he knows the outcome, right? When Trump was elected, you can't possibly imagine the steps taken prior to losing power to ensure future safety and control. When was it reported Trump Jr. dropped his Secret Service detail? The keywords and questions are framed to reduce sniffer programs that continually absorb and analyze data, then push to Z terminals for evaluation. Thinks XKSC on steroids. So yeah, for me, when I see stuff like this, it's just confirmation that number one, they are the ones talking to us and always have been. You know, and number two, these things actually happened. Remember the device I think it was the ambassador to Cuba, where he came back sick and he said that he thinks they planted a device that was messing with his brains. Remember that?
Well, there's the famous case of the U.S. Embassy in Cuba that was being attacked electronically.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
And didn't the ambassador come back saying that he was sick
they
and
were.
he felt like they
Yep,
did something to him?
they
Right.
were all
Well,
getting sick. They were all
right.
getting sick.
Right. Well, this drop says that. Would you believe a device was placed somewhere in the White House that could actually cause harm to anyone in the room and would, in essence, be
Yep.
undetected? That's when Trump left and
Yes.
he went to Mar-a-Lago. He knew they did that to him at Trump Tower, and then they did it to the White House.
Right.
So he was like, "Fuck this! I'm out of here. I'm going to Mar-a-Lago, and I'll be 100% insulated."
Yep. This was
Genuine.
all foretold.
Mhm.
It was all foretold. Future proofs past. I mean, it's uncanny the number of times that Q has been validated.
So
And go ahead.
then there's this one off that last Trump post. Okay. I just did the word case. He mentioned it twice, and the whole post is in all caps, right?
The 30,
Yeah, the
the
1230.
1230 one. Mm-hmm.
So I just typed in the word case in the search bar, right? Came up with this. The gag order. It's the post about the gag order. What happens when the gag order is lifted?
That's right. That's
Are you
been coming up a
serious?
few times.
I'm being dead serious, man.
Yeah, yeah, that's been coming up a
What's the
couple of
number?
times.
Slow.
4424.
Yeah. So that's been coming up a couple of
Oh
times in
my
the
God.
last few
Yeah.
weeks.
Yes.
And
Same.
you have to think on a large scale because there are many people within the government who have been placed on a gag order, including Flynn. So when this gag order is lifted across the board, also I want to mention there are certain government officials who uh, either resigned or moved on, like Nunes, for instance, um, who were under not maybe not a gag order, but an NDA, which is kind of a gag order as well. Um, who can now legally, I want to say it's 18 months after they leave office, they're free to say, whatever they want. Am I right?
I don't know. I think it has to depend on the specifics in the language and the order.
Yeah, no, well, yeah, I'm mixing the two, and I shouldn't do that. I'm mixing gag order with NDA, and I'm actually mixing three things, and being part of government. I believe uh being for instance, a congressman or a woman, once you resign, you still cannot disclose certain information for 18 months. I believe that's the time frame. I could be wrong. We've seen a lot of scumbags go on CNN and start talking shit, but they're gonna break the law anyway. Um,
Right.
but I think that's it. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, that gag order drop came up. Fletch had posted that a couple of weeks ago. It's funny that it comes up again.
Well, and also if you that Dave, I don't know if you've ever been to that Twitter page or not. I'm sure you have. That's a letter from General Flynn talking about how voting is only an every once in a while thing, and they need citizens to be more active, play a more active role.
What website are you talking about, or what Twitter?
The Twitter link that's right there at the top of the post. I had to go to the Wayback Machine to pull it up
Well,
because it
that
won't pop up
post,
otherwise.
that last one you just mentioned with the caps, the all caps, that's 130 caps. Look at the timestamp. It's the 301. It's got the 130 in it, right? So if you mirror that, you can either look at the 103, the 131, I mean. Did I say 100? I'm sorry. Let me go back. Give me a second. I think it was 130. Yeah, 130. So it's 130 caps. So you can either do the 130 or stick with the narrative, which is what they've been telling us, mirror, right? Mirror. So mirror is 31. We were just reading 30, 31, and this has been coming up a lot. Again, I believe that this is one of those drops where, this happened a long time ago, because it literally reads world stalemate. We all have the goods on everyone else. That's part of the reason why some things that tie back to foreign heads of state will remain classified, but not all, in parentheses, not all. We are in one of the most critical times of our country. Trump and others are working to balance the "we're doing well for America" for the common person to endorse, while at the same time purify our government and remove the bad actors who are entrenched. There is so much string pulling and blackmail that we need to cut these off to truly gain the power granted to us by the patriots and hardworking people of this country. He mentioned that in the rally yesterday. He literally mentioned those words. The patriots and hardworking people of this, he meant, he said the Bronx, I believe, or New York City, but he did mention that. So it's funny how, and I'm big on caps, as you can see.
Yeah.
But when he dropped something, or Scavino, in all caps, you
Yeah.
got to really pay attention, because that's a significant drop.
Yeah. We've counted all caps many times. And
But look at it right there. It's in your face. Look at the timestamp. It's 31. Remove the zeros. It's
Yeah.
31.
And I also mirror with drop the zero gets us to 13 too. We
Right.
always drop the zeros.
Right.
And now think about the timing of POTUS traveling to China, South Korea. I've said too much. God bless patriots.
Mm-hmm.
And we were just talking about, Kerry and Obama going out ahead of him or behind him. This was the flight, Saudi Arabia, I believe. Was this before the sword dance or after?
After.
Right.
And also, it's also his alibi. That's plausible deniability. He's out there while all this is happening. Remember, Obama was extracted from the Philippines.
Yeah.
So for me, when I see stuff like that, it's like, okay, he can't be blamed for any of this because he was over here, or
Yeah.
right now he's campaigning. He's in New York. They're keeping him in New York for his cases. So they really can't blame him for anything. He's here. He's campaigning in the Bronx. Like, he's got no say over. And plus, they don't want to concede to the fact that he still has that power. To them, he's powerless, when we all know he has more power than anyone in the world right now.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy.
You got some nice crumbs here. 2353 twice. A lot of double posts. I've never seen so many in such a short period of time.
I haven't either.
He did a 2353, 2 seconds apart.
2353.
That's two devices. There's no way you can do that with one device.
And he's also doing Twitter and and what do you call it? Social.
So check out 2353. These guys are funny.
Kavanaugh.
Welcome to the Democrat Party, the party of threats, violence, intimidation, name calling, racism, fascism, division. Hashtag walk away. Hashtag vote Republican. Yeah.
Come out of the closet, Lindsay. Oh, how
I
does
think
Donald
they
Dick
got him
taste,
by
Lindsay?
I think they got him by the balls, literally. Lindsay, when you hear Trump say,
Yeah.
leave him alone, he's a good
Yeah.
guy, it's because he capitulated and he's got him under control, and he holds a major position. They actually need him, you
Yeah.
know, they need him. So they're using him to do what needs to be done. A lot of big bills going to the Senate right now. One major one is on the future finances of our country. And it involves blockchain technology, and
Yeah,
lots
they
going on.
voted the CBDC,
Done.
but somebody I know that knows that stuff pretty well said it's just they're going through the motions.
No, they're not going to allow CBDC. Dave, they don't need it. We don't need a CBDC, right? Central bank digital currency. We don't need that. The United States never had a central bank. It was a private company that was, I don't have to tell you.
Yeah. Yeah.
For the sake of people who are listening, the Federal Reserve was never affiliated with our government. It's always been private. So if
Yeah.
you allow a central bank digital currency, you're basically, you know, conceding authority to the Federal Reserve. And we all know they're done. The Rothschilds are done. The Rockefellers are
Yeah.
done. Soros is almost completely out. So it just would not make sense. Who's gonna bring in the CBDC? Jamie Dimon? He's done. Like really, who's gonna
Yeah.
do it? Larry, what's his name from BlackRock? Fink? Larry Fink?
Larry Fink.
Right, him. Did you hear? Listen, I have a friend that works for Fox. True story. I shared this once on a space. He asked him backstage, what does he think about Bitcoin? Does he own any Bitcoin? He goes, hell no, I don't own any fucking Bitcoin. Right? Didn't even hesitate. When
Who
he
Fink
asked him
said
about,
that? Fink said that?
yep, yep. When he asked him about XRP, he looked at him, didn't respond right away, and then said, I can't speak about that. Okay?
Really?
So now this was before him. I don't know when this was recorded, but I saw a video of him recently saying that he can't speak on XRP ETFs. They asked him about it, and he said he can't speak on it, but he laughed when he said that. I know for a fact Ripple is already partnered with over 400 banks around the world, um, close to 400 here in the United States alone, more than 80 countries around the world. No other crypto has that many affiliations with banks, major financial institutions, and I mean major, including Citibank, Bank of America, BNY Mellon, you name it, Signature, Silicon Valley, all of them. They're all partnered with Ripple. So Fidelity, you know, a lot of the credit unions, they actually started with the smaller banks and the credit unions. Remember, Ingersoll was trying to steer us towards the credit unions,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
right? There was
Yeah.
a reason for that because Ripple pretty much partnered with all of the
Right.
smaller and credit union banks. The bigger banks didn't want to, you know, capitulate. So they made it seem like, they were failing. Remember the whole Silicon Valley Bank and Signature
Yep.
Bank and all these other banks? They made it seem as if they were failing. No, they capitulated. You had billionaires pulling their money out, and others, in my opinion, I haven't been able to confirm this, but I believe others had their finances confiscated via 13818, 13848, which is pretty much actionable right now. I posted this not that long ago. March 12th, 138 18 became actionable, and February 3rd, I believe, 13848 was updated. So it's just a matter of time before that one is actionable if it isn't already. And if you
Right.
go into the Office of Foreign Asset Sanctions, there's thousands upon thousands of institutions and companies, corporations who have been sanctioned, and their assets have been taken.
Yeah.
It's right there in black and white. More than I've ever seen. It really started vamping up last year and this year. So yeah, I believe wholeheartedly that we're really close to fully transitioning over to the new financial system. We're really close to uh, having our this government that we know being flipped. Because I think Trump, along this campaign trail, has not only been nominating certain people for certain positions, I think he's has been literally replacing people. One of the powers that a president has during wartime
I'll be
is
right
the
back.
is the power to elect officials that he chooses. They don't have to be voted in. As a wartime president during war, that's one of the things a president can do. He can replace officials, especially if they have committed treason, acts of treason, and crimes against humanity, election interference. They're all involved. They're all complicit. Either they were involved directly or they're complicit, which you're still involved either way. So, from what I've gathered throughout these last 3 years, is him doing that exact thing. Not just nominating people, but actually, replacing those who these nominated officials are going to be taking over. You look at people like Fannie Willis, who it was just proven that she misused more than $2 million allocated towards certain departments. One was a department for abuse, I believe it was. Correct
Yeah.
me if I'm wrong, right? Am I
Yeah.
right?
Domestic abuse or something
Right.
like that.
She needs to be hung.
Yeah.
She needs to be hung. I mean, that's fucking evil. And you spend it on lavish vacations and like material shit. Fuck you.
Yeah.
Fuck you, man. And it's so sad because every time, and I'm not racist at all. I was raised with black people. I have black people who are friends of mine. I could still hang out with them today if I choose to. But they don't know how I feel. I tell them how I feel. It's a shame how when black people, certain black people are put in certain positions, they abuse them. And now you you're confirming what people think of you and your race, and it's a shame because
Yep.
you could have done the right thing, you know, and instead you give them a reason. Don't give them a reason. Don't give them a reason. You got this position, mayor, DA, whatever it is. AG, Attorney General here in New York. What a cunt that woman is.
Yeah.
And for the people to not see her intentions prior to being elected, you're adding, you know, flame, gas to the fire, or whatever the terminology is, fire to the flame, whatever the fuck. You're turning a
Gas
blind
fired.
eye. You're turning a blind eye to what's literally in your face. She's another one. I hope they take her and hang her ass. You know, um, she should have never been elected. She's making the black community look very bad, and it's all about money. It's all about money. Whenever you make decisions based off money, that's when everything goes wrong.
They got to
And
have something on her too, most likely.
well, the fact that she campaigned on taking out Trump.
No, I mean to get her to do that because she's thrown away her career. So I
I
think it's
think
for
she's
more than
not.
money.
I think she's just a true Trump hater. You don't need anything for people like that. I really do think that she's just a straight up Trump hater. And it was easy. It was easy for them to pick her because the hate was there. You understand? The vitriol was there. You didn't have to convince her. Hell yeah, I'll take him out.
I think that's 3D chess, and I think we're playing at 5D.
Right.
And I think that she's part of the show, and that
You think
she's
so?
playing a role. Yeah,
Really?
yeah. I mean, it's. Here's the thing. Here's the thing we got to remember, right? It's not just um, all the people that we despise that have been running this country into the ground and causing mayhem and all this this black crime now, this black the assaults against white people. That's all DEI. That's all programming of a whole generation of black people to feel like they are owed something and that they've been repressed, and it all started with Obama. And so all of this is culminating, but on a large scale, I believe it's more more calculated. And so for somebody like Fannie Willis, I don't think they leave that one to chance.
You think Fannie Willis is part of the plan?
Well, it's the think about it this way. All these people have been reading a script that was handed to them, whether it be a pharmaceutical company handing it to a politician, or the mob controlling the court system, or the feds, or whatever. They're handing scripts. These are your talking points. It's the Q talks about 4 a.m. talking points, right? They all get them one way or another. And so at what point, at what level is the control of the whole script under the white hats? Because think about it. Biden isn't Biden. He's not. I'm sorry. That's the highest position in the land. Why wouldn't they control Fannie Willis?
Well, here's the thing, and I'm
Right?
not. I'm gonna give you a little pushback. I don't
I'm
think.
good. I'm good with that.
I don't. I don't. I don't think you're wrong, but I will say this. I don't think she knew she was being given a script. You understand? I think what she did is genuinely her, and they knew what she would do. You understand? So, in other words, they picked the right person to play the role without telling her you're part of this plan. Some people, yeah, without a doubt, They're reading a script. They know they're reading a script. They know they're part of this plan. Others are just chosen because, in my opinion, they're just straight up Trump haters. Some of the most racist people I know are black. That's a fact. You understand? And some of the most
Absolutely.
loving,
Same, same.
and some of the most loving, caring people I know are black. I'm friends with two older ladies that I truly respect. I mean, I love these women, black women. One has known Trump since the Atlantic City days. She told me so many stories about him, and she loves him. She's a little skeptical sometimes about his actions, but she really loves him. And the other, same thing. She's from Florida. She's a Trump supporter, big in the community, older black lady. They're constantly reaching out to me. We have great conversations, you know. But the truth of the matter
Be
is,
honest. You guys are in a sewing circle together. Come on.
the truth of the matter is, there's a lot of really racist black people, and it's unfortunate because, I don't think anyone is superior than any other person. I've always believed that. I've always believed we're all the same, right? But they always put themselves on this pedestal, and a perfect example, black entertainment television. Why? You know what I mean? Like, why do you have to have your own television network? Could you imagine if they called the network the white television network, the Puerto Rican television network? I mean, it's just so blatant.
That's called Fox News.
Well, but if, and another thing is Atlanta. I don't know if you've ever been there. You know,
I
that's
lived
like,
there. I had a business there.
well, so you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And it's a shame because they could be very powerful if they just stuck to, unity, uniting the community, not just the black people.
Right.
You understand? And there are some who are trying. And over the years, there's actually been many who have tried, but it's always their own people who fuck them,
Absolutely.
you know,
Absolutely.
and it's a shame. But I think with Fanny and Letitia, I think they knew that by choosing these people, it wouldn't take much effort for them to show their true colors and entrap themselves.
Yeah.
I really don't think Letitia is part of the plan. I mean, in the sense that they gave
Here's
her a
here's the
script.
thing. Here's the thing. Okay. So okay. So I did movies in LA. My executive producer, I've got to have final cut, as he tells me. I'm like, nah, I listen, this is, and I had more creative control over this small movie I did than probably Spielberg had on some of his movies because I negotiated it that way. But the bottom line is that whoever gives you the money has some say over the control. I had to give him like final cut on a couple of things and 4 actors, right? So that he could make his money back. So everyone is directed in a certain direction by the people who hold the purse strings. And so Fanny, I believe that she was put into play because of her background, because they knew that they had her, that they were going to let her be the one to prosecute Trump, which could play into what you're saying. Like, she was just genuinely hates the guy and just wants to put him away. But they're not going to let somebody like her get into that position if they don't have control over her. That's been the case with the cabal all along. And that's why, P. Diddy, that's why all Hollywood, music industry, the politics, all that, those people at the top of those areas are controlled through whatever they got on them, dirt, and they go beyond the money control. Like Fanny, it's to me, I don't. It's not all about money. It's she's corrupt, and they know that, and they knew that, and so they have something where they can just expose the people, and they're done. Their career's over. And so that's the kind of control I believe exists. And the plan, if they're going to replace the commander in chief and or control the commander in chief, wouldn't they control the people that are prosecuting the real president in a way that, you know, at a moment's notice, oh, look at the corruption. We've got her dead to rights.
Right. So you're saying control in the sense that they're allowing her to hang herself,
Yeah.
knowing that that eventually would happen. I mean, I agree. I'm kind of saying that. I think we're saying the same thing. You know,
Mhm.
I think we're saying the same thing. I definitely
Yeah.
believe that. I believe that, you know, and not just them two, there are many others who they have allowed to exist because they knew that ultimately they would hang themselves.
Right.
You know, look at Schumer, for instance. Schumer, not that long ago, asked for a re-election in Israel,
He did
right?
what with the
He
reelection?
he he actually demanded another election in Israel. He demanded that there be an election.
Right.
You didn't hear about that?
Right. No. I remember.
Yeah, who the fuck is he to
Yep.
demand anything that happens in Israel? They're showing you. They're showing who they are. He does have pull in Israel because he's a senator here in the States, which is pretty much controlled by Israel. You know, could they have taken him out a long time ago? Yeah, they could have. Could they have taken out AOC a long time ago? Yeah, they could have. But then you wouldn't have heard that stupid statement she just made the other day, yesterday, day before, whatever it was, you know, about, you know, keeping Trump in New York as a, you know, election interference tactic. I don't know if she used those exact words, but something along the lines. They're admitting election interference. So, you know, would we have seen all of this or heard all of this? You look back, you've been doing this for a while. You look back to 2017, 18, when we all thought that the hammer was going to drop and all these people were going to be arrested, right? I mean, are you happy now that that didn't happen?
Well,
Honestly, I mean, if
no,
look,
I'd still have my brother and my father.
huh?
If they dropped the hammer back then,
Right?
we wouldn't have had TV in 2019 into 2020.
We wouldn't have had what?
If the hammers dropped back then, we don't have all the things that happened with humanity and the culling of the population. So no, I'm not happy that it wasn't dropped
Well,
back.
well, I'm going to give you a little more pushback
Okay.
because remember they had a plan.
Yeah.
Their plan, their plan was a 16-year plan. So if they had done what
Obama
needed
and Hillary.
right, and they had a plan even beyond that, to 2030. So if
Right.
they had done what needed to be done in 2017 and 18, many of the elites would have gotten away.
Yeah.
There's no way they would have got them all. Number one. Number two, COVID would have still happened. It would have just happened a little later because Trump wouldn't have had another term. He'd be on the last few months of his term right now. And his
Mhm.
whole term would have been met with opposition like his first term, you know? So it would have been 8 years of Trump being attacked by the mainstream media, more division, you know, more riots, more of everything you saw between 2016 and 2020. Whereas now we're seeing their true colors, they being, the uniparty. And we know who the players are now. Not that we didn't know then, but most people should know by now who the players are in this game. And guess what? Trump has a shot at another 4-year term, lawfully.
Right.
So now he can come in and literally clean house. Now he can come in and push for natural cures. He doesn't have the same people in his way. So he will be successful on that front. He can push for the release of new technology that they've been keeping from us. Remember, he mentioned flying cars in freedom cities for veterans. Okay, you think about clean air and clean, pure water for us to consume. All this is going to happen. We heard a lot of stories about med beds. We talked about radiation earlier, radiation, X-ray therapy, whatever. That's ionization. That's ionic, ultraviolet blood irradiation. That's right along the same lines. Trump talked about that during the COVID press conferences about putting UV lights in your system, to clean out all impurities. And people laughed at him. He knew what he was doing because he knew the technology exists. They just opened uh, a clinic here where I live, about 20 minutes from where I live, offering that procedure.
Right.
There was only 2 that I knew of in the United States when I got the message
Yeah.
for the ultraviolet blood irradiation. There was only 2 in the whole country. And mind you, in the 40s, this was commonplace. All doctors were using this therapy. And they got rid of it to usher in the vaccines.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
This is I gotta show you this. This is unbelievable. Let me find it here. Why is this working the way I'm supposed to be here? It's weird. I'm looking up Biden's Twitter.
you got people from Facebook on here too?
Yeah. So we're broadcasting to my
YouTube?
Rumble. What's that?
YouTube, Facebook,
And
Twitter?
Rumble and X.
Number one.
So I'm using Hawk's back office, which has his YouTube and his Facebook. And he's on YouTube, his 24th and 25th channels on YouTube. And he's on his Facebook. And so I'm able to broadcast to there because I don't have those accounts anymore. So Hawk, lets me shoot my show over to his channels, and we do, stuff together that way. And yeah, so it's awesome. He's
Yeah, that's cool.
yeah, and so going to Joe Biden had a campaign ad I'm going to play for y'all. Where do you see this thing? It's unbelievable, and it's exactly what we're talking about right now.
From midnight tweets to drinking bleach to tear gassing citizens and staging a photo op.
Okay, so first of all, out of those first 3 midnight tweets, drinking bleach, and then tear gassing citizens, those second 2 are a complete propaganda wrong. He never said drinking bleach, right? And the tear gas of the citizens, that was later found to be incorrect for the 16th Street Church. Remember that? When he went right down the heart of the
100%.
Baal, Lucifer, Moloch,
Mhm.
yelling right down 16.
Yep, I remember.
So this is all propaganda. I'll let it play. Hold on. Here it is.
Gassing citizens and staging a photo op. We knew Trump was out of control when he was president. Then he lost the 2020 election and snapped, desperately trying to hold on to power. Now he's running
He snapped.
again, this time threatening to be a dictator.
Yeah, he's threatening to be a dictator, not actually being a dictator like Biden.
To terminate the Constitution.
If I don't get elected, it's going to be a bloodbath.
Trump wants revenge, and he'll stop at nothing to get it.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
You know what, Joe? You should not have approved of that message, because that does not look kindly on you, and that is not going to age well. But think about the people that are buying that hook, line, and sinker.
All I heard was panic.
Yeah, right?
All I heard was panic.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
all easily refuted.
Absolutely.
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily. And it's a shame that anyone would believe any of that. Look, I'm convinced you're not gonna, deter anyone from voting for Biden who is old school Catholic, a pedophile, not straight. I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to offend anyone, but it's a fact. All these different genders, they hate Trump. And then you have actual Trump haters. You're not gonna make these people vote for Trump. There's no way. No way in hell. Right? So you're looking at maybe 10% of the population, if that. So figure, and I'm being very how you call it, generous here.
Yeah.
30 million votes. Maybe 30 million votes. This man actually gets.
That's very generous.
Very generous. It's probably more like 18 to 20 million. But I'm just saying.
And for a guy that just bought a $40 worth of Trump cowboy hats, you're not biased.
Oh, I didn't show you the other one. Did you see? Oh yeah, you saw my little video today with the Make America Great hat on.
Yeah.
I was so pissed because I wanted to wear that hat to the rally. And I saw a few people with that hat. I'm like, motherfucker. I had to email them the other day and say, what the fuck's going on with my hat? It's been weeks. Oh, there's a back. Well, I don't give a shit. I ordered this. Actually, it's been months. I ordered this a long time ago. So I guess that email, make them get on it, and they sent it right out. It just sucks. That should have come a long time ago. But yeah, you get what I'm saying. It's like every person I speak to who hates Trump, and I asked them why, they're stuck on that comment he made about the Mexicans, that they're all rapists and murderers,
Yeah.
or the whole grab them by the what thing.
Yeah.
That's it.
Or the there's good people on both sides of Charlottesville.
Right. Which
I had
was all bullshit.
Yeah. I had a friend who we got into an argument because he said, "Oh, he's such a child. He claimed that his inauguration audience was bigger than Barack Obama's when it was clearly not with the pictures." And I'm like, "Well, do you know that they released those pictures before, like a couple hours before he came on stage?"
Right.
And
they never showed,
no.
Picture.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And then I said, well, you can go on CNN right now and you can look at the live or a picture that they took with Trump at the podium, and you will see a humongous crowd. And that's all he was saying. To this day, that gentleman will not speak to me.
It's so sad.
Dude, it is. I mean, when I think about, now remember, I lived in, LA. I was in Hollywood, all of my friends were like, none of them were in the club. They were, first, assistant camera people. They were, assistant directors. They were, all the, makeup, hair, all this shit, right? For like a TV show or a reality show or, maybe a big movie or whatever. But they're all creatives, and they're all of this mindset that the Democrats have the market. They've cornered the market on virtue. And
are you kidding me?
No, but I mean, that's the reality of it, right? Right. It is completely the opposite.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And it's an upside down world. But
And
this was the mindset. And that's why Q talks about the black population.
Right.
When Trump gets the black population, it's over. And that's what we've been talking about with Harlem, with Jersey, with the Bronx. And again, hey, buddy, go.
The Bronx has a huge black population. People don't realize because they never lived there. But the Bronx, the majority of the people who live in the Bronx, I believe, are black. The white, it used to be white.
Right.
I think most of them have moved out.
Yeah.
So it's like a black Puerto Rican and then white.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the Bronx has been black for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And so, that's why this is so key, what he's doing in New York. That's why, bro, this is all been set up.
Yeah.
Think about it. We went from talking to about Tesla and Uncle John and seeing into the future and all this technology. We went from that to saying, oh, Fannie Willis she's just got a hard on for Trump. No, there's more there. This was all to keep him in New York. He's going to take New York for the first time. A Republican is going to take New York and the boroughs,
and he's doing it through grassroots.
Because he's in New York there. This forced him back into New York and gives him a reason to do all these right there in New York.
And I think that too was part of his plan, because he knew that by just making certain statements would force them to act and keep him in New York, as if it's sort of a punishment, when that was his plan all along.
He is this plan. The key thing here about this whole plan is that whenever you need a hero or a prophet, that individual must be edified,
right,
in the minds of the population. So one of the biggest ways of creating just electricity behind a certain person is you make them a victim of the system, and you show actively how the system is taking this person down, creating this victim that rises from the ashes to save the day. He's being martyred right now
Right.
by this whole plan so that we can't help but expose the Democrats. We can't help but expose the deep state. We can't help but make sure that above all, he gets back into office.
Right.
This is, you can't, I mean, again, Hollywood, I'm a writer, I'm a creator. You can't create a better story.
Yes.
This is Rocky, bro.
Yes.
This is Rocky. The only
Yes.
difference is that was Philly and this is New York.
Right.
And he
I
goes
agree.
away for a while, but he comes back.
I agree.
And the thing that, just to finish this and I'll hand it back, think about this. The city he loved and improved made it better. The hockey rink in Central Park. Did
you hear the story behind
Grand
that?
Central Station, bro?
Yeah.
That's my favorite building in New York City is Grand
beautiful.
Central Station. He did that.
Yeah. Everyone should see that. I actually worked there. I've worked there for a while, and everyone should see that. That's a very intricate building.
It is.
Yeah.
It is next level.
Yes.
It is like, you know what it is? It's like the old school stuff that we've been seeing with Tartaria and stuff, right? So I'm going to pull up some images here.
Yeah, I mean, it's beautiful. I've seen it so many times. I worked there. I worked there for a
What'd
while.
you do there?
Well, they're doing a lot of reinforcing of the stations there. You know, with the steel, the infrastructure, but also the main hall. You know, over the years, that's also been, brought back to life. But he started that.
So let me go there in a second.
That. He
So,
started
yeah,
that.
yeah,
He was the first to do that.
Yeah. So this is Trump. Okay. Grand Central Terminal. Look at the intricate artwork on this place. Okay.
Right.
All right. This is magnificent.
And
he had it
the money. They didn't have the money to do it.
Right.
They weren't going to do it. And he refused to allow this station, which he considered, one of the key points of Manhattan, of all of New York City. He refused to allow it to go down. So
Well, Park Avenue rolls right through it.
Right.
Park Avenue goes right through Grand Central Station, and you see it right here on this bridge. Right. So let me take you to the inside, which to me, dude, I loved taking the train in and out of the city. Sometimes it would be Penn Station, but if I was going up the corridor up to Rhode Island or Boston, but this, getting out of the city is Grand Central pretty much. And look at the ceiling. It's got the Zodiac on the ceiling.
Mm-hmm.
The artwork, look, the intricate detail here. And this was, basically run down. Look at the old clock. With the information booth. Sometimes you go through there and you feel like you're traveling through time.
Yeah. Yeah.
And what I love too is the buskers in Grand Central. You're going to get some of the most beautiful music you've ever heard. You'll see some dance groups that perform. It's magical, and he brought this back to life.
Have you ever been to Jordan's there, right on the upper level there? You just showed a picture of it, actually. Go back to the one you had before.
The one before?
The one before this one, yeah.
Well, these are, I'm just going close.
So that upper level there,
Oh, the
Right up,
restaurant.
right up. Yeah, Jordan's is up
Yeah,
on
the
that
bar.
level right there. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
and the view from there is just
Yes.
spectacular.
That's my
Yeah,
favorite
yeah,
because you're going to get there and you got to wait, 40 minutes for a train,
right.
depending on where you're going.
You
So
can
you
go
go
hang
hang
out right
there,
there. Yep.
or you go meet somebody there because you're going to catch the next train, or whatever train, depends on how much you drink. But sometimes you think you're gonna take the 6:15 and it turns into 10:15. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
yeah, that's happened to me a few times. Yeah, the crazy thing about Grand Central, um, and I'm sure a lot of people know this, um, going back to the days of Roosevelt, when they were building a lot of the lines leading into Grand Central, um, he had his separate line along with Harriman and
Mm,
Vanderbilt. They
hmm.
all had their own train cars.
Yeah, yeah.
But Roosevelt, because he was president, he had his separate line leading into Grand Central.
Is that
And
right?
all these lines are still there. They're just not all in use. When when Bloomberg was mayor, he spent $80 million renovating a very old train station hub that was never completed. And it's still not
Mhm.
in use to this day. And that ties in to Grand Central. So I think when Trump came in, there was a lot more to it. Like he wanted control of everything that tied into Grand Central. Remember, he did the Hyatt as well. The Hyatt Regency, which is right attached to that Grand Central Station.
Right, right,
He
right.
built that and then sold it. He
Wow,
built that building.
wow.
And so that's one of the most beautiful buildings you ever want to go into in New York
Yeah.
City. That road that
This
you just showed that goes through Grand Central, that goes around it actually,
it,
right
it it
along it.
goes right up to the front
Right,
door,
right,
basically, and goes around it.
right.
It,
And
it's like
it goes in front of the Hyatt. That hotel that Trump
okay,
built, it
okay,
goes right in front of there. And then it goes through the Helmsley building.
yes,
Yeah.
yeah. And then Pan Am building, which that's right. The Helmsley's right behind.
I thought it was
No, yeah,
they own it.
Pan Am.
Is it the MetLife or the Pan Am?
Well, it went from Pan Am to MetLife.
Right, but don't they own that? Don't the Helmsleys own that? I thought they did.
They may. Yeah, you may be right. But see, this is heading south, I believe.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
on Park.
Park Avenue South. Yep.
And I used to work at
There's the
52nd Park.
building. There's the building in the background.
Yeah, right
That's
there.
the MetLife building. I thought that
Yeah,
was owned by the Helmsley. I'm not sure. That
could
might.
be.
I don't know.
But I worked at 52nd and Park. Had had clients there that had me on site.
I was just down the block from where I met him that day
Is that right?
on 56. Yeah,
Yeah.
56 in Park.
But that's a beautiful. Oh, here's one of my favorite photos here. This was back in the day. This is what they restored it to.
Look at that. Wow,
Right? Is that fantastic?
it's beautiful.
Yeah. There's some beautiful buildings in New York, but that's definitely my favorite. And it's so alive too. Here's the
So
road going.
I'm glad you brought up the elevated roadway, because I remember as a kid when my mom traveled into the city, she traveled down the West Side Highway a lot. That West Side Highway went way downtown,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to right now where it ends on 57th Street. That used to go all the way downtown. And I always ask, still to this day, I'm like, why can't we build elevated roads,
Mm-hmm.
within Manhattan, to alleviate a lot of the congestion? We can,
Right.
they're not allocating the funds properly.
Right.
Because Manhattan is solid rock. It's one of the few places in all of the US where you can continue to build as high as you want because it's such a solid foundation. You dig down a few, you know, 100 feet and you're hitting solid bedrock that you can build whatever you want on top of. So there's no reason why we shouldn't have, high
Yeah.
speed trains and different
Well,
highways.
and we got elevated trains
Right.
up you know, upper Midtown, right?
No, not in Midtown. Manhattan's the only place that doesn't have an elevated train system.
Well, just
Man,
just up on the west side.
yeah, the only place that it pops up, the Metro North comes up on 120 by
100
96th Street. 96, it comes up
102nd. Okay.
125th and all of that. Yeah, that's the Metro North.
Yeah.
Other than that, I think Dykeman area, you have the
All right,
one
we're
in the
geeking out
nine.
on New York, dude. We're losing. We're probably losing people, especially those who hate New York. We're like geeking out, like we're like on a couple teenage girls on our phones, laying on our beds.
Reminiscing. Yeah, I love New
Yeah,
York, man.
picturing you with as a teenage girl with that goatee is a little scary. I got to be honest with you.
I love New York, man. I just hope
Yeah.
that things can be turned around and made much, much better than they've ever been. And I think they can. So
Well, yeah. See, so I mean, that just gets me back to the whole Trump, this whole story, dude. I mean, it's if they have the power to script it, why not script it all the way? I will tell you, as a writer, I don't write 90 pages out of 120. I
right.
write 120. I write 160 and narrow it down to 120. It's like everything is scripted, and every word in most Hollywood movies or Hollywood TV shows, every word is thought out extensively, and every word, and this goes back to like the MK Ultra and the neurolinguistic programming, every word is utilized to its maximum potential to forward the narrative. And we are so used to, and that's why I think what I like the most about what I do is that it's live and that it's genuine. Like, people are literally seeing me figure out the words I'm going to say as I say them. And with the pauses, it's like music. You need the pauses for your thought, for you to respond to me, like, yeah, like what you just did, right? You need that natural cadence of conversation to really, really grasp the information in your body, in your soul. The stuff that we see from the moment we wake up to the moment we lay our heads on the pillow, if we are so fortunate, that we throughout that day we are programmed by scripted material. And so when I hear the talk about Q and the plan, and we don't know exactly to what extent, because they have to be very cryptic in how they communicate to us, and they can't tell us everything, and operators never divulge, and less than 9 people or less know the full story. With all of this, we have to piece together as best we can what's really happening. And it's the stuff that's getting in the way are the people that pretend like they know. So I want to be very careful when I'm very adamant about something. I want to be very careful to not pretend like I know what's going to happen or what's absolutely happening as we speak, because the charlatans with intel and with secret sources and with, they're in the know. They are pretending like they know what's going to happen. And so you, the masses, are flocking to them because they're telling you something you want to hear. And they're giving you assurances that they know what's going to happen. So rest easy and find comfort in their podcast.
Right.
And this is the absolute masterful mind fuckery that we escaped from, and now many are falling back into, handing our mind over to another rather than engaging it in thought and in thought experiment.
Right. I think a lot of people are afraid to expand their thinking because a lot of times they're afraid of where their thoughts might take them. A lot of people that I know personally, they think negatively because of what they've been exposed to their whole lives, which is mostly negative.
Sure,
And
sure.
so when they
Yeah.
start thinking, they can't help but think that the worst is going to happen. When we know it's the opposite. You're watching things play out, and they seem really bad because you know we're being exposed to shit that we couldn't even imagine.
Right.
So you think that it's all going to get worse because all these bad actors are being brought to the forefront when in actuality, you should take that as a good thing that they're being exposed and will ultimately be replaced. And so it's tough. It's really tough. Um,
Excuse me.
to paint the entire picture, especially when you're trying to do it by yourself. That's why I enjoyed getting together with you and Hawk and other guests that you bring up, because I think it's important that we share our thoughts. Even if we don't agree on something, it's important that we talk about it, get it out there, have people chime in and give us their thoughts, and we
Yeah.
can reflect on what some people say. Because I don't know it all. I never claimed to know it all. I never thought I knew it all, but I do know that I know a lot because I've taken the time to
Yeah.
research and learn.
Yeah.
And there's just some things that I'm not going to even argue with you about because I know them to be true. And
Right.
if I feel like you're not gonna be open to any suggestion, then I'm just wasting my time.
Right.
But
Yeah.
I love this kind of shit. Really quick, because I
Me
I
too.
looked I looked at Trump's trials. We were talking about double posts. The
Right.
trend is continuing. Trump
Really.
posted at 142 twice. Actually, it's Scavino. I'm sorry. Scavino posted at 142 again twice. Now look at drop 142 and 241 because you mirror it, right? So the 142, how did Soros replace Family Y? Family Y is the Rothschilds, by the way. Who
Dude,
is
we
Family Y?
just were there yesterday.
I'm telling you, man, they want to remind us of all of these things
Yeah.
that
And
that have happened and that have got us to where we are, right? Because
do
the
you remember me
Rothschilds,
saying
yeah,
the replace
yeah,
family why? Why
yeah,
is the Rothschilds? By the way, you said the exact same
yeah.
thing.
It's
That's
mind
funny.
blowing. It's mind
Yeah.
blowing. And it's like they're listening, right? So they want to keep reminding us.
Totally. Totally.
But if you read this whole drop, it's very, very significant. Um,
Well, what I was going over, remember I got onto this and I'm like, was Hitler a puppet? Who was his handler? Were you
but
on the phone when I broke this down?
um, I don't know if I was, but I know it. I'm familiar with it. But
So what I was saying was, look at how many people are challenging like the Holocaust and the story of World War II and the Jews right
dude,
now.
there's documentation
dating back to before the war, where they were already using that narrative.
6 million, 6
Right.
million,
And
6
that's
million Jews, 6
the
million
New
Jews.
York Times.
Dude, it was all the New York Times.
And that's
And
why. Go ahead.
So this was back in 2017. Q
Right.
was telling us about this shit. And look
Right.
where we're at now. People are
Right.
still, X is still censoring the JEW topic.
Right. But they keep reminding us because they want us to keep sharing what we learned and what we know.
Absolutely.
And the New York Times, let me tell you, my wife asked me, she's like, why you keep putting all these subscriptions? Because I like information. You know, and if it's one outlet that I will subscribe to because of the information that they put out, it's the New York Times. I used to get the paper, you know, because it was so extensive. I love the crossword, you know, I loved everything about the paper.
Dude, there's nothing better than a Sunday morning New York Times newspaper.
Right. Right.
I mean, in terms of newspapers and just
that's the one. Yep. That and the Wall Street Journal. You know, you can't go wrong with those two. We know it's fake news, but at the same time, they give you crumbs all the time. And the timestamps, they're there. They're there. It's like, you know, the white hats are in control of the paper now. You know, so I really like to keep up with the times because I get most of my news unlocks the maps from the time.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The times, the routers.
I won't even link to New York Times now. I mean, I was subscribed to the Wall Street Journal in college. The New York Times I used to get all the time, but I won't even, because I don't want to give them the
right. I hear what you're saying, but I like to look at it this way. If you want to try to stay ahead, you have to know what they're thinking. If you believe what we've been told, then you have to consider that the Times, or at least a portion of it, is under the control of the White Hats. So, you know, I like to try, and even CNN sometimes, I go to them first thing in the morning to see what they're reporting, because they'll give you that 80-20. You understand? Right. So you kind of have to take it all in, look at the time.
Yeah, no, that's not a bad way to look at it. I feel like I get the main news in other ways that I'm not contributing to that. But given the fact that New York Times is one of the mainstays of the Mockingbird media, that why wouldn't the White Hats use that to their advantage?
That's right. And not only that,
and it's for the left too. Like it's the thing for the left. And look what they did. Exactly. They brought Musk in to release the Twitter files. They brought in 3 liberal journalists.
Right.
Taibbi and
Schlessenberg. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Schlessenberg.
Yeah. And then the woman, I'm forgetting her name. But and they brought in the icon of the left, you know, Mr. I'm gonna fly you to Mars. I'm gonna put up, you know, satellites. We're gonna, you know, put your Neuralink in. You know, you like how I bring things full circle, bro? I like that. So yeah, so I could see that. You're giving me a different perspective of the New York Times that honestly I hadn't really thought of. So thanks for that. Thanks for that little pushback.
Well, you know, the thing is, it kind of force you to subscribe. If you want to read a full article without buying the paper, you have to subscribe. Otherwise, they only give you a taste. You know. So I said, you know what? Because there's so many, you know, connections to the drops with New York Times. Let me just, you know, subscribe and just get the full picture. because
Yeah.
otherwise I'm not getting the full picture.
Are we still geeking out on New York, by the way?
Yeah, but you know what? It's people have to understand New York is the epicenter.
Well, dude, this is really you're absolutely right, and this all comes back to this edification of Trump. That
Yep.
to me, this is a masterfully written story.
Yep.
This is a script unlike any other that we've witnessed in human history, and I don't believe that they would leave key players to chance.
Right. And what did Elon say about the most entertaining outcome is the most what did he say? I'm trying to remember his words verbatim. The
I
most
do, Dana. Thank you. Please report it. I've got some knockoffs on Twitter that are
the most
selling crypto.
the most entertaining outcome is the most likely, something like that. So
Yeah.
I take that as whatever you can imagine in your wildest dreams, that's probably going to be the end, the outcome, the ending. What most people say, no, that's not going to happen. It's total opposite. It will happen. The fact that Trump is back in New York and he had so many haters in the black community because of that situation with his dad not allowing them to move into the apartments in Queens. You got people
Oh yeah.
speaking out. You got people
Oh,
speaking out
they're
now.
still repeating that now. By the way,
Yep.
I'm surprised they didn't put
Yep.
that in the Biden ad.
Yeah. But you got people coming out now and saying that that's not true. It's like the total opposite.
Well, they said that it wasn't racial at all. It was just a business decision.
It was economical. It was not
Yeah.
racial. It was
No,
an
not at all.
economic decision
It's
because at the time New York
it.
was failing, and he
Mhm.
was trying to keep his businesses afloat.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it had nothing to do with race. It had
No.
everything to do with, economic decisions. And so,
It had nothing to do with Fred Trump that the black population aren't the best tenants.
mhm.
Honestly, in that certainly in that particular situation, it's a numbers game.
And all you had to do was look around at places like the Bronx at the time,
Yeah,
which was,
to know that
it was burnt down.
to confirm that. Oh, it's
Yeah.
burnt out, dude. The
Well,
Bronx back in the day. Come on, man. That was like oh my god.
looked like Beirut,
Yeah,
like a war zone. Literally, I remember I lived through it. I was a kid walking
really.
down the street saying, "Oh yeah, shit, yeah, bro. Are you kidding me?" I
Oh,
know
dude,
for
you remember the movie Fort Apache, the Bronx?
yeah, my mom used to live there, right
That
around the
was
block. Her
Fort
first
Apache.
husband, my mother's first husband, was murdered right down the street from that precinct.
Wow.
Yeah, it was bad. It was very bad. It was surrounded.
This is the Bronx. This is some of these are pictures of the Bronx.
That area of Fort Apache was surrounded by gangs.
Yeah.
Literally, the gangs controlled those areas, and it was bad. It was very
Yeah.
bad.
So so this story, like, this is Trump's home. He gets kicked out basically, like a lot of people got kicked out, right? But he's coming back, and he's coming back. I'm sorry, I thought I was sharing this with you guys. I'm sorry. Shit. I'm like, yeah, look at that. Look at
There
that.
it is. So you see that? You see that there? I could tell you
Yeah.
right now. That's in the Southern Boulevard, Hunts Point section of the Bronx. All right.
Okay.
So that whole area, there was just about 2 to 3 fires a day in that
Really?
area. Yeah,
Look at this.
yeah, a day. The landlords were literally setting their buildings on fire. because they just didn't have the occupants to fill all the apartments, because there was such an influx of poor people, you know,
Hmm.
from the
Look at this,
60s,
dude. Look at
from the
this.
60s and the early 70s. Yeah, that's real, man. That's real,
That's
you
third
know.
world right there.
Yeah. You know, a lot of people in those areas, if not all, were
Here's
living
the
off,
elevated trains I was talking about.
they were living off the system. And
Yeah,
you know, the Jimmy Carter era was the worst.
yeah.
It was the worst. It was bad. You know, my early memories of cops
1970, right here, Bronx River.
were really bad memories. You know, the cops back in those days, they were very racist. Very racist.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. That looks like 172nd. Where's I can't I'm on my phone.
It's a Bronx River in
Yeah, that's 100,
1970.
yeah, that's 172nd Street, crossing over the Bronx River. Yeah. Yep. We used to swim in that river.
Really?
Yeah. That river led to the East River down by Rikers Island. Um
Yeah.
I grew up in that area. I grew up between Hunts Point and Soundview, between the
Wow.
two. And that was walking distance from where we lived. And then when we moved to Soundview, behind our house was what we called the lots. They were like empty, you know, lots of just weeds and dirt roads that led to the East River.
Mm-hmm.
And we'd go back there and swim. Um,
You know, I was on 55th and First when I was doing my film workshop in New York City, and so I'd walk my dog down to the East River, overlooking, FDR.
well, that
Uh,
part of the East River was a lot nicer than the part
I
I
was
was
just going to
talking about.
say, how
Yeah.
nasty was that water?
It was, well, I mean, it depended, because there was certain times where it wasn't that bad, and there were certain times we would look and be like, "Nah, we're not going in." Because the East River is a constant flow. It never stood still. It was always a
Hmm.
constant flow. There's a lot of uh, currents, very strong currents that run through. Uh, the East River, where the Harlem River, the Bronx River, and the East River connect.
The Hudson.
It leads into, no, the Hudson's on the other side, but where the Harlem River, the Bronx River, and the East River connect, they just south of that is Hell's Kitchen, Hell's Gate. Sorry, Hell's Gate.
Kitchen's
Uh,
west side.
right, Hell's Gate, which is between Manhattan and Queens, and that area right there is some of the strongest currents and under currents you ever want to see. It's very, very dangerous there. No one ever went swimming
Are you looking to travel to Greece this year?
over there. But
Yeah.
where we were, which is Soundview and Classen Point, like, not far from the Whitestone Bridge, it wasn't that bad. The Bronx River at times was very bad, because people would just throw garbage in there, and they didn't care.
Yeah.
So that the Bronx River was sometimes very bad, but the East River wasn't too bad. Yeah.
Um, so have do you remember Carlin's bit on swimming in the West River and at Hell's Kitchen every Hudson, I mean, from Hell's Kitchen every day when he was growing up? Have
No.
you? Oh, dude, it's brilliant, and it's right on time for COVID too. Wonder if I could play that.
What was that? Say that again. Harvard what?
So Carlin grew up in
Carlin?
George Carlin.
Oh, George Carlin.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So he grew up in Hell's Kitchen. And he actually younger, he was Upper West. And But he tells the story about every day growing up. Oh, here it is, dude. Okay, here it is. All right, I'm gonna. And if
Well,
they
the
won't,
Hudson River, was a lot cleaner than the East River.
yeah. Less. It's less population, I think, north on the East River in terms of there's just so much congestion right there. Let me pull this up. Sorry, folks. Let me just get dialed in here. This should just allow me to switch over. I don't know why it's not. I'm going to stop that and redo it.
Slow still with us?
Slow, you're still there? You still awake?
Yeah, man. I was just letting you guys keep going, man. I got to get to bed. It's been a day.
All right.
It's from the
thanks for joining us. Your insight has been invaluable.
All right, thanks, man. Have a good night.
All right. Good night, buddy. Thanks, man.
Night.
All right, just you and me. We're the last men standing here. And we're geeking out on New York. Everyone's like, all right, could you guys talk about something?
I want to get back to those last two drops from Scavino.
Okay. So check this out.
More way of reducing your liberty and reminding you that they can fuck with you anytime they want. As long as you put up with it. As long as you put up with it. Which means, of course, anytime they want. Because that's what Americans do now. They're always willing to trade away a little of their freedom in exchange for the feeling, the illusion of security. What we have now is a completely neurotic population obsessed with security and safety and crime and drugs and cleanliness and hygiene and germs. There's another thing, germs. Where did this sudden fear of germs come from in this country? Have you noticed this? The media constantly running stories about all the latest infections, salmonella, E. coli, hantavirus, bird flu. And Americans they panic easily. So now everybody's running around scrubbing this and spraying that and overcooking their food and repeatedly washing their hands, trying to avoid all contact with germs. It's ridiculous, and it goes to ridiculous lengths. In prisons, before they give you a lethal injection, they swab your arm with alcohol. It's true. It's true. It's true. Well, they don't want you to get an infection. And you can see their point. Wouldn't want some guy to go to hell and be sick. It would take a lot of the sportsmanship out of the whole execution. Fear of germs. Why, these fucking pussies. You can't even get a decent hamburger anymore. They cook the shit out of everything now because everybody's afraid of food poisoning. Hey, where's your sense of adventure? Take a fucking chance, will you? You know how many people die in this country from food poisoning every year? 9,000. That's all. It's a minor risk. Take a fucking chance, bunch of goddamn pussies. Besides, what do you think you have an immune system for? It's for killing germs. But it needs practice. It needs germs to practice on. So listen. If you kill all the germs around you and live a completely sterile life, then when germs do come along, you're not going to be prepared. And never mind ordinary germs. What are you going to do when some super virus comes along that turns your vital organs into liquid shit? I'll tell you what you're going to do. You're going to get sick, you're going to die, and you're going to deserve it because you're fucking weak and you got a fucking weak immune system. Now, God damn it. Hey. All right. Let me tell you a true story about immunization, okay? When I was a little boy in New York City in the 1940s, we swam in the Hudson River, and it was filled with raw sewage, okay? We swam in raw sewage, to cool off. And at that time, the big fear was polio. Thousands of kids died from polio every year. But you know something? In my neighborhood, no one ever got polio. No one, ever. You know why? Because we swam in raw sewage. It strengthened our immune systems. The polio never had a prayer. We were tempered in raw shit. So personally, I never take any special precautions against germs. I don't shy away from people who sneeze and cough. I don't wipe off the telephone. I don't cover the toilet seat. And if I drop food on the floor, I pick it up and eat it. I eat it.
Bro, I was laughing the whole time. I remember that. I do.
Right.
Dude, that was hilarious.
Right.
Was
Oh my
hilarious.
God.
Yeah,
So,
basically we were swimming in sewage, 100%.
yep. Yeah.
100%.
I had the benefit of getting to know him.
Really nice.
Yeah.
Man.
Yeah.
He's a legend.
I met my ex through his daughter, and the night I met her was the night I met George at his daughter's 40th birthday party.
Wow.
And he goes, I'm waiting in line at this. They had one bartender in this little bar, and I'm waiting in line at the bar, and I hear something behind me, and I turn around, and it's Carlin. I didn't even know he was there, and he had said something to me, and I said, "Excuse me." He said, my mother, if she looked at you, she would have said, you know, you got a good length to you." She'd say something crazy, right? And I said,
where was his mother's mind? In the gutter?
well, I said,
that man's got good length to him.
I've been wanting a woman to say that to me my whole life. And he started cracking up, and I'm like, holy shit, I just made George Carlin laugh.
That's funny.
I was at his, I went and saw him in Vegas, and I was backstage, had dinner with him in Santa Rosa, his last live show, his last HBO show. What a incredible human being. I was one of like 40 people at his funeral. Just an incredible man. And he was way out ahead of us, and that kind of stuff. Can you imagine? Like, I was playing that on my show, when CV was hitting, because folks, you got to look at this. You got to look at what this guy is saying. We need germs. We don't shy away from them. Freaking bring it on. I want to kiss you full on the lips, man.
Right.
Don't, So, so at any rate, this New York City has gotten so bad that its native son is going to come back. The prodigal son returns, but he's captured and he's brought back in chains.
Amen. What a story, huh? Where we hear that before?
I mean, every great adventure, right? Every great. I mean, this is Hollywood
It's
scripted.
biblical. Yes, it is Hollywood scripted, but it's also biblical. I love it.
Yeah, yeah.
Check
Yeah,
this
the
out.
prodigal son.
Check this out. This is gonna blow your mind.
All right.
So we're on the you and I, we're here talking, what have you. We're talking about drops on Truth and X, which I still haven't been on because my DMs and my X is getting blown up. But I'm on Truth. I've been following Truth, so I refreshed the page.
Hey, did you have some follows after the show the other night?
I always get it. Yeah, I always do get a handful after the show. I gotta say that. Thank you for that, by the way. And
Oh, you're welcome.
thank you all who are listening for the follows. I try to, skim through my followers and not skim through. I try to like go into their profiles and kind of see who's following me and why they follow me. And sometimes I follow back, but I gotta do a better job with following people back. I just get really busy sometimes.
Well, listen, I want to chime in on that because I'm gonna put your X up, folks. Please and follow this man. He's going to absolutely just make you think. Okay. The dives he does, the things he connects, he's one of these folks that I look at and I'm like, okay, he's got his finger on the pulse. Doesn't pretend to know what's going on, doesn't have intel, but is watching, is paying attention, is watching the tweets, is watching the timestamps, is watching the Truth Social, and so this is if we were talking weather, okay, I would say follow this guy. He'll warn you of the storm and guide you through it.
Appreciate that.
You're welcome. You're welcome. So if we're you were telling the story about I was just going to say on the follow back thing. I don't want people to I'm not a follow back guy just because you follow me, because the reason you follow me is because the information and insight that I'm bringing to my timeline, and also my shows. And in order for me to aggregate that stuff, I can't have too much in my feed.
Right.
And I have to have a certain amount of information in my feed. Otherwise, it becomes overwhelming. And so I pick and choose who I'm paying attention to. And so I don't want anybody to take that, take offense to that, because it's like I'm better than you. That part's obvious, but it's not. That's not the thing. It's that I'm, trying to, aggregate the information that I can bring to you. So you were telling a story about how you were friending some people back.
So for me, I try to, especially those who comment on my posts, I try to engage with them because they took the time to not only read the post but respond.
Right.
And so I try to, gauge them in a sense of, how long they've been around, what type of content or statements they're putting out there. All these things I take into account as to whether or not I'm going to follow them back. But keep in mind, and don't take this personal if you're listening, I don't have a lot of time. Like right now, you and I have been on for almost 4 hours. In these 4 hours that we've been digging and talking, what have you, I'm not looking through my follower feed. We're literally sharing information and digging.
Yeah.
So we really don't have a lot of time, to do all of that. And in my free time, which I rarely have, I prefer to dig, to be honest.
Yeah.
I prefer to keep my mind sharp and continue to, learn and share either stuff that I have archived or stuff that I've just come across. Um, I have a lot of people who follow me who've been doing this a long time, and a lot of time we feed off each other. I notice where I post things and then I look and I see that, you know, Grasshopper posted, the same thing or something very similar to what I'm saying. And so, I really don't uh you know tag him or post a lot of his stuff because we're kind of both doing the same thing, and he's got a huge following and I've got a pretty decent following. And so I think in that essence it's better that we just continue with what we're doing, so we continue to reach
Right.
our
Yeah.
audiences, because he's waking up people, I'm waking up people, you're waking up people. You got Fletch, you got Doc, and so many other people that are still waking up people, that are
Yeah.
still waking up the mass. You got a lot of OG anons coming back to the drops. I know the Sun Tzu has been going back to the drops, and Lisa May, they're going back to the drops, which is great. I never really thought that everyone left the mission, I knew that eventually, everyone would come back to the drops because they're really that big of a deal. They're really that important. You
Yeah.
know,
Yeah.
it's so much information there between the stuff that Q dropped and the stuff that the Anons. And if you go on the chance, forget it. It'll blow your mind, the information that's on there.
Yeah.
I could only spend a few hours on there at a clip because there's so much to take in.
Hmm.
These are like professional diggers that do it 24/7. So if you really want to learn anything about
Yeah.
anything, find your way on the board and just research. Follow certain people. If you feel that their content is right along your wavelength of
Hmm.
thought process, stay with them. Stay with them. Follow them. They'll take you through a journey. And I've been I've been doing this for a very long time, but I gotta admit, there were many people who blew my mind with the information that they not only gathered, but the way they broke it down
Yeah.
and explained it.
Yeah.
Because for me that's more important. I can copy and paste the shit out of anything, but when you hear someone's perspective,
Well,
you know,
see, that's the thing that's necessary, and I've told you this uh, in messages when you invited me to a few spaces, and I hadn't done them, and but what I found was um, that I felt that we're entering a time that it's important to have fewer voices, not more. And I want to be clear about this because I don't want to come off as it being any kind of arrogance. But the fact of the matter is that we need veterans in the field, and we've got rookies yelling the loudest,
I
and
get I
that
get
is
what, I get what you're saying totally, and I
right.
sense that when I brought you into those spaces
Yeah.
and you began to speak, people were listening very intently, but then you were being interrupted, and I was a little upset about it because for me, when someone's is speaking on a certain topic and they're jiving, like they're in a groove, you don't interrupt them, just let them flow.
Right.
Just let the message get out there, and the person or people who were interrupting were not as um well or fine tuned as you were.
Right.
So, at that point, you have to step back and humble yourself and just allow the message to get out there. Let the person speak. And that's one of the reasons why I no longer affiliate myself with those people. Um, they did me dirty.
Really,
And oh yeah.
I don't know if I
Oh,
know that whole story.
well, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's me. At the time I was upset, but then I let go, let God, and I realized that was meant to be.
Yeah. It was
Because
good.
they they I know they fed off my information many times, and that was
Mm,
the guy's MO. Like
I see. I see. Yeah.
I brought a lot of people to him, a lot
Yeah.
of OGs,
Yeah.
anons,
And
and he
he
would
started using your work. Yeah.
and theirs.
Yeah.
And then he started um he thought he was bigger than what it was.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
you get
Everybody
what I'm
goes
saying?
through, yeah, absolutely. I sense that too, by the way. Everyone, when the conversation is like 10% of what a beautiful space you've created and what an amazing, sitting around jerking each other off. That to me is a waste of time, and also goes to the wrong topic, the ego or what have you. But the thing too is that, I'd get done with something, and instead of like, oh, I've got a question about that, or let's talk about that, or wow, that's a cool insight, or did you think of this, or whatever, it was like somebody else was lined up ready with their talking points. And
Right.
we'll open the mic up to boom, and it goes off in a different direction.
Right.
And it completely trashes the flow. And I've got an idea. Let's give, anybody and their brother Bob the fucking mic. It's like, I'm sorry, that's something that should be earned. And it's not okay to just give anybody it, because that's where the mob mentality comes in, because sometimes the dumbest ideas are the ones that are the loudest.
Yeah.
And
you got,
and the one that was like kind of pulls back and says, do I want to be a part of this, is what you lose.
right. Yeah.
And
I guess 100%.
Yeah.
And you got those who,
It's amateur
like,
hour. It's like fucking bad karaoke.
Yeah. They're waiting for the opportunity to kill the vibe. If you have a good message and you put it out there, and the very next speaker just totally kills everything.
You mean like Punisher? Like Punisher, and you called him out?
Oh, you remember that? Were you there?
Dude, yeah, you called him out.
Yeah,
and he fucking took his ball and went home.
That's right. Got tired of his shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
That was the beginning of the end for him.
Dude, he's not come back, has he?
No, unless he's got I'm sure he's got a soccer account somewhere. But you're right. It's like, if you're gonna come in after me, after I drop some jewels on you,
yeah,
and it's not to piggyback off of me, or to continue a dialogue, then you're part of the problem. Because I don't ever come on a space. I don't think I've ever came on any space and said anything that was not of any value.
Dude, I agree. And the same here. By the way, we got 1,700 in the house here tonight. So welcome, everyone. Welcome.
That's a nice number. I like that number.
I know, right? Rumble, we got Rumble, we got X, and Facebook and YouTube. So welcome, everybody. Happy Friday night for this long weekend, this Memorial Day weekend. I am honored to have my friend here, Sir Oliver Pollock, and who was at the Trump rally and shared some great memories of that earlier this evening in the first hour. And then we got into some dives. We got into some timestamps that were pretty badass. And then, of course, you had a few of my monologues thrown in there. But it's been an awesome night. And what I was going to say about oh my gosh, we were talking about the spaces, is that it's also like, I remember, like, I went on there, like, you have to know who the hell's on there. You got to know who you're with. That's part of the problem, is a lot of people don't know who's in the room with them. And when you're not the smartest in the room, but you pretend to be, that's one of the cringiest things I've ever experienced. And that's happened to me a couple times on those. It's like, I get introduced as like this Q expert, and somebody gets on and asks me a question that knows me. And this guy jumps in and he says, "Oh, I'll answer that." I'm like, she literally said my name and said, I mean, it's that kind of stuff that was going on. And then this guy proceeded to talk to everybody like they were in second grade.
Yeah, and he had a bad habit of doing that, you know.
You
And
know who I'm talking about, right?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, you know. It's like, and for
Holy
me,
shit. Something happened with Rumble. The
they cut off.
Rumble viewership just went down to 0 and then started over again. It's
Maybe
weird. Now it's
Raw
going back up.
is
Went down
that
to 0, now it's back up to 639,
wow, that's wild.
643. Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, we've been on 4 hours. You know what? I think it does that at every hour.
Maybe and you
But
just caught it. Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So it's a shame, and I'm glad you pick up on stuff like that because I do as well. And
Mhm.
one of the things I hate the most is when someone piggybacks off something you just said, but you can tell that they're not using uh their genuine and authentic research. They're literally
Yeah, yeah,
stealing your shit,
yeah,
and they're wording it in a way as if they've been doing the same research or
yeah,
they
yeah,
came to the same conclusion. Like they
yeah.
just interrupt you to say that because they felt it was the perfect time, to
It's their
interrupt
time to talk. It's
where
their time to talk.
people where there was enough people listening and they
Yeah,
would now gain some followers by agreeing with you and just pretty much bullshitting the audience.
yeah,
I get that a
yeah.
lot. And it's not just a vibe. You can't just call it a vibe. When it happens so many times
Mhm.
like that, it must be true. You know,
Well, it's this human nature. We love to hear ourselves talk 95% of the time. And
Dave, I'm okay with that. Listen, if you're
yeah,
talking and everything you're saying is like, wow, either a wow
right,
factor or
right.
something that I'm learning, I'm hearing for the first time and it's intriguing, it's what do you call it, piquing my interest. You know what I'm saying? I forget the terminology sometimes, forgive me, but you know what I'm saying. If it's something that
It-
you're saying that it's something new to me, but I'm intrigued by it, I'm not going to interrupt you.
right, right.
I want to know more. I want to hear more. I'll literally dig while you're talking, to try to confirm what you're saying. And if I do, now I'm really, you know, listening. My antennas are really up now because I just confirmed what you said by doing a quick search. So I'm going to let you flow. I'm not going to interrupt you. And that seems to be a problem a lot in these spaces where you have a lot of, big attitudes and egos. And don't get me wrong, a lot of these people really are good sources of information, you know, but when you have a space where there's 12 people, I think you allowed to speak for 13. There's 13 people allowed to speak, and 9 out of the 13 are big accounts or somewhat big accounts that can each hold their own space. It's difficult to get a message out when it's kind of like I don't want to say echo chamber, but they're all just going to agree
Yeah,
with each other.
yeah,
You
yeah,
understand what I'm saying? And
yeah.
it becomes difficult to and I look. I have a lot of people that I follow and follow me, and I respect them and I appreciate the information they put out there. Um, but I'm just gonna say this type of you know socializing, you and I are doing right now. I
Hmm.
I think I can vibe with more. because
Yeah.
it's you can control it better. You know, people can come in and just listen. They can contribute through chat. You can look at the chats. You can, you know, choose whether or not you want to add what they contributed or not without
Mhm.
anybody catching attitudes or egos or anything. And you know, you can play it back when we're done. Anyone can go back and listen to it, and if they feel like I said something that was wrong, you know, and they can
Yeah.
prove that I was wrong, I'm okay with that. You know, I'll correct myself, you know,
Yeah.
if that's the case.
Well,
I want
dude,
to hear 'em.
that's what I said. By the way, welcome, Ball Shack. He's got a great Rumble channel, and he reshares. He even edits some of my stuff and shares it back out. So thank you, Balls. If you guys want to check out Balls on Rumble, it's BALLZ. I think it's the only one. But thanks for being here, bro. That's
So for the record, I will never call another grown ass man balls, bro.
okay. Okay. He he also goes by Ball to the Z.
Balls to the wall.
Yeah, yeah. So
That's funny.
you know, but here's the thing. It's like who do I like I don't share a screen, I don't share a stage with many people. Like when I was talking about like I've had a couple of handfuls of people I've shared the stage with in 5 years, and that's because I'm very careful about who I associate with, and that's why I had to apologize to my audience about Mike Gill, because I didn't know him and I didn't do my research before I brought him on, and that's not like me at all. And that's also why he had to discredit me, because I was already asking for receipts before he came on.
Right.
And so but the just the fact that it's more important now than ever that we don't have a bunch of loose cannons. I see these kids on TikTok that are repeating verbatim Jordan Maxwell and William Cooper, acting as if they just discovered it themselves,
Right.
and without giving the homage or the credit to those people.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, you have to really study those guys for years to
Yeah,
understand what they put out, you know.
yeah, yeah. And so, you know, I shout out to them all the time.
Those
Thanks
two,
for.
those two and Bill Binney are three
Mhm.
that I would definitely recommend anyone follow. Bill Binney, if you don't know, was director of the NSA at during the Obama administration, who was credited for creating the spyware
The hammer.
that Obama used and was using against the American people, and that's what caused him to resign because he refused to go along with that. And I think he's been working with Trump the whole time, to be honest. But I have no source on that. That's just my feeling, my gut feeling.
Yeah, he's also with Dennis Montgomery created the hammer and exposed the hammer
Right.
for what it was, and the involvement of Robert Mueller, but also um, that Benny. And I mentioned this the other night when you were on. Benny's the one that told us that the DNC leak was not a hack.
Right.
It was an internal download because he did the forensics of the data transfer,
Right.
and the data transfer is impossible to have been done via a an outside source, an outside line.
That was when they discovered that it was what's her name? Brady. The
Brazil.
no, no. No, not Donna Brazil. The guy who gave the information to Seth Rich.
Oh, I just know Seth Rich gave it to WikiLeaks. Who gave it to
Right,
Seth
but
Rich?
right, the guy that gave it to Seth Rich, if I'm not mistaken, was a Navy intelligence soldier, um, who turned female. He went through
Oh
the
no, you're thinking of Bradley Manning,
Bradley Manning. Yeah,
Team Chelsea Manning.
Chelsea.
No,
Right.
that was a separate thing.
Yeah, no, he gave the information to Seth Rich, and Seth Rich gave it to WikiLeaks.
Who gave which information?
He gave the downloaded information from the
From the
DNC
DNC?
to Seth Rich.
I
That's
th-
how Seth Rich got
I
that.
think you're conflating the two stories because Bradley Manning released the video of the murder of the journalist um, by U.S. forces to WikiLeaks illegally in terms of within the armed forces. Seth Rich was the IT
I
worker for
worked
the
for the
DNC
DNC. Right, I remember.
that downloaded himself and then was murdered by M13.
See, I was under the impression that he got it from Chelsea Manning.
No, because Chelsea Manning wouldn't have had any access to the DNC at that point because Chelsea was under lock and key, I believe.
At that time?
I believe so, yeah. Because Chelsea,
Yeah, I'd have to go back. I'm going off memory, but I could have sworn that she's the one that gave that information to Seth Rich. And
Manning was arrested and charged with leaking classified documents to WikiLeaks. That was 2010. 2012, court-martialed and found guilty of 20 charges, including espionage and theft. 2013, Manning was sentenced to 35 years in prison.
yeah, but she got out.
In 2017, Manning's sentence was commuted by Barack Obama, and she was released from prison after serving 7 years.
And Seth Rich, that happened before that or during that time.
Yeah, well,
Doesn't
Seth
mean
Rich would
I
have
mean,
happened in 2016.
right, and it doesn't mean that wasn't. I got her. I'm trying to remember where I got the information from. I'm drawing a blank right now because it's so fucking late. But
Yeah, it is late. We've been going for a while. I got to cut you loose, but you wanted to
no, yeah,
do.
I'm good. I'm having trouble remembering because I do remember that. I do remember that Seth Rich did not get that information on his own. That he was given the information by Chelsea Manning.
No, well,
I think I saw that on the chain.
Here's the thing. What's his name? Seth Rich had access to those files. He
Right.
was the IT guy at the DNC.
Right.
When,
okay.
Yeah.
All right. I'll leave that alone for now. I'm gonna go back. Let's go back to this 142 because this is Das things. So, as I mentioned earlier, he dropped. Yeah, he dropped 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 drops at 142.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Who? Trump?
Scavino.
7 at 142.
7 at 142.
Holy
shit. At 142 and 2 seconds, he reposted the 12:27 a.m.
Okay. You there? I think we lost Oliver. Let me see if I can find him. How you all doing out there tonight? We've got about 1,700 in the house. Welcome, one and all. I hope you're enjoying the evening and chatting amongst yourselves and downloading some good stuff. Hey, let me see if you wouldn't mind. Would you mind sharing just a salutation, a little comment, and where you're from? I think that'd be cool to see where everyone's from tonight. Some you can say OG Snedhead, you can say newbie, you can say um, whatever you want. But it'd be good to kind of connect with you all because we've been kind of getting off on a tangent. I got to. There you go. You back? Can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what happened, but
I don't either.
so with the 142, this what's crazy to me about this whole timestamp is they're just a few seconds apart. So it had to be
By the
done.
way, I want to bring some weight into what you're about to do, talking about the Scavino timestamps. Sorry to interrupt, but Nurse Christie and OG Snedhead says, did you talk about the fact that the last presidential candidate to go to the Bronx? Do you know that story?
No,
It was Reagan.
I did not know that because in that time period, um, I was in a different lifestyle, and I didn't care about politics.
Yeah.
I could tell you right now, in the Bronx in the '80s, when Reagan was president, there was bricks of cocaine being delivered to the Bronx with with
Mm,
both his name and Bush's name stamped onto the bricks. Right. So this is how we knew
mm,
they were in control of the flow of cocaine into the United States. Their names were
wow.
literally stamped on the fucking bricks, you
Wow.
know. And the '80s were wild in New York.
Yeah.
Nobody that I was around were gave a shit about politics. We all at that point knew that
Yeah.
there were two wings of the same bird. And I mean, come on, looking back now, knowing what I know now, and looking back, that was Bush. Bush was president, not Reagan. Reagan did some things that were great.
Mm-hmm.
And he was met with a lot of opposition, like Trump. But at the
Mm-hmm.
end of the day, he had Bush behind him.
Yeah.
And
Snedhead from New Zealand in the house. I got people chiming
wow,
in on where they're calling in from, where they're in
Cali.
from. Cali. OG Sned is what they that was supposed to read OG Sned. Instead it's O Send
Oh,
Cali.
Sam Cali.
Uh, um, let's see.
But
And people saying hi to each other.
somebody mentioned a president visiting the Bronx, but a, a different area of the Bronx, a better section of the Bronx.
Ah,
Riverdale. Riverdale
interesting.
was one of them. And I have to agree. I don't recall any president ever visiting the South Bronx or
Yeah.
anywhere near the South Bronx. So
Um, so that was
Vancouver, you got a Vancouver Island there, Canada.
yeah, yeah. Loving the show tonight. You guys are like the Energizer bunnies. Yeah, it's thank you. I'm not feeling like that, but that's good. OG Sned in Pima County, Arizona, near Tucson. That's Edward. Um, One Love, about 15, 20 miles from Slow Country. Oh, cool. In Indiana, Joanne. Southeast Kansas City. Um, Tori Morris on Rumble is killing it. You know, Jonathan, I don't know about Tori, but I gotta say that I I kind of call her Tori condescends instead of Tori says.
I got mixed feelings about her as well because she
Yeah.
does put out a lot of good content,
Mm-hmm.
and I've watched her for years now, um and she has had some success locally,
boots on the ground. But when I first, and she used to follow me, and she doesn't follow me anymore. But when I first linked up with her mission, which she was trying to create groups of people in every county of every state, and I chimed in New York, and I'm a serious person when it comes to things like that. So I was very serious with what I was saying, and they blocked me.
Hmm.
You
Yeah.
know, I you
There's
know,
a bit of a cult vibe going on over
it
there.
was weird. It was very weird because
Yeah.
I'm asking questions and I'm giving information, and I wasn't getting back anything. And then all of a
Yeah.
sudden they blocked me. So why would you block someone from New York who's really trying to do the right thing, trying to help the message get out,
Yeah.
and grow.
Well,
You
that's
know,
the criticism with Gil too. He blocks everybody.
it was weird. It was very weird.
Yeah.
So I look, I'm not going to deny the fact that she puts out a lot of good information, and she's been there, from the very beginning. She knows a lot. She's very smart.
She also called Q a software when she was running for office. She was one of the people that denounced Q along with like Mark
Yeah,
Dykes and some others.
yeah. But
And
here,
she
but here,
denounced it as a software, and she called it a software about 30 times
yeah,
in an absolute, Goebbels would be proud, you know, tonality and frequency. And then and said it was created by the Knights of Malta because she found a Q company that was created by the Knights of Malta, and that Trump was in the Knights of Malta and the whole bit. But I don't even think she said that, but it was, and so it was to me. And then she does a movie called Enjoy the Show,
right,
and I'm like, okay, all right.
right.
And I go back farther with her when, but and with several questions, but and Nurse Christie says Tori's buddy is Patrick Byrne. That's
Yeah,
of
he blocked me.
is that right?
Him and I had a little dialogue years back, and he wound up blocking me because I called him out and bullshit. It's so funny. You mentioned her saying that Q is a program. That may be true, but not this Q. You know, Michael Corey talks about Q being a quantum computer. You
Yeah,
know, that may be true.
but it's humans we're talking to, though,
Right. Yes.
without
And that's
question.
and
Without
that's
question,
yes, without
they might be
question.
using that technology, but they're
Right.
humans.
Right. And that it bothers me because you can't say one and not include the other.
Yeah.
If you're telling me that it's a program and it's quantum computing and it's people, that's a different
Mhm.
story. But if you're telling me that it's just one or the other, like Mike, him and I, we're friends and we talk a lot. And he admitted that it's not just quantum computing. Of course, it's people, but when he's on the spaces, he's adamant about it being, you know, AI and quantum computing. And
Yeah.
he's like trying to push this message. And I tell him, you're going about it the wrong way because it's both. There's no way in hell that they did all this without quantum computing, which is the looking glass. Future proofs past. They're able to see things that we're not able to see. They're able to control certain things because they're using quantum computing. But the
Yeah.
actual communications with us was humans. The Q board, the board, the chan, the 4chan, the Acun,
Yeah.
the HN Acun, that was humans.
Yeah.
What was it infiltrated? 100% by people like Tory,
Mm.
with inside information, connections to
Mhm.
the CIA, easily manipulate people with the information they have, Yeah, it was infiltrated. You have to be able to differentiate between the two and not be sucked in to everything.
Yeah.
So like the New York Times, I follow her. You understand?
Yep. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with
Yeah.
you. I mean, I do too. I just don't pay much attention because I've seen too much
Right.
all over the place
Right.
too. So uh, Christy says, I hate it when truth tellers block the truth from getting out. Yeah. And we've got more to talk about with that, Christy, regarding one particular person. But um, the the thing that I wanted to bring back up was Christie's other drop, and that is drop 121, that mentions what is it about Trump, JFK, and Reagan that's different from all the rest.
What do you mean 121? She brought up 121?
She just reminded us of Q drop 121 because we're talking about, here, I'll bring it up.
Yeah, well they fought the establishment.
Yeah.
You know, where
And
where
so,
JFK was ultimately murdered. Reagan, they attempted to murder him, and that's
yes,
what changed him, because he was more of a Trump type of character prior to the assassination attempt. And Trump, now learning from the two, has mastered what it takes to be a true conservative president for the people, and
yeah,
and prevent being murdered. That's why Q talks about so much about being fully 100%
insulated.
insulated.
Yeah. How are JFK, Reagan, and Trump different from the rest? Question mark. This is 121. So great pull, Christy, because we're talking about the rally in the Bronx, and the only other president that went there was Reagan. And we're also talking about possible, are they going to shock the world with a vice president um, announcement?
I think so.
I mean, that would certainly, that would wake up a hell of a lot of people.
That would solidify his position amongst the people, knowing that he's been friends with this man pretty much his
Yeah,
whole young adult life.
yeah, yeah,
And how, and the thing I like to point out about Kennedy, John Kennedy, that is, number one, he never went by Junior, right? He
hmm,
decided to create a magazine, a political magazine, rather than to go into politics. He created a political magazine, which gave him access to everything. Any dinner, any event, whether it was in another country or you know domestic here within our country, he had access to. When he wrote the book of political lists about all the presidents, and their pet peeves, you know, he he knew what he was doing. He
yeah,
knew that it was for the future. And if you ever read that book, I mean, there's so many crumbs in there that you're not going to see anywhere else. He breaks down all the presidents, and I mean, it was brilliant what he did. Uh, when you look at the evening of his alleged, you know, plane crash, and I say alleged because of the information that was given to us prior
sure,
to,
sure,
right?
yeah,
Um, you have to take into account, you know, the potential or possibility of him saying, I'm not getting on that plane. If my
right,
Secret Service agent found a bomb,
yeah,
why would I get on that plane?
So the lag in takeoff, or the time lapse between the time that they were supposed to take off and the time that they actually took off, in my opinion, that's where they devised that plan, where it didn't really take that much time to say, hey, we're just going to let this plane, take
Yeah,
off.
yeah,
You'll be
yeah.
pilot by yourself. You can
There's an
eject, right?
Yeah. There's enough question marks around that whole situation that lends a to a credible conspiracy.
Right.
By the way, I just found out that one of my OG listeners started a Rumble channel and called Q Drop Deltas, one word,
Nice.
and she's doing the deltas one day at a time.
Nice.
Yeah.
Very nice.
Susie Q, way to go. That is
I know.
badass. I did not know
I've heard of Susie. Is that her Twitter handle, Susie Q?
that. Susie Q, will you put your Twitter handle in there as well? Let's see.
I've heard that name.
And maybe is this OG Susie Q? Because we used to have Susie Q in chat. Just want to make sure it's the same one. It's sorry to assume that was the same Susie Q. But yeah, so yeah,
Hey,
drop your Twitter.
hey, just for ha-has, right?
Yeah.
Drop 21 is 21 drops before 142.
Wow.
There's
Okay.
21.
121, 21 to 142. Yeah. Blackjack.
Yeah. And that 142,
This is Susie Q. This is her number, her X number. I don't know if it's the same one
what
that you're
is it?
thinking.
I can't see it.
Susie Q 164-808-45.
That's her X? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess there's a lot of Susie Q's out there.
Yeah, there are. I thought it was a different Susie Q, but I'll
Yeah.
look her up now. So going back to the 142, this is
Yeah.
what strikes me. Yeah, and I haven't, delved into it completely, but the fact that Scavino brought it up 7 times, to me, that's
That's
very
crazy.
significant. Right. So let's just mirror that for now. First of all, 142. I don't think we read the complete drop. That's a very big one. It talks about the Fed.
Oh yeah.
Who controls the Fed, right?
Yeah.
It talks about the
That's
Sahara.
the one that starts out, the Soros, the Y family. We read it the other night.
Right.
I read it.
Right.
You
Follow
want
the bloodline.
Yeah.
Talks about the Titanic. That's a very, very significant
Yeah.
post, the drop. But you mirror that. This is what blew my mind. When you mirror that, it talks about the White House party with the 400 plus guests.
Oh, okay.
In the news today.
400 plus.
In the news today or yesterday was Barack Obama at a White House dinner. Okay. Today's the 25th. That was yesterday morning. Yesterday at 5:35 a.m., Mike Singleton posted that Barack Obama returned to the White House for dinner last night. So on the 23rd, he was at the White House.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I mean, it all comes back to him. All of this is about him, hammer, scorecard, Spygate, Russian collusion. It's all about the Fast and Furious, the Uranium One, Benghazi, the WikiLeaks, the Pizzagate.
It's all about him. You know, him and Hillary, you know, his whole administration. So when this all comes to a head, there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be the main character. I'd love to see him arrested publicly. I'd love to see Hillary arrested publicly.
Well, that's why with everything I'm seeing, bro, that's why I'm saying that I think that he's the first, and that maybe she was already, or the second, she was already the first, but he's the first that you know, mass population awakening.
Right. And I don't disagree with you. I told you that.
Yeah,
There were two drops like that. I think one already happened, and the second one could be him. You know, could be him, because right now there are more people paying attention now than ever. You know, and with every day that goes by, look, Trump just gained, and I follow him on Truth regularly. You know, he had 6.6 million followers not that long ago. He's got 7.02 million now. He gained
Yeah.
100. He gained I'm sorry, let me go back, because he gained 10,000, a little more than 10,000. I misspoke earlier when I said 100,000.
Okay.
But he gained a little more than 10,000 after the rally. All right. It went from 7.01 to 7.02 after the rally. Prior to that, a few months ago, he was at 6.6. So he's gaining a lot of followers just by being in New York.
Yeah, totally.
You know, so with all these people waking up and paying attention now, I mean, we're all primed for an arrest. And it's not going to be Trump. It's not going to be Trump. I have yet to find any documentation on an actual arrest of Donald Trump. We've seen him go to court. We've seen the fake mugshot. I've never seen any documentation on his actual arrest. And you're a digger like me. If you can find it, let me know. I've not seen it. I've not seen it. He's the only man that I know that have ever gone to court through the back door. You know, I can't walk in the courthouse through the back door. You know, I just the Miami case, the Atlanta case, New York cases, there's no arrest record. You there? I can't hear you.
Hold on. Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. So, sorry, I was shifting. I'm moving positions. I'm moving into the living room so I could relax and not sit at my desk, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, so, but basically,
did you hear what I was saying?
yeah, about no arrest records.
Have you seen any?
No. And you've
You
looked.
would think.
Look.
Yeah, I've looked. Believe me, I've looked. I even know people who can get into the records, and they can't find any. And you would think that the left would plaster that shit all over the fucking place. You know?
Right.
Here's the arrest. Here's the the booking. You know, here's when you get arrested, you go to central book and they fingerprint you. All that shit is documented. Where is it? I've never seen it. So that's why I never agreed with Trump's quote unquote arrests being, you know, any one of those two first.
Yeah.
arrests,
And I said, you know, remember how I read that to you and said, you know, this determines, you know, they will fight, but you will be ready.
Right.
And I'm like, well, if it was an arrest that they wanted, they wouldn't fight.
Right.
So that doesn't make any sense. It's going to be an arrest that they're going to fight that's of legitimacy.
Right.
If it's, you know, Barack Obama, they're going to say, oh, this is politically motivated. Well, no. Here's analog video of him, you know, doing terrible things to a
Right.
child, you know, and that's going to solidify everything. And crimes against children will unite humanity across party lines.
We hope.
I mean, that's what Q said is going to happen.
What in
You
the
know,
hell
that
did I just come across? Dave, I'm scrolling through my Twitter and this is ridiculous. How is this even allowed on X? You got women. Oh, I don't even want to say what it is. This is insane. It's called Secret Friends. Secret Friends is the handle, the Twitter handle. You got women on full display, pleasing each other, fully nude, fully nude.
on X.
Yeah, on X. It says live.
Are you sure? Are you sure you
If I
didn't
click
type
on,
in X 3 times?
no, I I was searching. I was searching for your live feed because not so long ago on the side here it showed you, you know, your live feed. And I
Uh-huh.
look now and I'm not seeing it. So I typed in live on X and this shit came up. This is crazy.
Damn.
This
I
is
better check
freaking crazy.
I better check my tags.
Come on, it gets worse. It is horrible. This is worse. It gets worse.
Really? Dude, I
Oh
hope we
my
don't lose you.
God. I'm on my phone with you. I'm on the
Really?
laptop trying to find us live, and I
Oh,
can't.
okay. Interesting.
I typed in live on X, and it's this is insane. I'm reporting them.
Wow.
I'm gonna report them. There's full blown porn, worse than what I just described to you. This
Well,
is ridiculous.
yeah, you might want to send me a link just so, you know, I can report it too.
I don't want to say the link. I'm gonna block them and report it. I'm not
Good,
sending no link.
good night, folks.
Yeah.
So, so, so so I have up the Great Awakening, and I just pulled this up the other night when you were on. Sometimes you can't tell the public the truth, you must show them. Only then will people find the will to change. Crimes against children unite all humanity. Kill bracket, cross party lines, kill bracket, difficult truths.
Yeah.
So that's the, you know, crimes against children will unite all humanity. All of the politics is going to go by the wayside, right? Because it's, you know, it's the children, not cool.
Right.
And yeah. Let me see. JFK Jr., John, not the same person. How does David Keith Quigley fit into this plot? Have you done the earlobe comparisons with the 3-year-old Jr.? So, folks, I think my first rodeo was Charlie Ward selling us on the fake king of England that was going to replace Queen Elizabeth, which everyone was down for because we don't like those people. But everyone fell for this fake story of this fake king. We have seen the fake JFK Jr. with 107. And now we're hearing this guy, David Keith Quigley, who claims he's Junior. and is, collecting donations.
That's crazy.
So I don't buy it.
No,
I don't. I don't.
no,
And if I'm
not at
missing
all.
something, please tell me, Barb.
No. That's your house, David. How does David? Oh, you were just reading what someone posted? I just
Yeah,
caught
yeah,
the
yeah,
last, I caught
yeah.
the
I'm
last
sorry.
portion of
It
that.
was this here.
How does David key quickly fit into the plot? Have you done the ear little comparison? No, David Keith Quigley is not Junior. No,
Yeah.
100%. Um, there've been many comparisons between several different people who claim to be Junior, or other people are trying to persuade us to believe that they're
Well,
Junior.
for crying out loud, yeah. I mean, people were trying to say that Vincent Fusco was Junior.
Yeah, no. See,
You know,
For
it's
me, Junior was big on staying in shape. He was an avid jogger. He rode horses regularly. Like, he cared about his health and staying in shape. So when you look at people like Wano Save and a couple other people who claim to be Junior, Junior would never allow himself to get into that physical state, which is out of shape.
right.
You look at RFK and the shape that he's in,
Yeah.
regardless of people want to claim he's taking steroids or whatever. It doesn't matter. He's still not a
You still
fat
got to work. You still
person.
got to work out to get there.
Right, right, yeah, and they're big. The Kennedys in general are big on that. They're athletic. They're
Yeah.
very active. And so when I do any comparison to anyone who claims they're JFK Jr., the first thing I do is look at the physical appearance, not just the face, not just the eyes.
Right.
You look at the body, because there's no doubt in my mind that he's been around. He's wearing masks. And he's playing a huge role behind the scenes. I'm convinced. I don't care what you think. I've seen enough to come to that conclusion. If at the end of the day I'm wrong, so be it. I'm wrong. But for right
Yep.
now, I'm sticking with, he's going to be the closing act. You know, you read the drop where it says we're saving Israel for last. Sorry,
We're
my
saving Israel for ass.
for,
Yeah.
for a specific reason never mentioned before. Um,
Palestine for tits. Israel for ass.
not that long ago, uh, it was the first time that Israel was mentioned in regards to uh, children, and
Mhm.
yeah, there's no doubt that there's a connection there. They're one of the softest countries on pedophilia anywhere in the world. They accept pedophiles. They protect pedophiles,
Mhm.
right? So yeah, I can see Israel being saved for last for that reason. And not the people of Israel. Please, anyone who's listening, that's not what we mean when we say Israel. We mean the people behind the state of Israel, which is pretty much the Rothschilds. Um,
The Khazarians.
right, the Khazarians, Ashkenazis.
Yeah.
Um, but at the same time, you also have to take into account the fact that Brooklyn, New York, a section of Brooklyn, New York, in fact, was always considered the Israel of the United States. For many years, that there was a hub. Actually, there was a big story on this synagogue not that long ago when they tore up the wall and they found, a small passageway or tunnel to other rooms where there were baby mattresses and cribs and strollers and things of that nature, baby
Right.
clothes, stained matches. You know, that was the same synagogue where the rabbi that Bibi would consult with, held his sermons.
Yeah.
This guy was world renowned, and
Yep.
and Jewish people from Israel would come there and pretty much worship this man, and Israel, that part of Brooklyn, um, I think it's Borough Park, if I'm not mistaken. Borough Park, Brooklyn. I forget what it is, but they refer to it as Little Israel. The Israel of the United States.
Okay.
So maybe that's the Israel for last they were talking about. The connection between the two, because it's not just the geographical location of Israel, it's who's behind that whole state, and
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Janice says, Dave, one of your shows, there was a guy in chat that was in Coast Guard the night Junior went down. He said it was very, very strange. I remember that, Janice. Thanks for the reminder. Yeah,
well,
he said,
the didn't the investigation take 14 hours and they were looking in a totally different direction of where the plane went down?
I think so.
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
to me that was, let's give these guys time to, you know, pretty much cover up everything and getting it clear before we start letting the public know what went down. And
Um,
it was the next night, the next day, I believe. I'm sorry to cut you off, Dave. It
no,
was the
it's all right.
17th. The 17th of July is when we first heard a report of the crash. It was about 2 in the morning on the 17th of July when they first put the report out.
Is that right?
Mhm. The report that he was, there was a possibility that he was dead.
Wow.
Yeah, I remember I did some digging on that and I found that. I posted it.
17 people at the funeral.
Right. On the 17th of July,
Wow.
which is right around the
1717
corner.
is the address of Ingersoll Lockwood.
Right.
Another former listener of mine, or not former, but listener of mine, Paul Ketchikanana, started a show as well. So I'm just putting you guys out. Her name is Channel is Light Lounge. The channel is Light Lounge here on Rumble. Light Lounge.
Okay.
So congrats, Julie. Glad you got that off the ground. That's pretty cool. Yeah, a lot of cool folks doing their own thing now. That I feel good about some of the people that are getting involved. So did we have? Well, there's endless stuff we could have dove into. But I just wanted to bring up just some topical news in the sense of what was told to us was going to be disease X is the H5N1 virus. That is the new lockdown. I talked about this back in January that was going to be announced by Tedros at Davos, and he did the next day, and then they put a date out. This was Ingersoll decode, by the way, and it was simple. It was just in the address bar, and the next date was the 31st, and it turns out that the cow transfer from the cow to human was on the 31st of March. And I read about it on April 1st. or it was that weekend at any rate. And that was the next major event that was going to occur regarding disease X, which is the H5N1. And that's why we have to understand that they're ramping up another pandemic in order to cull the population with jabs and control the population with lockdowns and the election. And that's exactly why they brought it out. And Pelosi was the trigger for that. Remember, she rushed the impeachment vote through the House and said how important it was to get it done, and then sat on it for like a month.
Right. For a specific date. Yep.
And then when she delivered that over to the Senate was the first case of COVID-19 in the United States.
Right.
The same day. And we, at that time, when we went live, we talked about how she was waiting for that.
Right.
And that was the trigger. And so it's it's very much planned in advance, and they know what they're doing, and we're not going to fall prey to that at all anymore.
Nope. I got your pandemic right here.
Yeah, right. Here, I gotta take the little man out here.
Hey,
on,
listen. Donald Trump posted at 1:51 a.m.
What time?
1:51.
Really?
Which is last, yeah. Another mirror timestamp. But it's pretty interesting to see what that drop says. I'm going to read it while you check your dog out.
I'm pulling it up now. I brought my computer with me.
Oh, okay.
And I'll pull it up as we're doing it. But go ahead and read it, please.
Yeah, this is cool. How do you capture a very dangerous animal? Do you attack it from the front? Do you walk through the front door? Do you signal ahead of time you will be attacking? We were just talking about, how it's a clandestine operation, military operation that's unknown to the general population. And they talked about how they would never announce to the enemy what their plans are.
Right. So operators never divulge.
Right. So for Trump to post this, and I haven't seen this drop in a while. The 151 hasn't come up in a very long while. So it's pretty interesting that he drops it now. How do you distinguish between good and bad? Who do you trust to keep secrets? How do you prevent leaks? And they talked about military intel with no leaks to the media in the early drops. They mentioned that.
Yeah.
Who do you trust to complete the mission? How do you prevent warnings being sent? Why is Admiral Rogers so important? Why was the source right? He was the director of the NSA, and then he
warned Trump about that Obama was spying on him.
Right, and very early on, right before the drops, he did that. But also, he retired, didn't he? And in doing so, he becomes a civilian. And by being a civilian, you're no longer subject to military code. So you're free to discuss, and this is what I mentioned earlier. I think there's a time that has to, elapse between the time that you retire or resign
Mm.
and the time that you can actually speak on certain things. So it's pretty interesting because I believe he retired that same year, right? 2016.
I can't remember. Let me pull it up. Does anybody else want to do
I'll,
that
I'll
research
keep
and let us
reading.
know in chat?
I'll keep reading while they look
Yeah,
it up.
please.
Why was the source code to former NSA collection P's publicly released? How do you blind the clowns in America? What was Snowden's primary mission? What was Snowden's real primary mission? Was Snowden truly acting on his own? Nothing is as it appears. What show is being put on by A.G. Sessions since his confirmation? What show is being put on by POTUS since A.G. Sessions' confirmation? Why was A.G. Sessions' confirmation challenged heavily? Why was Rod Rosenstein's confirmation smooth and easy? What was the vote count for Rod Rosenstein? Why did Sessions recuse himself? Why is this relevant? And again, after that, like Admiral Rogers, he stepped out of the scene completely, right? What group has vocally supported RM repeatedly? How do you capture a very dangerous animal? Who is the best to conduct the attack? What is the one force necessary to retain control? Why does the U.S. military play such a vital role in this global game of risk? What is money without power? Why did POTUS depart Manila 30 minutes early ahead of schedule? Why is Air Force One landing in Hawaii? So many questions here, huh?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
many questions. Does Air Force One have in-air refueling ability? Yes. Nothing is as it appears. What was the DC vote breakdown between Trump and Clinton? What is the nickname for DC? Why would sealed indictments be outside of DC jurisdiction? What purpose would this serve? Why are judicial appointments being rapidly completed? Who can you trust? Have faith, patriots. So that's a lot to take in. I mean, it's
Yeah.
basically question after question after question after question. But if you broke it down piece by piece, you can be able to figure it out. And I like that they're bringing us back to that drop to remind us who POTUS is, who's he in control of, the fact that Snowden, in my opinion, and I'm sure I can prove it, um, he's playing a double role, specifically right now. Um, but I mean, they mentioned clowns in America. How do you blind them? Remember, they took out their satellites. How do you
Corona
blind them?
offline.
Yeah,
Corona offline. Yeah,
yeah,
it was all
how do you,
CIA.
yeah. That's how you blind them. You
Yeah.
cut out their communications. How do you prevent uh, warnings being sent? You cut off all the leaks. They knew who the leakers were. Adam Schiff was the main leaker. You know,
Hmm.
you cut them off. you know there's a lot to this, and I'm sure if we took it piece by piece we can break it down. But for me, Trump pointing it out is more confirmation of the fact that not only are we over target, we have to keep these things in mind, because these are things that have happened already. You
Hmm.
understand?
Yeah.
And these are the type of things that we have to keep reminding ourselves, like, look,
This happened already. This is not speculation. This is not conspiracy theory. This happened. And if this happened, then you better believe that the rest of the stuff, you know, is either happening, already happened, or will happen. You know. So
It's Tesla sitting underneath the arc of the electricity, seeing the past, present, and future all in the same.
yeah.
Think about that.
Yeah.
And last night, um, uh, I was on late with Hawk, and I spoke to Aristotle, and how Aristotle said the and I pulled it up, and I'm actually looking for it now, but it was something to the here it is. It is the mark. Let me pull this up. I think you're gonna dig this.
Hold up. Time out.
Go ahead.
Time out.
We got to stay on track.
You were just talking about the coronas, the computers.
Yeah.
Right. How do you blind the CIA?
The satellites.
Right. Scavino posted at 1:43. Right.
Like 6 minutes ago.
No, not 6 minutes ago. It's 3:49 over here.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
At 1:40,
I went the wrong way.
I'm just saying. Look at drop 143.
Hold on.
There are a bunch out there. Here is one. The CIA has 7 supercomputers, and they're all named after the 7 dwarfs from Snow White. Doc, Dopey, Bashful, Grumpy, Sneezy, Sick. That's it right there.
Yeah.
Right there. And then Trump posts 8 minutes later about, how do you blind the CIA? You can't make this up.
Wow. No.
You can't make this up.
No.
They're telling us. They're pretty much telling us that this has already been taken care of. You know.
Well, Corona offline was to be replaced by Starlink.
Starlink, right? And how many times have you seen Elon posting of different remote locations around the world? Now, Starlink is active in these locations.
Yeah.
They're telling you they control it all. They have it all. They control it all. They're everywhere. Yeah, I'm psyched, man.
Yeah, this is here's the coronas. There's going to be some corona virus stuff, but the lower ones, let me see, is the corona satellites, which are tied in with the CIA supercomputers. That here it is. Corona 8 reroute, Corona 8 new control. This was 2018. Corona 8 now offline. Corona 16 task route 16 now offline. Blind eyes in the sky. How do you blind?
That's right.
The CIA. Shall we play a game? Corona 4 now offline. Corona 8 reroute. Corona 16 offline. Snow White 6 now offline. Remember the Snow White and the 7 Dwarfs. Snow White 7 now offline.
That's literally what we're talking about right now.
Now offline. Yep. They communicated this to us tonight.
Yeah.
Without question.
Yeah. I'm gonna look deeper into these 142 drops because they're seconds apart from each other.
Mm-hmm.
The 2-second difference, there's no way you can do that, unless you're on multiple devices.
Yeah.
Right. But then you have like 8-second differentials. And to me, that's literally them telling us, like,
these early drops, is either happening now or have happened. And I just can't wait. I feel like the only thing that's going to truly turn things around is not just the announcement or potential announcement of John Kennedy, but also showing the people these crimes that they
Yeah.
committed,
Yeah.
and then showing the punishment
Yeah.
for their crimes.
Yeah. That's going to be the only way we heal going
Right.
forward. By the way, I looked up 21 because there was 21 between 121 and 142. I've dumped some crumbs like this over the weekend, which started the intense shilling. At this point, we are far enough along. You can paint the picture without risk of jeopardizing the operation.
Right. And
We're
that's
just,
why I said earlier that we could
yep,
talk about this freely without
right,
having to worry about any retaliation anymore.
yeah,
It kind of feels like 2020 all over again, with the
hmm,
exception of us being able to speak freely, that we didn't have before,
right,
you know?
yeah, yeah. I mean, that's why X. People have said like, wait a minute, X. What if Because I call out Musk all the time for not being a good guy. Like he's they made a deal with him. No deals, but you know what I mean? Like, here, you're going to do this for us and you're going to do that for us because, again, up until now, all these people have just been reading a script written by the black hats. Now they're reading a script written by the white hats. That's the
Right.
only difference. It's the same blackmail. We have it all. We
Oh,
have the NSA, we have Rogers, we have Five Eyes, we have it all.
right.
And so they're now reading the script the white hats have written for them to carry out this show to awaken the masses in a way that doesn't leave 99% of them in the hospital, which is what Q warned us about.
Right.
99% would be put in the hospital if we released it too quickly.
Right.
So they have to slow drip it and have to show us the truth, not tell us the truth. And so, yeah, man, this is,
Deep.
dude, I mean, this is some shit right here. I mean,
Yeah.
it's like, this is not happenstance.
It,
This
it,
is,
yeah. It's
yeah,
crazy that no matter how long we've been studying these drops, or no matter what conclusion we come to, they still, seem to amaze us with
we're
the
still
claims.
delighted by them, aren't
Yeah.
we?
And because it's, for me,
Yeah,
it's because of the timing.
yeah,
It's because of the timing. For instance, when Trump posted at 12:30 tonight, and I said it was, 130 capital letters, you go to that drop, it literally says no message. There's no message there.
really.
You know, I could see some people saying, "Oh, this is nothing. It's a psyop." Look, it literally says no message, right? But there's a lot here.
Yeah.
You can do mirror. You can look at the timestamp, which is 11.3, 11.3.1, with a
Hmm.
45-second, you know, timestamp. That's how I look at all of this. No message. He's flying in here. He's on Air Force One.
Excuse me.
Bless you. And he just put
Thank
a picture out, of the sky with no message. All right, so dig a little deeper. Mirror that. That's 31. We were just talking about that a little while ago. Look at the
you. And by the
11:30.
way, Christy mentioned earlier, drop 151 and 15, Trump truthed. yesterday, which also led to 15, which is 11.3 and 11.6. There were 16 flags, but set up 13 with 3 on the top the side. I don't quite understand that.
Yeah,
But at any rate, it took us back to that. But the other thing I found off the 142, by the way, is I often go down the blue numbers, right? And the blue numbers look like almost like satellite takedowns or different operations, right? And then why are so many Iranian resistance freedom fighters tagging QAnon on Twitter? Big things coming, folks. That's from Trump, Q plus.
Where did you just read that from?
So this is drop 1491.
Oh, okay.
And I went to 1491 because of the blue numbers in 142.
Right.
Okay. Then the next set of numbers, and I should have 142 up here too. Let me do that just so we have the comparison. I think I have it up, and then, but the other number that comes off of that is 955, which we were just at, because there was a tweet of 955.
Right.
And it says next week, boom, 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 Q. USMC activated US3. That was one of the first ones you dropped tonight.
Right.
And we're taken back to that from the blue numbers of 142. Dude, think about that.
Right.
What are the odds that we went to the same damn drop from two completely different directions? Okay. And then 142, you see it was 1491, 22, and 955. And that's why I got to 955. That's in the blue right here. So the 229 is red, which popped up the other day.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday.
Right. Yeah. It was just yesterday, wasn't it? Yeah. And it was Flynn and Reichland wearing red shirts. Right. And then this freedom, like this code that could be used to, for do you know what this is?
Which one?
The version 1 stand, version 2 stand, freedom.
What drop?
I'm sorry, 229. I have it up.
229.
And then
yeah, that's one of those drops that we were never really able to figure out, because it's like straight up military.
Yeah, exactly. Same. I just wasn't sure if you did.
If you go a little further, drop 231 and 232, same thing. It's coded for them.
Yeah.
Not all of this for Anons.
And so the other exactly. And the other breakdown of that is 5522. If I go, the 55 instead of 955, right? And 55 is looked at Twitter exactly this: my fellow Americans, a storm is upon us, God bless. And then 22 is who controls the National Guard. Can they work in coordination with the Marines?
Right. I was going to get to that because he posted at 12:22.
Whoa. So we're getting there twice, two different directions now.
Right.
No civil unrest, clean and swift.
Yeah, that gives you a direct connection to drop 22.
Yeah.
That 12:22 drop. Whenever, this is what I do almost daily. I wait till midnight, because the 11th hour is usually very, very uh, uh, relevant drops. And then anything immediately after midnight, it's the early drops. You understand? So
Yeah.
I tend to follow those and see what they're trying to tell us in correlation to the times and the news. You understand? So
Yeah.
right now, tonight, for instance, we talked about how he posted just after midnight several times. That's Scavino, that is.
Yeah.
The rally was the 23rd. The very next day, he posted like 5 or 6 posts right after midnight, and we didn't get into all of those, but they're all dasting drops. You got 22, 24, 27, 28, 30. These are all drops that are very, very relevant, especially right now. You got, and then he jumps to the 125 twice. That's Trump actually. At 125, he posted twice. That was another theme for last night. The double posts.
Yeah.
How many? I have not seen this, and I've been following him for a long time. I've not seen so many double posts
No,
in a
and
24-hour period. It's crazy.
and by the way, the sheer number of post period is off the charts.
Right. 857 twice. 125 twice. The
Hmm.
906 we got twice. The 908. Wait, 906, 907, 908, 909. They're posting a minute apart. That's like a countdown. You got the 906 twice. I mentioned that. The 911 twice.
Yeah.
I mean, there's so much here.
And by the way, the I wanted to say that on that dive where 1491 came up off the 142, it's can you see that on the screen? Do I have that up? No, let me pull that up.
91.
Uh, it's um, it's the one. Hold on. It's this one here in the pink, which is a 1491, but it's 1474 and 1473 in 1491.
Right.
Fox M1 stolen takedown. Okay. Fox M1, well, there's a Fox satellite. Fox M1 satellite, you search it and it comes up the Fox 1B satellite. And it's an FM radio transponder.
Mm.
And so and it takes you down through all these, but it's that's the kind of thing where we're talking about the coronas offline and the communications and Musk, the whole bit. And Iran heavily in the news, Castle arrival. I mean, it's it's the kind of thing where you just it brings a level of legitimacy that can't be explained away. I don't know if that makes sense at all,
So,
but
so,
I'm talking about the drops, right?
right. Yeah, no, there's always meaning behind it all. I'm just blown away at the amount of double posts. It goes on.
Yeah,
Donald Trump at 540, you know, 11 seconds apart, he dropped posts. Uh, Again, I've never seen so many. At 11:31, There's a double post.
Here's 540.
Right.
Are you following the news today? What a big news day. These people are really stupid. This will be the end of the D Party. This will be the path forward with public outrage to jail many so-called untouchables. You, the people, have the power. Down she goes.
Boom. Boom. Talking about going to jail. I love it.
Yep.
I love
And
it.
and in the blue, especially when it's a number like that, 24, I always go into the next drop, which is any person making statements they will not be seeking re-election was put in submission for the betterment of the country. Not all will be prosecuted, and all will do as told. You will see more of this occur, not normal yet disregarded, and even on the Dem side, right? This is kind of what I'm talking about. Like they're just doing what they've been told, you know, and they're put into submission because now we have all the information that was blackmailing them to go against humanity to begin with, right?
Yeah.
So where else did you go?
The 2331. That drop. There's a lot of links there. You know, one of them is a tweet from Goodlat, and Q tells us pretty much to follow Goodlat, and this is where he mentions a joint investigation into decisions made by the DOJ in 2016. He subpoenaed Glenn Simpson to appear for deposition. You remember that?
Yeah.
Right. And we didn't hear much about that. That's probably one of those, classified behind the scenes hearings that we know is occurring. And is yet to be seen the outcome of that. There's another link from the Hill about the collusion. The DNC lawyers met with FBI on Russia allegations before surveillance warrant. This is when Solomon was dropping like almost daily. He was dropping shit, you know.
Who?
John Solomon from the
John
Hill.
Solomon. I thought you said Solomon. Yeah, Solomon and Carter are badass.
Yep.
Yeah.
And they talked about Perkins Coie.
Yeah.
You know, the whole thing with James Baker and Clapper and Comey and all that.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of this stuff has been scrubbed. But I know you remember, and I'm sure I can go into my archives and find a lot of this stuff. But it's just it's funny because I honestly would not have looked for this drop. You understand? I wouldn't have, like, I remember it all happening real time, and it's all, important. It all ties everything together. You know, Perkins Coie is behind a lot of this shit.
Oh yeah.
Fusion GPS and all that. But the fact that they're reminding us, to me, that's saying, don't worry, this is going to come up again, and they will be held accountable.
Yeah.
So
on 2331, you see the 330 and 329 next to the zero IDs.
Yep.
There's always gold in them. There are hills.
Yeah.
And
the reason why I never really paid attention to those is because for me, and not to discredit anything you're saying, because everything has meaning, but on the Chans, that was like the number of the crumb in
that takes you back to the thread.
Right.
It takes you back to the thread.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
But which to me makes it a whole other dimension. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like, because it's taking you back to that thread, but it's also taking you to another timestamp or another post.
And it's all connected. It's all connected.
Yeah. And so let me show you the three. Oh, wait a minute. So the 329 is Melissa Schiff and Robert Soros. And and how, you know, the families, and Rabbi David Posner, Temple Emmanuel in New York, and you know, these families. Here's the New York Times for you. Guys, is Melissa Schiff related to Adam Schiff? What are the chances? And Q says, follow the wives. These people are stupid.
Right.
And then in 330, we have a special place picked out for George Soros. Really special.
Right. Lake of Fire.
Yeah. And we were just on Huma, follow Huma to Alex Soros just yesterday.
Yeah, and I think that they're both fully controlled. One of your viewers said, Cheshire's Insight said, maybe they are doing double because we did not get the right meaning of what they were saying. So, with that said, if you're still listening, no, that's not why they do the double posts. Usually it's because they want you to mirror the post. And I'll give you an example with that 2331 that we were just talking about, which is 1131, which could also be 11.3 of either the CFR or the Law of War Manual. You mirror that, and it's 1332. Now, that drop literally says, my fellow patriots or fellow patriots, what you're about to learn should not only scare you, but intensify your resolve to take back control. Freedom in brackets. The information that will become,
what number is that?
1332. The information that will become public will further demonstrate the criminal and corrupt pure evil in kill brackets, abuse of power that the Hussein administration undertook in joint efforts with domestic and foreign dignitaries. The snowball has begun rolling. There is no stopping it now. D5. And D5 can mean many things.
Yeah.
But it started with the funeral of Bush Sr. on December 5th. Right.
Also, D5 could be 45 because D is
Right.
number 4.
Right. It could also be DEFCON 5.
DEFCON, yeah.
It's many things it could mean. Stay the course.
It could be you sunk my battleship.
And then he says, stay the course and trust the plan. Protective measures are in place. Remain brave. They're literally telling you to come out of your shell, you know, and start speaking out and doing things that you would not normally do. Remain brave. We knew this day would come. And then there's a link, and this needs to be seen by everyone across the world if you haven't seen this video already. But after the link, it's United We Stand Worldwide. Where we go one, we go all. We fight. Conspiracy no more. That video leads to the speech that Trump gave. It's an incredible speech.
Absolutely.
And video.
Can't count the amount of times I've played that.
Right. And so, you know, I don't want to play it because you can only hear it. You whoever's listening, you have to watch this video if you haven't seen it. This will blow your mind. And even now, to me, it's more relevant now than it was then. You know, it kind of gives you a lot of proofs if you look back as to what happened already. And this, I think, wasn't that 2017, that video, that speech? I want to say it was late 2017 when he first gave that speech.
2016.
Was it 16?
Yeah, it was before the election.
That's right. It was 16. It was, wait, 16 or 7? 2024? No, it was 17. It was
This,
2017.
this was his, running against Hillary.
Right. It was before the election.
But the election was November.
Oh, wait.
2016.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. Yep.
You want me to play it?
I could play it for sound, but you really got to see the video to get.
Oh, I got it up.
Yeah. Yeah,
got
play
it.
it.
You see it?
Definitely.
Here we go. Yeah, everyone can see it. Haven't played it in a while, so this will be good.
Our movement is about replacing a failed and corrupt political establishment with a new government controlled by you, the American people. The Washington establishment and the financial and media corporations that fund it exist for only one reason: to protect and enrich itself. The establishment has trillions of dollars at stake in this election. For those who control the levers of power in Washington and for the global special interest, they partner with these people that don't have your good in mind. Our campaign represents a true existential threat like they haven't seen before. This is not simply another 4-year election. This is a crossroads in the history.
Yeah.
Go back a few seconds.
To which
the
scene?
To the black and white shot of him coming in on
Yeah.
that. Bring that up a little more, a little further back. Get the full picture.
Good in mind. Our camp
right there.
Yeah.
Scavino just changed his backdrop to that.
Are you serious?
Yes. He did the 2 black and white posts and he changed his fucking background to that. Yes. Today, yesterday.
Really?
Yesterday. Yeah. Yeah, bro.
Wow.
Look it up. Look at
on
his
Twitter or Truth?
On Truth. Look, I think it's Truth. I'm watching. I'm like, wait a minute. I just saw that. Hold up. I think it's Truth. That's his backdrop. Yes, because I haven't been on X that much today. That's Scavino's backdrop on Truth. And he did the 2 black and white drops that we discussed. The Punisher being black and white and the Clandestine being black and white. And that right there, black and white. Come on, bro.
Wow.
Come on. I mean,
wow.
Come on.
That's amazing.
You can't look because you have this up.
Look at this, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit, man.
What's that?
Just I'm seeing it for the first time.
You're seeing Scavino's? Yeah. It's right there.
Like, watch. I'm gonna stop this screen share and I'm gonna go to Truth. Which is a window here. I think here. Here's Scavino's.
There it is.
Nice call, man. Holy cow.
Boom, bro. Fucking boom.
That's awesome.
Holy shit. All right, you can play that video now.
Yeah. I'm so glad we played it, man. This is unbelievable shit.
Wow.
Yeah. Love when this shit happens, man. All right, hold on. Let me get back to that other screen. And it's hard because my dog is biting me. Stop it, dude. Come on. Trying to work here. Come on. He thinks I'm playing. And it literally, I'm reaching for the mouse pad, and he's biting my hand. Hey, bite this hand. Here. All right, now I lost where the hell is that? Oh, here it is. Okay. So, and we're back to. Shit, come on, man. Dude, you're killing me. Come on, man. We're outside on the porch. It's absolutely beautiful. Perfect evening. Okay, here we go.
Campaign represents a true existential threat like they haven't seen before. This is not simply another 4-year election. This is a crossroads in the history of our civilization that will determine whether or not we, the people, reclaim control over our government. The political establishment that is trying to stop us is the same group responsible for our disastrous trade deals, massive illegal immigration, and economic and foreign policies that have bled our country dry. The political establishment has brought about the destruction of our factories and our jobs as they flee to Mexico, China, and other countries all around the world. It's a global power structure that is responsible for the economic decisions that have robbed our working class, stripped our country of its wealth, and put that money into the pockets of a handful of large corporations and political entities. This is a struggle for the survival of our nation, and this will be our last chance to save it. This election will determine whether we're a free nation or whether we have only the illusion of democracy, but are in fact controlled by a small handful of global special interests rigging the system, and our system is rigged. This is reality. You know it, they know it, I know it, and pretty much the whole world knows it. The Clinton machine is at the center of this power structure. We've seen this firsthand in the WikiLeaks documents, in which Hillary Clinton meets in secret with international banks to plot the destruction of U.S. sovereignty in order to enrich these global financial powers, her special interest friends, and her donors. Honestly, she should be locked up. The most powerful weapon deployed by the Clintons is the corporate media, the press. Let's be clear on one thing. The corporate media in our country is no longer involved in journalism. They're a political special interest, no different than any lobbyist or other financial entity with a total political agenda. And the agenda is not for you, it's for themselves. Anyone who challenges their control is deemed a sexist, a racist, a xenophobe. They will lie, and then again, they will do worse than that. They will do whatever is necessary. The Clintons are criminals, remember that. This is well documented, and the establishment that protects them has engaged in a massive cover-up of widespread criminal activity at the State Department and the Clinton Foundation in order to keep the Clintons in power. They knew they would throw every lie they could at me and my family and my loved ones. They knew they would stop at nothing to try to stop me. Nevertheless, I take all of these slings and arrows gladly for you. I take them for our movement so that we can have our country back. I knew this day would arrive. It's only a question of when. And I knew the American people would rise above it and vote for the future they deserve. The only thing that can stop this corrupt machine is you. The only force strong enough to save our country is us. The only people brave enough to vote out this corrupt establishment is you, the American people. Our great civilization has come upon a moment of reckoning. I didn't need to do this, folks, believe me. I built a great company, and I had a wonderful life. I could have enjoyed the fruits and benefits of years of successful business deals and businesses for myself and my family, instead of going through this absolute horror show of lies, deceptions, malicious attacks. Who would have thought? I'm doing it because this country has given me so much. And I feel so strongly that it's my turn to give back to the country that I love. I'm doing this for the people and for the movement. And we will take back this country for you, and we will make America great again.
Bro, I'm blown away right now.
Yeah.
I'm blown away right now. You know, and we've been on. We were on at that time.
Right.
We were on. I don't know what we were talking about, but we were definitely on
Yeah.
at that time.
Yeah.
You know, and we talked about the double drops and how you mirror them. You know, when you see double
Yeah.
drops like that, that's my, method of decoding. Whenever I see, drops at
I
the
like
same
it.
time,
Yeah.
you
I
know,
like it.
I mirror them. That was just mind blowing. Now check out drop 27, which is when he comes out to the stage with that backdrop that Scavino has as his banner. Drop 37 is the time at the 37-second marker of that video we just watched is when he comes out onto that stage, right?
Oh, okay.
There are true patriots we will never forget. Let these coming days be remembered in our history as the time we fought to recapture the republic from those evil bad actors who for so long has sacrificed the good people of this land for their own personal gain. Fight the good fight, and then in all caps, let justice be served. Boom.
Boom. Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah.
you can't make this shit up, man.
Nope.
We
Nice
we
catch on the
so
37.
so many dots were connected tonight.
Yeah.
You know, when I go back and look at this recording, I'm sure I'm gonna see some more. But I've
Yeah.
never seen this before, Dave. I've never seen so many double posts in one
Same.
day,
Same.
you know, and a string of posts in 1 minute marker, the 1 minute and 42 second, our 1 hour and 42 minute marker,
And
7 posts. I've
and
never seen that.
7. Yeah. And then 142.
Right, that's what I'm talking about.
And the breakdown of off the blue numbers off 142
Right,
took us to two different drops that you got to independent
right.
on just going into the timestamp.
Yeah, it's good night.
Yeah, bro.
It's good
Great
night.
job. Great job, man. We got 1100 right now and X and a bunch of other stuff and
1100 on X.
X and let me see. Let me get to it. I'll tell you exactly. I got 880 on my X, 58 on Hawks, 127 on his YouTube, and 35 on his Facebook.
You got over 700 on your X.
880.
Wow, at this time,
I know,
that's
right?
that's big.
That's badass, man.
Yeah, that's big.
So thank you all, X, for
No, I'm
coming
not
out.
ready. I'm not ready to go, man. I'm
I know.
not ready
I
to
know.
go. This
Well,
listen.
we got another 540 over on Rumble.
Did we? Oh yeah, we did
Um,
do the 143. What about the connection there? Right, the connection we made with the 143, or rather the connection that they guided us to with the supercomputers that we were talking about before
oh yeah, yeah,
before I even
yeah,
recognized the drop.
yeah.
You know, it's like they laid it all out for us.
This 7 supercomputers with the Snow White and the 7 dwarfs, and then we went to a separate one with Snow White and with the and then we're just the chrono runoff lines. And
Hold
all,
up.
I mean,
Hold up. There was another.
that was the CIA. How do you blind them? How do you blind
Right.
the CIA?
Right. Dave, there was
And the
another.
blind was in that other drop. What's that?
There was another double drop from POTUS at 2353 that I just noticed.
Okay.
At
Wow. Another
2353.
one? Holy shit.
Yeah, and we looked at this. We looked at this. But it wasn't from that. Why did we
No,
look at
it
this?
was.
We looked at this.
No, it
What?
was another one. It was a different one, I think.
Yeah, it was different because I'm just noticing this right now. But we
I thought
did.
there were two graphics there.
Hold on. I'm gonna have to go back a little bit because I was not
Which,
following.
by the way,
POTUS.
also takes us back to 348 in the blue, which is blocked from poster and entering trip. It would appear this board has been compromised.
I was only looking at Scavino. So only going by Scavino, I don't recall him posting at 11:53. But we did go over that drop.
All right, let me see if I have the trail here.
What the hell made us go there? I remember that.
And,
You remember
and
that,
it
right?
seems to
You
me it
remember that.
was. Well, let me go to 2352. Just for, let me see if there was another graphic of that. There's the four booms.
No, it wasn't that.
Wasn't that
No, it was
2350?
that actual drop that we went to.
It was. Okay.
I'm trying to remember why we went there. I don't remember why we went there.
Let's see. Anybody in the chat, you guys remember what took us to that one? Bamlo. What do you guys got on that? Christy? Yeah, going back through these, it's got to be up here.
It wasn't Scavino the night before, but we definitely went over that.
It was tonight, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
A little while ago, but I don't remember how we got there.
I don't either.
It wasn't through what I just found because I wasn't really following Trump's posts tonight. I'm looking at them now, and I realized that he did a double.
So Scavino didn't have a drop on that.
No,
that one?
no.
All right, let's see that. Let's check the chat because a lot of the Sneds they've just follow along and track it. Let me see. Oh, somebody's watching from Telegram page. Interesting. Oh, I linked it. I linked to Rumble from Telegram, but I'm glad you came through the Telegram because I haven't been posting on Telegram. John Dunning says, "Wow, still going strong." Hey, John, how you doing? Do you guys remember what took us into that drop? Because 2353. Was it something to do with New York? Yeah, we were on New York for quite a while. Bamlos, Barb says. I don't think we did a news unlocks the map on that one. I think we got there via numbers.
Well, I just went to
the 30823 is the time.
We didn't do anything with 308.
No.
This is bugging my mind now because I know that we didn't visit that because of Trump's truth. We went there because of another reason, and I can't remember why. It's all right. It's all good. It'll come back to us.
Well, we were talking about the Democrat Party because of the, losing the black population, the black vote. Walk away, vote Republican. Yeah, man. I think could it have been one of Scavino's? Are you saying Scavino didn't tweet at or didn't post at that timestamp?
No.
Okay.
And I'm looking at his X. The last time he posted on X was at 9:55 in the morning yesterday. Right? And he posted at the same time on Truth, the same video. And we didn't go over that. You know, that's a 559. We didn't go over that. Hussein cabinet staff, who used private email addresses, what was the purpose? What was the purpose? Loretta Lynch, Hillary Rodham Clinton, James Comey, James Clapper, CS. Who's CS? CS.
By the way,
We don't see his name on website. Second.
you know how you were saying that you couldn't find any record of his arrest?
Right.
His only post on Twitter was his mugshot, right?
Right.
Um,
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was a big one.
yeah, August 24th, 2023.
Right. But you look at the wording of it.
Yeah.
You brought it up?
Yeah, here it is right there.
It says end. The first three letters of each sentence is end, right? I can't see it. It's so small.
I'm sorry, let me blow it up. Oh shit. I accidentally clicked it closed or closed the thing. I gotta go back in and real Donald Trump. Okay.
Damn it, I can't remember how we got to that 35.
Yeah, I can't either.
When that happens.
All right, here we go. Heck, what is that down there? Jack Posobiec. The hell? There we go. So, pull it up. Okay, here it is. See it?
Yeah, does it say? Yeah, end. END.
Yeah.
See? And
well, if you look at end and then the next words, end is almost as N is near.
Right. But I remember when I did my decode, I do the caps, you know, all the caps, and it was a really good decode. And
how many caps?
Well,
you remember?
I don't.
I'm too tired to fucking count, so we're not going to go there. Let's see. All right, so nobody's got that for me. Come on, man. You're bringing me down. Bringing me down. Lloyd, no.
I counted 64. I could be wrong.
Oh, you did? You did the math there?
Yeah, but I could be wrong. I don't recall it being 64. I thought it was 63. I did a quick count. Can you send that? How'd you find that so quick like that?
What the mugshot?
Yeah.
Oh, it's his last tweet.
Oh, that's right. What the fuck am I thinking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and it's his only tweet since J6.
Right. Okay. Hold on. Bear with me. I'll tell you right now.
They're 13 up top.
Right. me a second. I'll tell you right now. $62.
Yeah.
62. You said 13 up top?
Yeah.
Yeah, 62. I thought it was 63, but it's 62. So that brings us to highly recommend someone take all my crumbs and put into a massive dump. A single shot. That's why it was so significant to me. Because
Yeah.
it literally says in parentheses a single shot. And it's a
Yeah.
shot of his mugshot.
Yeah.
This will be considered
Yeah.
the biggest inside approved dump in American history. So that shot was approved. You understand? It's not his
Yeah.
mugshot. He wasn't arrested.
No.
It was approved to be put out, right? But they want you to pay attention to this here. They are beginning to understand, as Podesta's attorney was just notified, all my dumps are being recorded. But again, it doesn't matter. Alice in Wonderland. Where's Barack Obama today? So this tells me a few things. One of them being they're lawyered up. And remember the world stalemate drop, right? Where everyone has information on everyone else. So he allowed himself to be quote unquote arrested. He allowed his mugshot to be posted. But I believe behind the scenes, he's literally telling them, you want to play games? Okay. Now I'm going to start leaking information and we're going to start to see real mugshots. And their response was probably, please no, we'll cooperate. You know, anything you want to do, we'll make it work. And that's why, every time people think that something horrible is going to happen, it never really happens.
Right.
It's all media hype. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. Yeah.
There's so much that the media hyped up that was supposed to happen that never happened. Why is that? We should be dead right now. As contagious as that fucking virus was,
Yeah.
I mean, we shouldn't be communicating with each other. The way the deep state has control of Twitter, there's no way
Yeah.
we should be talking to each other. All these things that we heard
Yeah.
everybody saying never happened. Never happened. But you see it. You see it right there. 62 caps, the mugshot of Trump, one single shot.
One
in that
single
drop.
shot.
Yep.
Yeah. It's not an accident.
Mm-mm.
There's no way we have the level of comms that we've had tonight
Tonight, man.
by accident.
This was bananas. Listen, Scavino dropped the same exact post at 9/11 with the New York Post front page Uptown Funk from the New York Post that says Trump storms Deep Blue Bronx with Love Fest. Right? In that rally, Ruben Diaz Sr. literally said that AOC said that she was prayed that there is a God because it rained on his rally and it's all going to be wet and muddy and it's a big huge mess. But Ruben Diaz said, look, it's a beautiful day. That she's right that there is a God because it's a beautiful day. But the storm is coming, and that storm is Donald Trump. And what does the New York Post says? Trump storms Deep Blue with Bronx Love Fest. You can't make this shit up. And when you go to 911, it's really not as significant as I would expect a 911 to be. But when you mirror that and you do the 119, now this is very significant, right? Because this talks about all their money and their offshore accounts and who controls the Fed, right? What is Fast and Furious? You understand? Snow White, Godfather 3. You know, this is big. This is big. So again, they want us to, go back and look at these crumbs and not only remind ourselves, but remind the people or inform the people who have not yet discovered what's going on.
Okay, so check this out. So back to 62. Okay. So how did we get here? We got here through
Talked about
through
Trump not
the
being
mugshot,
arrested.
through
Right.
the mugshot of Trump.
Right. Because
Right.
I said there's no record of him being arrested
Right.
anywhere, and you brought it up.
And so I brought it up because I was looking I was looking. Oh, you know what I did? I literally, dude, I thought, let me go see if Trump's tweeted. Honestly, because look at the shit we're looking at right now.
Right. Right.
Okay. I'm thinking, holy shit, if he's going to do this, I mean, all these mirrors that we've never seen, all the double numbers, all the one right after another, right after another.
Right.
And so I went to see if he tweeted, and then I saw the mugshot, and I'm like, oh, that's right, that was the only one that he's done. But check this out, dude. You got to scoot over a little bit. I'm coming in. Come on, come here, come here, Jasper, move. All right, all right, there you go. Good boy, good boy, atta boy. Okay. So what do I have pulled up? I have the wrong one here. I got to pull up this one. All right, 62. Oh, why is that not cooperating? There we go. Okay. Okay. So why am I having problems with this? What the hell is it? So I'm just trying to get back to that 62 drop, which is oh, okay. All right. Sorry guys, I'm a little
It's late. We've been at this for 14 hours.
I know, right? Yeah, people are like, oh man, you guys been going 6 hours now. It's like,
They're waking up. They're waking up to us.
Yeah, exactly. You're forgetting the hours it took, leading up to this, right?
Right.
All right. So
and you're at 151 right now, right? For you? No, you're central.
I'm 351.
Right. Because
Yeah.
you're central. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So we're back at 62. Okay. We got here from Trump's mugshot, which many falsely claimed to be the first arrest.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
And I've been saying, no, it's going to be Hillary or Barack Obama. And at the bottom of 62, where is Barack Obama today?
Yeah,
And
I think
lawyering up, like you were talking about.
Yeah, when you look at the trip he made to London, when he went into the castle, when he was by himself, I think that pretty much let everyone know that he's being controlled. He's being told where to go, what to do, what to say. because otherwise you would have seen him with some kind of escort, whether it be Secret Service or, whatever. Traditionally, ex-presidents travel with Secret Service. It was pretty clear he was alone.
When was this?
When he, I don't remember the exact date, but it wasn't that long ago. He visited the UK and he went into.
Oh, Obama. He went. Yeah,
Yeah.
he went into
Yeah.
10 Downing Street
Yeah, Obama.
to see the prime minister.
Yeah, he went by himself.
Yeah, yeah.
Secret Service.
That was really odd.
Yeah, that's all in the drops, bro. So that to me was clear that he's under control.
Yes, absolutely.
Either he's already been taken out, and you're seeing a clone or double,
Right.
or he capitulated. His access, his security access has been revoked, and he's basically on his own, because Q talks about Hillary fighting for her life, strings being cut, and her being on her own. Where does that leave Obama? It's got to be the same, at least, right?
Yeah. And by the way, I mean, the chef.
Right.
I mean,
Right.
what? I mean,
they're just waiting to drop that.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is crazy town, man. We are all over the place, and it is unbelievable. I mean, we said yesterday, like the comms are really ramping up.
Yes, really quick.
And not only quickly, but like abundantly. And it's really, why? We got to ask why, right?
Right.
Get down.
Check this out.
No.
For the first time, I looked at Trump's last post on Truth without looking at the timestamp, like the actual body of the post. And it's weird the way he wrote it out. First of all, it says the Wall Street Journal with a space, a dash, a space, opinion, dot, opinion, period. Right? And then he goes on to say Alvin Bragg has improved his case in the Trump trial, period. The evidence shows why the charges should never have been brought, period. All that was in caps. Then New York prosecutors rested their hush money. He didn't have to put a dash there. They put a dash between hush money. Rested their hush money case against Donald Trump this week. But after 20 days in court and a trial transcript of 4,000 pages, the missing piece is still missing. The question is whether Manhattan District Attorney Alvin Bragg presented the evidence necessary for a conviction, and if we were in the jury room, we'd say no and end it with caps on the no. Right? So I went to 4,000 because I haven't seen that come up in a long time. I've actually never seen that come up, to be honest. I never seen 4,000 come up. And it talks about Star Wars, Star Wars games and Star Wars Commander. There's a link to that. But the drop says, how do you select bad actors attempt cons without signet collection? All right. Rebellion or Empire. Private invite only factions. Dark to light. And then there's the link. And the link is, a StarWars.com link, like quite literally to Star Wars. And it's a 404 message because they canceled it, but it was it was a Star Wars. Like, you know, they're
Well,
telling you you're watching a fucking movie.
well, what they're talking about there is also the that was one of the secret communication methods that they were using
Right.
to communicate,
Like the Xbox.
yeah. So they were communicating in the chat room of Star Wars Commander, and they caught them. Hugh actually showed us some of those the communications that were going back and forth.
They have it all.
Yeah.
They have it all.
Star Wars game app, Star Wars Commander.
But
Rebellion.
isn't it interesting, Dave? Isn't
Yeah.
it interesting how they led us to this drop in that last post by POTUS?
Oh, Trump, yeah.
You know, I mean, you mentioned the last tweet. So I'm like, let me look at his last post of the night. And I
Right.
never looked at the body of it, but it's right there. 4,000 pages.
Yeah, it's a good call looking at 4,000.
20 days in court. What's the 20? Who did POTUS meet with yesterday? Was AG Sessions there? How many military intelligence generals were on the White House
What
list?
are you at right now?
20 to attend the separate meeting. This is when he met with Sessions. What's his face? The speaker at the time. He's with Fox now. What's his name? They attempted a coup. Him and Pence attempted a coup to take
Ryan.
Ryan.
Right.
Right.
Not Jack Ryan.
He was
Yeah,
there. He was there at that meeting with Sessions, but there was a separate meeting with military intel generals in the White House that day. Could those meetings have been combined? They could have, but for the sake of keeping things, you know, out of the hands of the deep state, they kept those meetings separate because they didn't want Ryan to know what was going on. As speaker, if he was genuine, he should have known. But they knew he was a bad actor, so they did not include him on that meeting.
This
Why
also
was
brings us back to the device that was found in the White
right?
House.
Yep, that was leading to that. Exactly.
Sorry.
Exactly. So it's just very interesting how they continue to just give us crumbs, you know.
We actually looked up what firm was contracted to conduct the renovation.
I never got to the end of that. Did you?
Yes, and I can't remember.
Yeah, I was never able to find that out because that got scrubbed. It's not something that I looked for early on, and when I did start to look for it, I was getting dead ends everywhere.
I think I looked in the office of the controller of the White House or something. And I believe I found it.
Also, I want to point out that drop or that post, there was 139 caps. And that drop is also within the 11th hour and talks about, you know, House and Senate, you know, members not seeking election. And Q tells us to keep a list, update that list, you know.
Wow.
But it's interesting to see them pointing us back to this. And
Yeah,
the
very
fact
cool.
that but and
Bro,
just,
we're almost at 900 on X.
yeah, because people are
Actually,
waking up to us.
yeah, it's actually over 900 on X, but That's including Hawks.
I'm
That's
not
1,100
sleeping.
total over there, and then Rumble is 519.
I'm not sleeping, so we might as well keep going.
Yeah,
I got to
shit.
take my daughter to a tournament today.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna bring my tent and my hat, my shades, my Trump hat,
Uh-huh.
and my rocking chair, and I'm gonna nap
All
and
right,
act like I'm watching the game.
dude. Yeah, it's
I'm gonna do a weekend at Bernie's.
I like
Just
it. I like it. This was so calculated by you. Like you dude, you got, I mean, you've got the living room furniture out. You've got,
I
you've
got it
got
all
your
figured out,
table.
bro.
Yeah, you're taking your home with you, your comforts of
Listen,
home with you.
listen. I bought a tent, a two-person tent, two-person.
Uh-huh.
The sides open up, the front opens up, but there's also screens all around, so I can drop the plastic and just be screened in.
Uh-huh.
You know,
Yeah.
I have my solar powered generator, personal generator
Oh
that I
my.
can plug in. I can plug in my cooled, heated or cooled cooler and my fan. So I can be
Oh
in
my,
that tent very comfortably and no one would know
oh my
whe-
gosh.
whether I'm awake or asleep, and I'm comfy as fuck. Yeah, man. I don't play around.
Wow. I don't have that kind of comfort going on at my home, much less in a tent watching a game. What's she play?
You know how many compliments I got on the tent? Every
Oh,
time I go to a game,
every
like,
dad would be like
yeah,
so jealous.
so many people, everyone who sees, like, where'd you get that? Where'd you get it from? It's so easy to set up. You know, it just pops up. You put the 4 pegs in, and that's it. You're ready to go. Yeah, it's a good move. My
You
wife
keep
actually,
you keep the sun off you.
yeah, that's the main thing. You know, keep the sun on. My wife is very fair skinned, and she had seen it, I think, on Facebook or TikTok or something. And she was like, "We should look into that. You know, we should get one." So I looked into it, and I was immediately sold. You know, because it's such a great idea. You know, it's easy to carry around. It comes in
Yeah.
a and it comes in a sleeve that's comparable to a chair. You know those chairs you could just,
Yeah.
you know,
Yep. Yep.
pop out. It comes in a bag, carrying on your
Yeah.
shoulder, comparable to that. So it was a no-brainer.
Nice. That's awesome. And
Yeah,
but
nice.
hold on. And we got a rocking chair. What the fuck?
Yeah, bro.
Like what?
My chair rocks.
What? What? Literally and figuratively, I'm guessing.
Yes. Yeah.
Um, right. So, how does that fold up? Or do you
Easily.
bring a
Very easy.
brand new rocker with you? Do you have an Afghan that you put over your legs for the chill?
You haven't seen those chairs there that rock?
The, what's that?
You haven't seen the chairs that rock?
No
Yeah, man. They got like little hydraulic you
shit,
know, arms on the back side of them.
dude. I
And
need to get out
the
more.
chairs literally rock. I
I
kid you
need
not.
I need to get out more.
Yeah, you
My
do.
I think I missed in my coaching days and my basketball camp days that I would do with my daughter, and 20 to 30 kids for a week. It was like I missed that rocker.
Yeah.
That would have been nice.
Well,
I
and
had a
listen,
big oversized chair.
I have listen, if you lived closer, I'd give you a chair that I bought by mistake. It's a high chair, and I
A
read
high
it
chair.
wrong. I read it wrong. It's for big and tall people. So
Oh,
when I sit in it, it cuts off the circulation in my legs because my legs dangle a little bit.
Oh, okay.
You know, but for you, it'd probably be perfect.
Yeah.
You know, I bought it because it was at Dick's Sporting Goods, and it was $45, originally priced at $97. So I said, you know what,
Nice.
let me grab this because it's a great deal. And it's just a little too high for me, but for you, it'd be perfect.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
But they got some great chairs now. I can't deny. I saw this old couple at my daughter's last game. They had, you know, the chairs that fold up really flat and compact, and they were padded, and the back part reclines, kind of like a beach chair,
Oh,
but
yeah.
but very modern, you know. And I asked, I said, "Where'd you get the chair?" I was so impressed. But he said, "Oh, I got it from Sam's." I said, I fucking quit my membership there because they didn't me in without a mask. They called the cops on me. I don't know why I went into that story with him, but I scared him. He must have thought I was some crazy person. I'm like, yeah, the cops came and they had to
Gee.
escort me out because I refused to wear a mask. So that's a true story, by the way. And
Wow.
I canceled my membership to Sam's because of that. But
Wow.
the chairs were beautiful. They were like beach chairs, padded, recline. You could fall asleep in that bad boy.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got a great chair here at home I got for free. And it reclines fully, almost fully back. It's not big and bulky. It's just kind of a tight, you know, it'd be a little softer, it'd be a little more comfortable, but
Right.
it's very comfortable. And I got that. And then I got a 8-foot couch.
Nice.
As I need to be able to lay out like these couches where I got to bend my knees to fit. I'm like, fuck that noise.
Yeah, no, I hear you, man.
I got this
Oh,
for $50, threw it on top of my car and drove through the
nice.
rain and then cleaned the shit out of it and sent a picture back to the guy that sold it to me for $50. He's like, dude, you got some mad skills. He said, that looks brand new. And it was before I went to get it, I said, hey, did you try to clean this? Because it looked like shit on the pictures. I said, did you try to clean this? And he's like, no, my wife just wanted a different color.
Wow.
And I'm like, all
Wow.
right, downfill, dude. I mean, it's like it's white. It's like a big white cloud.
All it took was a little bit of elbow grease, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I did use my sister's steam cleaner, handheld steam cleaner, and went to town. I tell you what, I'd say these 700 folks, listening right now are mesmerized by our furniture stories right now.
They didn't hear mine. So when we bought
What
this
what
house,
do you think? What do you think a rocking chair is? That count
that's outdoor furniture.
that counts as okay. You're
Okay,
gonna find the loophole here. I see.
that's outdoor
All
furniture.
right, go ahead.
When we bought this house, the living room is pretty wide. It's a really big living room, and the fireplace is centrally located. The TV is right above the fireplace, so we had to make a decision as to whether we keep the furniture we had, which was a love seat, recliner, a chase lounge. We got rid of the sofa because the dog tore into it, and then we had a really massive leather sectional that the dog tore up. So my wife wanted to get something comparable to that. I'm looking around, I go to Lazy Boy. And Lazy Boy, they do have some really good quality stuff. You're gonna pay a little more, but they got some really good stuff. So my kid and my wife and my daughter sit on the couch, stare on display. They fell in love with it. So I said, all right, let me get that one. Huge sectional chase lounge chair with the ottoman. You know, I fall asleep on this couch all the time. It
Wow.
costs us a little over $7,000, but it's one of those sofas where each cushion, you could seat two.
Wow.
You know what I'm talking about? It's like one of those really big freaking sectionals, whatever. And yeah, I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all. You know, it's one of those things, you know, it's gonna last a lifetime.
Yeah.
I upkeep it. I clean it thoroughly. You know, keep the dog hairs off, steam it. You know, refresh it with the essential oils. You know, yeah. So I get what you're saying with the sofa,
Yeah.
man. With the 8 foot, it's like you could just spread out and you know, chill, go to sleep.
I've lived, I would say, most of my life with insufficient couches.
Well, that's what you get for being 7 feet fucking tall.
Exactly. I don't fit most places.
Even
Yeah.
the beds are small, huh?
Yeah. Queen, I got to go kind of catty corner, and a king is not long enough because a king's just as long as a queen.
Right.
So I
Even
really
the
need a
California
California king. Yeah,
Yeah.
California king.
That's what I have. That's what we have.
But I take what I can get. So
Right.
my sister's bed that she got rid of, I got a great bed, but it's a queen. But I make it work.
Dude, when I fell, I told you the story, right? I fell 3 stories.
How'd that happen?
Well, oh my God. So it's sunrise here in New York, and it's fucking amazing. Holy
Really?
shit. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's really, really nice.
Can you take a picture and send it?
It's through the trees. I'm looking at it through my trees. Oh wow, it's great. Let me see. Let me see if I can take a picture. Would I lose you if I go to my camera? Oh,
I don't think
you're
so.
still there. You're
Yeah.
still there. Let me see if I can. Yeah, you can see the colors. Yeah. How do I post it to you? Like while we're on here?
So you can
I could just send it to you and then you post it. Right?
Do you see the private chat? Yeah, you can send it to me in Messenger.
Yeah, I'll do that. I don't know if this does it any justice. This is wow. This is amazing. All right, hold on. I gotta go here. Private. So, what'd you ask me? I'm sorry.
Before the take the picture.
Right.
We're on the fascinating subject of furniture.
Oh, oh yeah. I said, yeah. You asked me about me falling. Like, how did that happen? Right.
That's right.
So, and I just sent you the picture. I don't know if it does it any justice. It's an amazing sky right now. So, when, wow, when I I was working. I'm an iron worker, and part of my trade is laying out aluminum decking, which is what the concrete floors are poured on top of. But this aluminum decking is very slippery to
By the way, I
begin
got
with.
the picture up. I got the picture
You
up.
got it? The
Yeah.
aluminum decking is very slippery to begin with. Add any kind of water to that, and it's dangerous. Like you can literally slip and fall, or in my case, I slid off the edge of the building and I fell
Oh,
down 3 stories.
how far did you slip?
So on this particular day, it was the day after an ice storm where the whole city was shut down because it was so bad. And when we went back the next day, we had deliveries, steel deliveries, and they wanted us to offload the steel and put them up on the derrick floor, which is the top floor of the job. And I said, no, we're going to offload the steel and put it here on the ground. Oh, we need the space on the ground. I said, it's not that critical. We could do that tomorrow. We should even be here today. Let's offload the truck so the driver can go home, and let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go home. This is not it. We should not be working today. You know, everything was iced out, you know, covered in snow.
Mhm.
You know, it was just not ideal working conditions. So the foreman, you know, was adamant about getting the steel up on the derrick floor. I'm the only one opposing his decision making. Everyone else was scared to say a fucking word. So after him and I had a few words, I said, you know what? Fuck it. Let's go. I go up there. They send an apprentice
Are you
up with me.
shitting me?
They sent an apprentice up with me. My partner didn't even come up with me. I'm upset to begin with. When I turn around, I see the apprentice. I said, what are you doing up here? Or they told me to come up with you. I said, what the fuck you mean? I said, go downstairs. She said, no, you know, they told me to just lay out the deck with you. And you know, Richie's here, he's gonna tack down. Tacking is like when you weld the deck down with just a little spot weld, you know, to hold it so it doesn't get blown away. So the idea was for us to lay out the sheets of aluminum decking and the welder come behind us and tack it down. The first sheet of decking that I pulled off the bundle and walked out, I looked back and the apprentice literally froze on me. Like I see his legs shaking. He's terrified. There's no perimeter cable, no safety net, nothing. You know, it's open floor, 3 stories down. So I said, sit the fuck down.
What are
Sit
you
down.
what are you standing on?
On a beam, on a steel beam.
You're on a steel beam.
I'm on a beam, about 8 inches wide. And I already walked my end out. I grabbed the sheet of aluminum decking. I walked my end out. I put it down. It's on an angle to where I popped it from. So the load of decking is at the beginning of that bay. So imagine 4 columns, rectangular shaped bay, and you have the load of decking, about 20 sheets of deck at the beginning of the bay, and you have to walk those sheets out to fill in that bay. Are you following me?
It's hard to follow. So
Okay, so you have an open floor. Let's
yeah,
say there's 4 columns and 4 beams locking in those columns,
okay.
right? From one column to the other is one beam or
Right.
header. From that column to the next column is another beam or header, and so on and so forth. So that complete section with the 4 columns and 4 beams, we consider a bay. So in that bay, you had a load of decking, aluminum decking, that you spread out to cover that bay so the concrete guys can come and pour concrete on the decking. You follow me?
Yeah. Yes.
So before we spread out the decking, it's just an open floor, 3 stories up.
Holy shit.
Right.
Okay.
So here I am. I
Nothing
pop
nothing down below. Nothing.
nothing,
Okay.
nothing. No
Now,
harness.
typically, would there be a harness or a net,
Yes,
or
yes. They
and
were
why
supposed
wasn't
to.
there?
What we were supposed to do before we laid out the deck was secure the perimeter with safety cables.
Uh,
And but that's not, it wasn't my job per se. Someone else was supposed to do that, and they didn't do it. You understand? So the foreman was wrong across the board. He should not have made that call, you know. And me being the stupid fucking asshole that I am, out of anger, I went up there and just did it because I wanted to get the fuck out of there. But they sent up an apprentice instead of sending my partner with me. They sent up the apprentice, which is even more stupid, you know.
right.
So anyway, when
What
I
was your
when I
partner? What was your partner doing?
he was scared to go up. It was dangerous, and he knew it.
Yeah.
He was scared to go up. And to this day, I haven't seen him since that day. He's been avoiding me. This was in
Really?
2006. I haven't seen him since that day.
How long were you partners?
We were partners for a while. We came in together. We went to school together.
Like
He knew me well. I knew him
decade
well.
or decade or what? How long were you?
Huh?
Or how long were you partners?
Um, about 3 months
Oh,
at
okay.
that point.
Okay.
Well enough, long enough to know each other. He should have backed me, and he didn't.
Yeah.
You
That's
know.
why I'm trying to figure out what level of friendship did you
No, no,
have?
no. It has nothing to do with friendship.
Yeah.
In
No,
this
yeah,
business,
professional.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, ideally, you want to partner up with someone who you trust, and vice versa, and your friends, and so on and so forth. You build a buddy system, but these jobs, they change so much, over the course of time. Some are short term, some are long term. You get sent to different sites and different areas, so the partners change. You don't always have the same partner. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Um, so
So yeah,
anyway,
good.
yeah, I broke the bundle of aluminum deck. I grabbed my end, I walked it out. But when you lay out deck, you don't walk out one sheet at the same time, both ends together. You walk one end out, and then your partner is supposed to walk the other end out. And the
Okay.
idea is that while one person is walking one end out, the other one is holding two and making sure that you don't lose that sheet. You're talking about a 20-foot long sheet by 3 inches wide. It's got a good amount of weight to it. If you both try to walk it out while walking on a beam, it's very, very dangerous. So you do one end at a time. And when I turn back and I look at the guy, he's fucking shaking, literally, and I yelled at him. I'm like, shut the fuck down, sit down, sit down. I was yelling at him to sit down. I didn't realize
Wow.
that the next sheet under that first sheet was
Yeah.
covered in white ice.
Oh, geez.
And the quickest way for me to get to him was to walk back on the beam and then walk on that load to get to him. And I'm yelling at him the whole time, sit down, son," not concerned with my safety. And when I got
Wow.
about 3, 4 feet from the edge of that load on the top, that it's all white ice, I just went. I slipped off it in the air. I tried to turn around and grab the beam. My face hit the fucking beam. And now I'm falling back. Lucky it was in an alley. It was an addition to a school. We were building an addition to a school. And the alley was tight. The connection to the existing building and the new building was a very narrow area. So I hit the existing building and came back to the new building. So I kind of went down like a pinball, you know? But that's what helped me. Because had I fallen straight out without hitting anything, I might have died. You know, I almost died anyway, and they OD'd me in the hospital, and I died. But
Really?
yeah, oh yeah, another crazy story.
Oh my God.
But
Well,
yeah, that helped me. That helped break the fall. You know,
it's like, what helped break the fall?
hitting the existing building, coming back, and hitting the next floor below.
Hmm.
You know, I'm breaking the fall as I go down.
Right.
I broke my whole left side of my body. All my ribs were broken. My hip came out of place. I remember seeing my hip through my skin. I have a plate right now
Oh
that's
man.
keeping that together. But yeah, I remember seeing my skin broke and my hip bone. I saw it all. And
Oh,
my elbow, I landed on my elbow and the left side of my head. I found out later that that's the strongest bone in your body, your elbow. So I fell the best way possible, you know. Um, Wound up breaking my ulnar. My ulnar bone went into my tricep, destroyed my tricep,
oh,
rotator cuff injury, all my ribs, hip, knee,
oh, dude.
face. My face was shattered. My maxillary bone shattered. I lost two teeth. It was
Oh
pretty
my
wild.
God.
It was pretty wild. Let's get back to these drops.
Holy shit, dude. I don't know, man. I'm feeling like you're telling a Saturday morning cartoon story.
That's a
Wile E.
true story.
Coyote up up
100%
up
true
up on
story.
the building falling. And he walks off and he realizes there's
He
nothing
said
underneath
Wile
him,
E. Coyote.
and he looks in the camera and he's like, "Uh-oh." And then
Yeah,
poof, and he falls down and
yep,
there's just a puff of smoke.
yep,
That's
that
what,
was me.
yeah, shit, dude. So, all right. So what, how many, more, um, timestamps are there? I think we've gone, let's see. You want this? You can have that. There. Here.
Oh, I muted myself. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can now.
Okay. From that last truth, the Trump truth,
Yeah.
I did one more search that I tend to do when I see spaces. So you see where it says the Wall Street Journal space dash space
No, no, no,
opinion
no,
period.
no. What drop?
No, that's the post. That's Trump's last post at
Oh, yeah,
151.
yeah. Okay, hold on. Let me get,
Right.
let me get there. Okay. All right. Now let me get everybody else there. And, oh, by the way, I've had your sunrise picture up. That looks pretty cool. Looks
Yeah, it
very,
doesn't. The picture doesn't do it justice. Really,
yeah.
it's really amazing. You see the different colors. You saw that?
Yeah, yeah, beautiful.
That was wild.
So let me get to, where's the,
Yeah, that last post by Trump was at 1:51 a.m., which is a mirror. It's a mirror post. No matter how you look at it, it's 1:51. Right? That had 139
stop.
caps. Drop 139. We went over about the
Yeah.
senators who are not the House and Senate not seeking
Oh,
re-election.
you shit.
What do you do?
I just spilled my water. Pain in my ass. Shit. You're a
You
puppy.
good?
Yeah. Keep talking. I'll be back.
It's all good. So that same drop, there's 84 spaces. Drop 84 says, please add crumbs above in new complete graphic, organized and in order. Critical for understanding and review. Spider web, meaning it's all connected, but then they go back to Hillary and Saudi Arabia, Alice and Wonderland. This is staged and deliberate. Snow White, Godfather 3. So I mentioned it was a mirror and there was 139 caps. So when you mirror that, it's 931. And 931, POTUS's recent tweet relevant here. We were just talking about his tweet. EU, enough is enough. She was warned. Tend to comply. The choice is yours. So I think what they're referring to there is when Q says the choice is yours, to know the depth of their evil actions, primarily against children. A lot of people are still oblivious to the outright I don't even know how to describe it, but those of you who have seen it and who have been following along for many, many years know, how these children were abused, treated, sacrificed, um, you know, tortured, and in some cases they were, devoured, cannibalistic methods. It's all documented. We've all seen it over the years. It's kind of hard to find now, but while this was going on, we pretty much found all the evidence that we needed to confirm the stories. And as Dave was mentioning early on, that's what's going to unite the world. When everyone sees these crimes committed against the children, um, you know, you're not human if you don't, if you're not, oh man, if you're not affected in any way or moved by children being tortured, abused, sacrificed, molested, raped, murdered, um, you're probably not human, or you don't have a soul. And I don't like talking about this so much because it's such a deep subject, and it hurts. It really does. But in reality, that's what this is all about. It's about the children, protecting the children, saving the children. And the choice will be yours to know. So it's been a long day. It's been pretty wild. We made a lot of connections here. Didn't know it was gonna end like this. I should have just stopped while I was ahead. But you know, that is what will ultimately unite everyone. You good, Dave?
I'm back. I'm back.
Are you good?
Yeah.
Okay.
How
All
about
right.
you? He's
Yeah,
he's
man. I didn't know this was gonna take me down this path, you know, with the children. You know, it kind of led to um, you know, the choice is yours to know.
Which one is that?
931.
931.
Yeah. It says enough is enough. She was warned.
Yeah.
And then it ends with the 10 to comply. Choice is yours.
I think
Yeah, leading up to that,
this shit
they were
gets
yeah.
harder.
Well, let me just say that leading up to that, they were talking about um, you know, Angela's connection to Hitler and that
Mhm.
whole family line, that bloodline, and you know how they got down, pretty much.
Okay.
And you know, you think about the children and how they were tortured, and
Yeah.
you know, yeah, it's been falling on deaf ears for many years, and I just hope that you know people are realizing the true evil that exists in this world, because it does. In every corner of the world, there's evil. It could be your
Yep.
neighbor, it could be you know someone at your job, someone at your kid's school, you know, in the hospital, in the court. It could be someone within your own family. You know, you just never know. But you know, we all know now that Hollywood is full of them. You know, our own government is full of them.
Yep.
And it needs to stop. It needs to be exposed, and they need to be held accountable. That's the only way that we get closure and we can move on from all of this.
Yeah. It was what do you think tend to comply? 10 days?
10 minutes. why? Why would you give them 10 days? You know, I mean,
Well,
yeah,
just in terms
yeah.
of you're
No,
you're
yeah,
you're wanting a lasting decision.
right. Yeah, no,
Um,
yeah, I could say, yeah, I could agree with that.
right.
10 days,
So talk to your family,
right,
see what you want to do. Do you
right.
want to say goodbye forever? Or do you want to be able to FaceTime your granddaughter from Gitmo
Right,
in 10 years, 5 years?
right,
And the choice is yours.
definitely.
Um, and because you were warned and we know who you all are, we know what you've done. I mean, think of and by the way, one of the things I wanted to say when we were watching the video of this will get Donald Trump elected, um, this video, was when he said, folks, I didn't need to do this. I could have lived out my life and I had more money I could ever spend. and enjoy my family. And, when you think about, and I've experienced this, before, and I'm experiencing it now with the gill shills, how people are they're so embedded in a narrative that they cannot escape it. They cannot break free from it. And it's not even about breaking free from it. It's about breaking free enough just to ask the right questions. But when you think about the attacks and how people get really nasty and forget you're a human being and forget you're a father and forget that, you're loved by many and forget that you've had a long history of sacrifice for this revolution. And we lose our humanity in that. And it has been lost when it comes to Donald Trump at a level that we have never seen in human history. Never. I mean, you're talking about worldwide damning proclamations, defamation, discrediting. I mean, the worst things. Oh, he likes hookers to piss on him. You got to grab that pussy, and all this stuff, man. None of it would have been. The guy was a television star. And then he goes from owning basically NBC time slot of the most successful reality show ever to NBC won't even cover him as a candidate. He has been under just a constant barrage of criticism in his family and horrible things said about his daughter, horrible things said about his daughters, I'm sorry, but just, and Melania, here's a fashion model that wasn't on the cover of one mainstream media magazine publication. What? But you'll put Big Mike on and dress him up to look really, halfway from being ugly.
And the people fall for it.
Oh, hook, line, and
you're not
fucking
even believing your own eyes.
No.
Right, it's so
That's how
sad.
strong. That's how strong this mind fuck, this MK Ultra
Stronghold.
programming
Yeah.
is. It is masterful. Nothing has been. Did I hear Wonder Twin Powers?
Oh, you heard that?
Yeah, you do have the Saturday morning cartoons on, dude. Are you multitasking right now?
That's
Watching?
my phone.
Are you watching?
Whenever I connect my phone to charge, it says Wonder Twin Powers activate.
Yeah, yeah. What's next? What are those guys called? The YouTubers or whatever. Hey, what are you doing, dude? Why aren't you sleeping right now? You're a puppy.
He
Go
wants
to
attention.
sleep.
He wants
No,
attention.
he's barking at something out the window.
Or
It's
maybe some deer.
probably deer. There was
Yeah.
deer here earlier. Oh, dude, man, there was this little baby fawn that was no bigger than him, and we went walking down to see him, and he was like laying down, and then he got up and ran away. But I got within 5 feet of him. I got video of it. But at any rate, this he didn't have to do this. So
No.
let me ask you, just from a standpoint, if we're thinking about Trump as either Q plus or, Trump just running to be president, why, if you weren't really saving the world, why would you put yourself through this? Is his ego that big that he's got to go through this nonsense one more time just to be president? I mean, that level of motivation does not answer the question, why would he ever do this to himself?
Big picture. You got to look at his family bloodline.
It's got to be big picture. It's got to be like
Well, look at the story with his aunts.
Uncle John. What's that?
Look at the story with his aunts. His aunts from Scotland.
Yeah.
Remember, they were very, very religious women. They had a very old Bible that allegedly passed on to him. It was something about a prophecy that they believed in, and that came to fruition. And so that's why many people were believing that he was the chosen one. I don't remember exactly how the story went, but it was something along those lines. Is the fact that his father's middle name is Jesus, if I'm not mistaken, his mother's name was Mary. There was just a lot of biblical connections with him. And then ultimately his uncle John that we discussed earlier, having the time machine, And so when you ask why would he do it, in my opinion, it was a combination of things, a combination of him knowing he was chosen, and him having the resources and the technology to pull it off. You think about his involvement with the pro wrestling, his involvement with pro football, his involvement with the Miss Universe, his involvement with The Apprentice, and so on and so forth. He's been around many prominent figures his whole life.
Dude, he's Biff.
Right. Yes.
He's Biff from
Yes.
Back to the Future.
That's right.
He got the almanac.
That's right.
And he just played his cards and won every fucking time. And lost a few just to keep it real.
Do you know that the director of that movie was on an NDA?
Zemeckis.
That he could not speak about anything till 2015. And remember the movie where the guy walked the tightrope from one building to the other, the World Trade?
The Wire.
That was, The Wire. That was the character in the future from Back to the Future. He had the same jacket as him, same shirt.
Oh.
That was, go back and look at that. It was the same guy. Isn't that the same director? Did he direct that as well?
Robert Zemeckis.
He did, right? He did The Wire and Back to the Future, if I'm not mistaken. But
he was the writer of Back to the Future.
There was a connection with The Wire. If you look at the character, the actual guy who walked the tightrope, he's wearing the same clothes as
he did Forrest Gump, by the way, too.
What's his name? What's the guy's name from Back to the Future?
Robert Zemeckis.
No, the guy who had the Parkinson's disease.
Oh,
he played the main character.
Yeah, Marty McFly.
Hey, well,
Oh God.
I forget his name too. I'm sorry. It's late.
I'm pulling it up though. Michael J. Fox.
Michael J. Fox. So Michael J. Fox, the character in that movie, remember the leather jacket and the
Yeah.
shirt in the movie The Wire? The guy was wearing the same thing, and I can't remember all the connections, but someone had broken it down years back and made all the connections. One of the scenes in the movie shows the World Trade being blown up, but the screen is going in reverse in the backdrop of the scene of the movie. It's like a window pane showing another scene, and it's going in reverse, and it shows the World Trade Center destruction within that movie. Remember the Twin Pines
Yep.
and Back
Yep.
to the
Twin
Future?
Towers.
It was
Twin
all
Towers.
connected.
The
It's all
9/11. The
right?
9/11 on the walk
Yeah, I
watch.
forget who it was that put that all together, but it was quite a connection.
So many connections.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Man. What time is it?
Shit, I don't even know.
Shit.
I know I should be
Dude,
sleeping.
we've been live 7 hours and 17 minutes.
Is that the longest you've ever done?
No, I've done an 8
All right, good.
hour, a couple 8 hours now,
All
and
right, I'm happy.
a couple sevens.
So
A lot of sevens.
Scavino's. I didn't want to say this because I look horrible in this
Mm.
picture, but he had posted uh, a post with me. He actually did a couple, and his last one was a short video that I'm in.
What really? Is it on X or Truth?
Yeah. So the last one he posted at 1:43 a.m.
Truth?
On Truth. He takes a few shots of the crowd. I'm in one of those shots. And then he posted, and he caught me by surprise because I was watching him the whole time, and then he disappeared, and then all of a sudden he reappears, and I didn't catch him on time. He caught me off guard, but I'm the only one wearing a green. At the time, I put on the green hat, the green "Make America Great" hat, the St.
I don't
Patrick's Day one,
I don't see it.
the green and gold. You watching the video?
Yeah.
It's very subtle. It's not,
What's
you know,
that?
it's you got to know what you're looking at to see it. So right around the
I see a
15,
cowboy hat here that you
16,
have.
17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, at the 22-second mark. At the 22-second mark, the bottom of the screen, you see the green hat. That's me. And then prior to, are you on that on that post? You there?
Yeah. I'm looking for I see your hat here.
The green one.
No, I'm sorry. I was looking for the cowboy hat.
No,
You
green
did say
hat.
the green one. Okay.
22-second mark.
22 second.
Yeah.
Why is this not going for me here?
And I could tell you right now, the whole time I was eyeballing him. And a few times he eyeballed me back. You know, I was like waiting for him to make his move so I could catch him. And he was being very coy with his, with his maneuvers.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Everybody was probably checking him out.
Yeah, it was pretty wild.
My computer is not is like frozen up on me. Like I can't get.
They don't want you to confirm what I'm saying.
No. Oh,
It's
dude, I used to get tossed off Facebook Live, like streaming live all the time. Like they would just fuck with us based on what we were talking about.
It's my nemesis.
Oh,
I got banned from Facebook more than anybody. I might have been the first to get suspended from fucking Facebook.
when did you?
2014, I lost my first account with Facebook.
That was way before me. Yeah.
Yeah, 2014, I was dogging Obama hard,
Good for you.
and
Good
they
for
got me. And I wasn't expecting it, so I lost everything.
Yeah, it sucks.
Everything I had. I had some stuff already downloaded, but I lost a lot of shit. And they made it hard for me to come back because they were tracking the IP addresses, so I couldn't even come on with a different name on my computer. I had to use a different device altogether. I figured that out, and then it was
Yeah.
game on.
Yeah. My computer is completely locked up.
It's all good, man. We did enough. We did
Yeah.
enough for today.
Yeah, I mean, it's the kind of thing where I can't even, like, I won't be able to fix it until I shut it down. One of
Yeah,
those.
call it. Do a Biden. Call it a lid.
I'm gonna put a lid on it at what time is it right now? What's the
6 o'clock.
6 o'clock? Yeah, 5 o'clock my time, 6 o'clock your time, and I yeah, it's time.
I just want to point out before you go.
Mm-hmm.
At 4:44 a.m., John Dunning
Yes.
posted in the chat that the Iraqi dinar value to be restored to highest level in 2 years. Now,
Yeah.
we've been waiting
Yeah.
for the revaluation of the Iraqi dinar. So this will be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah, John, that was key. I did see that and I forgot to post it. So thanks for pulling that up. All right, brother. Well, wow, what a night.
Yeah, it was a good night.
That was awesome, man. And it was last minute because I was thinking, oh man, I want to hear your stories of the just the first of all, just a yeoman's effort with all you're going through with it, doing that Wile E. Coyote off the third story of that building. It's just like good effort getting down there and just kind of connecting with people and just carrying just a beautiful energy to that and experiencing that and being able to share it with us is really cool. So I appreciate that. And then also obviously, what an incredible day.
Yeah, the comms
For the
crazy.
comms. For the
Yeah.
comms. I mean, like, this is and we're not going to be doing this 2 years from now. Of course, I
Right.
didn't think 2 years ago I'd still be doing it now, quite honestly.
I've never seen it the way it came tonight.
No.
I've never seen like all the double drops. I have not seen that ever.
Yeah. And so why? Unless they're really ramping up the comms because,
Exactly.
it's coming.
Right.
It's happening.
Right.
We're trying to let you know because the people that are in the know need to be able to calm the masses. as best they can. So they've already planned this all out, and so it's got to be the kind of connection.
Yeah. And just for the record, Dave, I don't want anyone to think that we're downplaying any of this. This is all very serious stuff.
Mhm.
But the longer you've been doing it, the more you're able to cope with everything.
The ups
You
and
know,
downs
yeah,
too.
because there was a time where I was like, "Holy shit!" You know, I can't believe this is gonna happen, and then it didn't happen.
Right. Yes.
You
Yeah.
know, so
Our hopes have been dashed
right,
among the rocks more than the lapping ocean.
right,
It has been over and over and over again. And for those who were following the fake anons, even more false hopes
yeah,
that
100%,
and which really causes discouragement in a movement. And this is why I believe it has taken longer, because we have allowed ourselves to fall prey
right,
to those who would, look to capitalize on such an opportunity
right,
and take advantage of people, and take advantage of people's true awakening and curiosity and wanting to find out all there is to know about the world. But
curiosity and generosity. You know, a
yeah,
lot of fake anons took advantage of the generosity of
yeah,
individuals, and people lost their life savings. You
yeah,
know,
yeah, and
it's
that's
sad. It's pretty
it's just
fucking sad.
that's tragic. It's like I'll tell you a quick story. I have a I was trying, I was telling people about gold and silver for years. Um, but I wasn't selling it. And so I was finally like, well, I should at least be able to find a good company that I like. And so I can recommend it to my audience, and maybe that would support my thing. So, but nobody would return my calls, or not my calls, really. Yeah, there were some calls, and also um, or emails. And then a company that I was dealing with locally wouldn't do business with me because it was Santa Monica, California, and my content is not necessarily Santa Monica, California. Right. So they didn't want to be associated with me. So, long story short, I find this company called 7K, and they have some really good, stuff. But and it's an MLM type structure. And then Phil Godlewski was getting involved. And I'm like, oh shit, there goes the neighborhood. And I talked to the CEO of the company, and who's now a friend of mine, but then he wasn't. But I knew him, and I said, this is a mistake. And he said, we can't stop anybody if they've already done their time or whatever. We're aware of him, the whole bit. I said, take that away. I said, it's about what he's saying now that's going to come back and haunt you. And sure enough, he was misrepresenting, silver's going to go up to $200, and, blah, blah, blah. Like, that's like SEC violation level shit. That's like, you can't do that. You can't do that and make money off those projections. That's illegal. Past performance does not guarantee future results. Like, when I was in finance, we had to put that on any projection that we were making based on our past performance. So that's illegal. And so So it was all about that. But at any rate, long story short, the reason why he went with Goldco versus 7K, and he was still doing a ton of business with 7K, but they have now like limited what he can do and what he can say, and they don't associate with him. They don't want him on any of the trips or anything like that. And and I warned this guy 3 years ago about this guy. I mean, this was 3.5 years ago now. I was telling him, stay away from Godlewski. So Godlewski went to this gold cult company because with 7K, if one of our people transfers over their 401k, I don't make any money for that. 7K doesn't make any money for that. And just the company, if you have to put it in a self-directed IRA, they take a fee for making the transaction happen. But it's like, it's like $100 and something, I think, or something like that. Just like for the paperwork, right? So nobody makes money on that in 7K. He went to Goldco, and they would offer me 12%.
Wow.
I think he was getting 26. That's the word I got from some very good sources, dude. Now think about this.
That's insane.
There is no money to be made in that transaction unless you're taking money out of the principal of the 401k or the IRA. So they created this commission for him that came directly out of the people's life savings.
Wow, 26%.
Yeah. And I go back to 7K. There's a reason that they're an Integra's company. There's a reason why they don't make any money on that transaction. There's no money to be made. The other thing is they take hardly any on bullion sale as well, because they use that as a loss leader. They try to keep the prices low so it helps the members, and they only make money on numismatic coins. And that's, you could say that, maybe they're not worth what they say they are, but that's all subjective. But it also, they have other stuff that's really great too, and so, like I have just a few things on DavidSnedeker.com. I have like that, and I have my friends who make colloidal silver and this product called Mysterium, which is copper, gold, and silver that you ingest. And it raises it's got an amazing frequency. It's a 1,000 Christ conscious frequency. So I only have a few things, but I brought that up is because you were talking about how people are losing their life savings. And I wanted to be very specific about how that's happening, because it's not because the market goes down and they bought gold or silver. They're being told by this guy and others that use Goldco that silver's going to go through the roof and gold's going to go through the roof, and you got to take all your money out of your bank and you got to invest in gold and silver. That's what Godlewski was doing. And then when your money is deducted 30% off the top, oh my God, how many years of work is that? How many years of, putting into your savings that you're sacrificing extra that week, that month, because you decided to take a little bit more out and put into your 401k because your company is matching. And so you're making really good frugal decisions, and this fucking moron is buying a beachfront home in Maui and a home in Lake Havasu and a home in Scranton, and a home in Vegas, and a home somewhere else. I can't remember. Are you fucking kidding me? It's unbelievable. And it's the same kind of yeah, but anyway, it's tragic what's happened, and this has been, we've been waiting for a long time for this, and I'm grateful to the communications that are happening, because it does bring us relief. It does bring us joy. It does bring us hope to know that certain things are being taken care of, or have been taken care of, in a direction that serves humanity and humanity's sovereignty.
Amen.
And
Amen.
here we go, brother. All right, man. Any last thoughts?
I just want to add again, or reiterate, it was a great night. I mean, we can go on and on and on, but
Yeah.
It's great when they feed us comms real time, and that happened.
Mhm.
That happened last night.
Yeah.
I
That's
just
why
want to.
that's why we'd go so late so many times, because they kept doing stuff.
Yeah.
It would go late.
But I just
And
want to remind the people who are listening to remain faithful and try to think positive. There's a lot of things going on behind the scenes, and people has sacrificed their lives for our freedom, and that's what you need to remain focused on, especially this weekend. Enjoy your time with your families, but keep in mind, many people gave their lives for our freedom, and we must
yeah,
never forget that.
yeah,
That's all.
absolutely. Yeah, beautiful. Well said, man. Well, thanks for the fabulous evening, and let's do it again. And enjoy your weekend with your family. Enjoy your nap at your daughter's sporting event tomorrow, and in your tent and rocking chair.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, enjoy, man. All right. Good night, everybody. Love you
Brother.
all. Thanks for being here, and
Anytime.
sleep well. All
Yep.
right.
Take it easy.
Bye bye.